heavens be catching fire. I feel the end is near. I will sit here and I'll watch. Nothing left to say. I will end it when you left. I was waiting for another chance. But I get tired of waiting for you. Tired of the lies that were decided about out. Nothing left to say. I will end it when you left. I was waiting for another chance. But I get tired of waiting for you. Tired of the lies that were decided about out.
You can go crazy, go wild.
I can shout it out loud or say it low, low, low,
Low.
I would dream about the end of the world. I would see the heavens be catching fire. I feel the end is near. I will sit here and I'll watch. Nothing left to say. I will end it when you left. I was waiting for another chance. But I get tired of waiting for you. Tired of the lies that were decided about out. Nothing left to say. I will end it when you left. I was waiting for another chance. But I get tired of waiting for you. Tired of the lies that were decided about out. Baby, you let me in, then you push me out. Now I'm falling down. I'm falling down. You and your crazy love, you make me weak. Baby, I'm falling down. I'm falling down.
Welcome to the Indie Brew, where we spill the tea on indie games.
Across our website and social media, you'll find reviews on the latest indie games, features with tons of indie recommendations, and the freshest indie game news.
Make sure you subscribe and follow across all of our different platforms to keep up with the latest in indie gaming, and so you get to hear about all of the incredible indie games we get to share.
We're so excited to be presenting this live stream event straight from the Games Expo in Melbourne. And I think it's about time for another interview.
So what are you waiting for? Grab a cup of coffee or your preferred caffeinated beverage and let's chat to another amazing indie dev. Hello and welcome to the live stream. We are live from the Game Expo Melbourne and we are so excited to be here sharing some incredible indie developers' stories and their games with you this weekend. And first off, we have Logan here to chat with us. He's our lucky number one game. So Logan, tell us what's the name of your game?
So I'm Logan. I worked on King of Ping Pong Mega Mix. So it's this arcade-style table tennis game, much like Punch-Out, the same sort of perspective, a whole bunch of zany characters getting really angry at you being better than them or absolutely smashing it. So yeah, that's that.
Awesome. And so where did the idea for this game come from?
So originally it started, the game Inscription was the original inspiration. I saw that sort of blow up and the perspective, and I was like, what if this like dark and moody like table tennis game? But then when it came time to do the idea, it sat on my phone for ages. We came up for a game jam, so like a little event where we all decided on a game to make over a short period, and that was, we dug into the archives and found that at the time I was playing Street Fighter, and I was like, let's give it more arcade flair, give it a bit more retro stylings, arcade fighter, and it sort of evolved from there into what it is now.
Yeah. So have you always been a fan of ping pong, or was that just...
I get this question a lot. It's like either that or if someone's on the team has played table tennis before, but funny enough, not really. It was sort of just like, I think everyone has played, everyone knows ping pong, but everyone relates to it as well. There's always like a little game that someone played as a kid on like a Mac or something like that. There was like table tennis game, but there isn't many table tennis games now. So we're like, yeah, we'll give it a shot. Funny enough, one of the people on the team actually played table tennis in high school, but funny enough, no one really has actual table tennis.
No one's like really passionate about table tennis on the side. It's just a happy coincidence. That's cool. And so how long have you been working on the game?
So originally started work in August of 2023. And the game released on November 13th last year. So it's been out now for a few months. We're rounding up sort of our little development on it with a big update, and yeah.
That's exciting. And so what has that journey looked like? So from that original idea through to the game jam, what does that whole journey look like for you?
It's quite interesting because the King of Ping Pong started as the first game that we made as the four of us. Originally we had a different game jam prior where there was like 8 of us in this like mega team and this in-person event. And from there, David on the team reached out, asked if we wanted to do another game jam, and then we're like, yeah, sure, we'll do it. And then that turned into King of Ping Pong, the original version, which is absurdly difficult. And then we went to a different game jam, another game jam, and all while we're doing that, we're chipping away at this one until we went, well, we can just chuck this one on Steam. And then we put in almost a bit too much effort into getting it on Steam. It was supposed to be quick and dirty, but we put a lot more time and effort into it, and now it's out on Steam and in the wild.
So what made you decide that it was worth kind of shipping? So how did you kind of go, oh yeah, let's work on this out of all the game jams you did?
After the game jam before this one, we were showing it to people, and it was the game we made was like pretty bad. It was pretty bad. But King of Ping Pong, we started showing it to people, and they were like, this is good. Like they were having fun. No one was beating it. It was still way too hard back then, but people were really liking it. They liked the style, they liked the theming. I sent it to friends from high school. Even my dad played it, and they were like, there's something there. And then from that, we went to that second phase of that game jam. We put in a little bit extra time, reworked the visuals, and then sent it out again to them. And they were still like, this is great. But it's too hard. That was like the main thing. And then from there, it's been making the game easier and then revamping like almost every system from the original game. And once we had that core, like, this is going to be worth it, like, people enjoy this. We were happy to put in that extra work. When we remade the characters, we redid the UI, we redid the way the ball moves, and all of that. And,
That's awesome. All right. So, have you had a moment yet that has really made all of the work that you've done feel worth it?
Ooh. I mean, hopefully one happens this weekend. A nice comment would be great.
Being here, yeah.
I think when we released the game, so at the same time of release, I ended up in a mentorship program myself.
Yeah.
And I was able to release it in sort of a co-working space. And so many people around me were able to see the game. I got to show it to so many more people, so many more like veteran devs as well.
Yeah.
And seeing them play it, giving their feedback, and then having that support at the launch as well was sort of like, it's sort of a bit special for me.
Yeah, that's so cool. And so what have some of the other highs and lows of the journey been for you?
Pretty much, it sort of always was in peaks and troughs.
Yeah.
These like long stretches where we didn't have the game in front of anyone, and that's when morale would sort of decline or get a bit slow. We would wonder if it was worth it, and then we would take it to a dev meetup or put it in front of a different friend. They would play it, and you'd see the light in their eyes, sort of like enjoy it, and it would sort of go like, okay, we need to get back in the saddle, and then we would fire up again.
Yeah.
And then the cycle would continue and continue for the entire like a year period that we're working on it.
Yeah. So have you had any like really stand out, like, this is so cool moments?
I don't know if we've had like
Like,
the
Yeah.
moment that defines it. It's always just been like little things. I think.
Lots of little wins. We
Yeah,
love
little
that.
wins.
All right. And so what do you think makes your game unique?
Well, I mentioned before, there isn't too many table tennis games floating out there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So even though that is not unique by any means, it's like sort of a much needed refresher to the thing. And then arcade sports as well is another genre that has been sort of punched down a bit, sort of disappeared. So we wanted to sort of pull that back in, give it an arcade like fighter flair with the sports, and sort of take the familiar and make it like a different flavor of it all.
Yeah.
But in reality, none of the core elements of the game are like purely unique, but the blend of it all comes together with this great blend of arcade and sports.
Awesome. So can you tell us more about the actual gameplay of the game itself and what people can expect when they play?
So pretty much you load in and you have an arcade mode, which is like the way to unlock the other characters and to play through. So you play the characters sequentially, and each one is sort of harder than the last one. When you beat one, you can unlock like pretty much a point to continue from.
Yep.
And then you'll go through each of the 5. And once you complete arcade mode, you'll unlock championship mode. And championship mode is like the near and dear to my soul, where when the game was hard and when me and the other programmer were saying the game was too easy and when it was way too hard, that's sort of like our respite from making it easy, is that we still have this almost absurdly hard challenge mode that has 5 tiers to it too. So if you do really enjoy the game and you really like the challenge, diving into that, there's a lot of depth there. And with the new update too, once that comes out, there's going to be new unlockable paddles, so you can change from the default red and black to one with a hole in it, or like one that's sort of pixel shaped, a tennis racket, I think even a frying pan. And as well with the new update, we've got a secret boss hidden somewhere in the game to find.
So tell us more about the new update. How is that improving? Because I know your game's obviously been out for a while, and you mentioned player feedback. So what are some of the new things that people can expect in the upcoming update?
So pretty much when we released the game, the core people that we had sort of almost conscripted to check out the game really enjoyed it. They liked the difficulty. They knew the difficulty was coming. A lot of people who weren't ready for it, they didn't really like it. They tried it, and they would get stuck, and they would sort of sheepishly look back like, can I stop now? And it was always something that we wanted to tweak and fix. So this new update rebalances the entire arcade mode. It is so much easier, but it's so much more rewarding to play. We had someone who couldn't beat the second character in the game, so Wilfred, who then I put the game in front of them just 2 days ago, and that would be the whole game and the new secret boss without worries. And it was like, it took him a few attempts, but it was that perfect level of challenge plus reward. That's great. And for those who still want the challenge, the championship mode's still there. That's the main core from the base game. But then on top of that, the way we made it easier was we added super moves to the game. So every character, so the player in every character has their own unique super. And we'll unleash that during the battle, dictated by a little bar that fills as you play. And they range from like a powerful fast shot to one that might disappear and reappear, one that shoots 1,000,000 balls at you. You got to figure out which one's real. So definitely check it out.
Awesome. It sounds so cool. And so what are you most excited about players getting to experience in this game?
I think it is the challenge. It's this almost calling back to Super Nintendo days where games were intentionally hard just so you wouldn't buy the next game.
Yeah.
It's that challenge that we really wanted to harp down on of this really fun arcade game. It's very simple to pick up. Movement in 3 buttons, or 4th now with the Super. Very easy, but there's that level of depth and difficulty with the timings and now the supers and the way the opponent moves and things like that.
Yeah, awesome. And so the game's already out. What was it like releasing a game? What was that whole experience like?
I've got this a few times. A lot of days you're like, funny enough, the moment you click launch, it almost feels like an emptiness.
Yeah.
And as you go and you start seeing the numbers, you start moving it, you go like, it's this sort of satisfying. Honestly, it doesn't feel as good as it sounds.
Yeah.
But once it happens, it is like this feeling of relief.
Yeah.
And then it's, on to the next.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. And so how can people really support the development of the game? Obviously, purchasing the game because it's available now. But otherwise, how can people really help support you?
So we have a Discord as well. Anyone to join that? We have bug fixes, the bug reports. They're so helpful. There's little things that we just can't test. Things like I think Ultra Wide got flagged for a bug. There's a few other things that we just don't have the hardware to test.
Yeah.
So people coming in and saying there was an issue with this like language or this like setting that we just, there's only 4 of us, so getting to test that is quite difficult. And the other thing is, buying the game. We have a soundtrack. We have that. Just interacting with the game in any capacity. Even more if you're at TGX, coming and grabbing the game from our booth. The full $8 will come to support us. There's no cuts in there at all. So very glad.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so what else can we dig into about this game? We've still got some time left, time to fill. So what is there a secret in the game? I know you've mentioned a secret boss, but is there anything else like Easter eggs or anything in there?
There's a lot of slight references to arcade games, characters, and sort of inspirations. I think if you cycle through them, you can sort of pick them. So Pat is our American character.
Yep.
The hair all flared up, very guile, very Paul Phoenix from Tekken, that burly, brutish American, all that training, a bit of military stuff. We have our final boss as well. Ping Pang is the Chinese representative. They are the god of ping pong. So as you fight them, you'll see some ethereal arms pop up and get this really godlike appearance. Yeah. It's these core archetypes that we wanted to focus on with our character designs. And obviously the biggest one is Wilfred being such a big hulking figure. Yeah. Very much like a kingpin from Into the Spider-Verse and things like that. But he's also like a lovable, goofy kind of character as well. Yeah. Those designs. Yeah.
So is there like a story woven throughout, or is it pretty much just action?
So if you were to play the arcade game, you wouldn't get too much of it. It's mainly just the game. However, we do have both a gallery and a glossary. Yeah. And as you beat the characters and travel through the challenge modes as well, you unlock little entries about each character. So they'll reveal a little bit more about their backstory, about what they might be doing in the future, about interactions between them, alongside helpful tips about the game itself, like in the glossary. And then in the gallery, we have things like concept arts, little character sheets, as well as developer arts too. Each of the 4 on the team drew a little picture.
Awesome.
Me being not a great artist is, I'm going to say the best one, but there's a whole bunch of little things that you can dig through.
little extra tidbits if people are looking for it. That's cool. Awesome. Yes. And has there been any game-breaking moments? Do you have a moment where you added something and it just broke everything, or anything that?
Or there's not in terms of breaking anything, there's breaking the game open. I think Super was one of them that changed the game. In terms of breaking the game, the original way the ball moved was, I think looking back, the game was playable, but that early version, I think it's still up on itch, but it is almost unplayably hard the way that ball moves.
Cool. And tell me more about you yourself. How did you get into making games?
Yeah, so originally I studied games at university. Yeah. honestly wouldn't recommend it. I studied during COVID. It was rough, very
Yeah.
rough to be studying during COVID. However, from that, game jams was the core the core way we found each other and got better as well. So Global Game Jam 2023 was our first get together.
Yeah.
And then from there, I think we've done 8 game jams since. So I think we came 4th in Pirate Software's game jam last year.
Yeah.
We had a really solid game for GMTK last year, and we just kept making these really high polished games in a short amount of time.
Yeah.
I think we sort of pride ourselves on that very fast, rapid, but polished games.
Yeah.
That we really enjoy. And then through all that, each one we're always trying to get that takeaway. So even if the game isn't too flash, we still have something we can take into the next game.
Yeah.
Be it like little programming things or whole systems, even little art things that don't get used, we can sort of like shuffle them along, repurpose. And
Yeah. Do you have any advice for those aspiring game devs out there?
yeah, definitely the game jams.
Yeah.
Like, we were very lucky with the people we found in the right time, but you have to be there to be the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
I think, especially in-person events, they're very rare, but there is one every year in Melbourne. I would highly recommend getting down to one of those. You meet so many like-minded people, you can find so many people, and even if you don't stick together, that experience, that weekend is like phenomenal.
Yeah.
And then from there, if you can find a little group to keep doing it with, you might be able to develop skills. But even if it's not the same group, you're always making new things, developing skills on the next game. So
Yeah.
definitely
awesome.
can't recommend it high enough.
And what has been your favorite thing about making games in general, or specifically making King of Ping Pong?
It's seeing things realized is so good, especially on the programming side. You get this sort of direction of where you want the game to go, and these sort of little things of like, can we do this? Especially back then when this was our first game as a 4. We didn't know exactly how far we could push.
Yeah.
And finding that boundary and then pushing it further and further each time.
Yeah.
Seeing little systems that we sort of like dreamed of and be like, oh, it'd be so cool if we did this. It'd be so cool to do that. And now it is cool because it's in the game now.
And now we actually did it. Oh my
I
gosh.
think Super is the biggest one. We spent long hours in meetings talking about the second game and all these cool mechanics we'll do and all these like, oh, this character will do this and this super. And now getting a little bit of taste of that, sorting that out, especially in such a short amount of time with this update that we did, is really good.
Yeah,
Really good.
awesome. So have you got anything in mind for what's next after the update's done? Where are you going to do more updates for King of Ping Pong? Or are
So
you...
there is some little flutterings about a console release,
Yep.
potentially getting it onto other consoles.
Yep.
Not confirmed yet, but we've started work on our next project too. So
Yep.
we were recently approached for government funding for that, and sort of working out how we're going to develop that in the future.
Yep.
We've got a prototype working, but it's still under wraps. So
Yeah.
lock and key for that one. But yeah.
But that's exciting to be going into a new project as well. Like that must feel really nice to have something new and different to work on.
Yeah. Just because a little bit of teaser for the next one. The next one is online multiplayer, so we've been diving into the development of that,
Oh, gosh.
which has already doubled the code base compared to King of Ping Pong.
Yeah.
And we're still going to work out a whole bunch of issues with that, but it's come along pretty well.
I've heard horror stories about online multiplayer.
Yeah. Honestly, no one can like warn you enough when it comes to that. You'll get the weirdest thing happen and you're like, why is this? It's like, oh, it's just because it's online now. We just have to deal with the fact that the character was stuttering because I had OBS open or something like that. It was this strange,
The weird...
very strange bug that you would never encounter again, but that's how it is.
It just
That's game
happens.
dev.
It just
That's game
happens.
dev.
Yeah. All right. And so, do you have a favorite like mechanic in the game?
Ooh. One that's I've always liked, one that I originally designed was punish. So when you hit the ball towards the opponent, they'll hit it back faster. So you want to hit it away from them as they move back and forwards. And early on in the game, it works much differently than it does now. It used to be this weird spot detection, but the thing is you could force the punish every time. And you could play this little like dev game that we made called Punish Ball, where you would always try and get the punish.
Yeah.
And the ball would come back extremely fast. I was like, how far can you go with the ball going that speed? I think it's one of the avenues we use to make the game difficult.
Yeah.
Some characters don't move after they hit the ball. Some move once, some move twice. Some do like weird funky things, and that sort of plays into the difficulty of it all with first you got the timing, and then you have to deal with what the opponent's doing, but then you have to realize where the opponent is and how they're moving.
Yep.
And it's that sort of like balance, and I really like that core part of it because it takes your eyes off the ball and have to look at them as well, and it's a great little system.
Yeah, that's so cool. And so, did you guys do all of the artwork in-house?
Yes, so the entire game is us, just the 4 of us. So we're projects earlier. So we're Suspicious Jam, and we're 2 programmers, 2 artists.
Yeah.
And we have this good split where we kind of range from a scale of most technical to most artistic.
Yeah.
So one of the programmers, the other programmer of me, is the most technical on the team.
Yeah.
I'm like one in, and then our first artist is one there, and then our main artist, the character designer, is like very, very great, very good artist.
Yeah, no, the art style is so unique and so cool, to see. I think, I know when you look at the name and you're like King of Ping Pong, and then you look at the art style, it's like, oh wow, this is cool. Because I think ping pong, typically probably has a bit of that it's just ping pong, it's just table tennis. But then you see the art style and everything of this game, and it's so cool. It's like you found a way to make ping pong cool. What? Fun, and not have a risk of you actually getting a ball hit in your face or something like that. It's a win-win.
That was a big inspiration for pursuing the game, was that even though there's other table tennis games releasing and have released past, they were very much VR, realistic. No one had taken this sort of fantastical spin on it yet. Yeah. So it was such a good sort of open field for us to take the inspiration of the game that we love, take a sport that is not getting too much love in the game world, and then sort of pair them together and get this cool blend.
Yeah, no, it's very cool and very unique, the art style as well, and the play style, being able to combine so many different things. So what are the biggest inspirations for the game, do you think?
I think visually, a lot of it is a lot of Street Fighter. I think Street Fighter 6 was coming out when I was making it. I was getting a lot of sets in on that, so taking a lot of influence from that.
Yeah.
Originally, there was Konami's Ping Pong from 1980 something.
Yep.
It's very similar perspective.
Yep.
Very jank. I played on a little arcade machine.
Yep.
And it served as sort of that original inspiration. It was Inscription plus that was my first combining pair.
Yeah.
And then it slowly formed into that, the Punch Out. And then Punch Out is the next biggest one. Mm-hmm. One that originally didn't start, or didn't originally think Punch Out. But then the moment we lined up the characters and got the camera, I was like, oh my god, this is Punch Out.
Yeah.
And then working those little references in, and then Wilfred and Bear Hugger and stuff from Punch Out is very similar in that sense.
Yeah.
And sort of trying to pair those little mechanics with our mechanics, but still keeping it fresh.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's just such a cool concept. Okay, I have a really difficult question.
Interesting. Okay.
An interesting question. Okay. This will be the question that stumps everybody. If your game was a coffee or tea blend, what 3 flavors would it be?
Ooh. I think for us on the dev team, it's a bit of an English breakfast. With a bit of honey in there. It's really sweet for us, really sweet to see. Great. A little bit of caffeine in there in the English breakfast, gets you going a bit. But I think for a lot of people, it's a bit of black coffee. It's a bit of very hard hitting. You either love it or you hate it. Yeah. But hopefully with the new update, there's a bit of sugar in there too, and it should hopefully lighten that up a bit.
But it's definitely got a bit of a punch to it.
It's 100% got a punch to it, 100%.
All right, so where can people follow you? Where can people find the game?
So King of Ping Pong Mega Mix on Steam. It's out now. We're on Twitter, we're on Blue Sky. It's usually at SusJam Games on Twitter, and then at Suspicious Jam on Blue Sky. We have a LinkedIn as well. We post on YouTube. We've done a bit of YouTube Shorts. Hopefully ramping that up a little bit in the future. But Twitter, Blue Sky, and then our Discord too. So you can find our Discord link on the Steam page. We have a shit ton of QRs on the booth. So if you want to swing around, get a Discord QR, join in. But that's probably the best place.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you so much for being the first interviewee, the first one up. We do have an entire weekend jam-packed with so many indie games, but you should really be here. honestly, this looking
100%.
around, this is so cool to see so many incredible games here and already so many people here. It's great. But yeah, thank you so much. It's been so great to chat and hear about Ping Pong.
Same.
Make sure you go check it out on Steam. It is
definitely.
out now,
Right,
and
yeah.
definitely keep an eye out for the new update dropping very soon.
Very soon.
Very soon.
We put a little teaser on Twitter. So
Okay,
very soon,
okay.
very soon. So.
In this game, you will run your very own shop in a magical fantasy land. Merchants of Rosewall dropped last week and we got to get a look into it. So in this video, we're going to be talking all about the game, everything you need to know, and whether or not we recommend playing. The game kicks off with you starting out your new life in Rosewall, the city of Rosewall, where you come on as a merchant through like a merchant government program, I guess is the best explanation for it. So you are brought there specifically to run your own shop and you're given help from the local government to get it up and running. You're given your shop so you can pretty much just go nuts and do what you want with it, but there isn't a whole lot of customization options to the actual shop itself. You pretty much play as like a manager in this game. So you hire on different crafting people to craft items for you to sell in the shop. So you don't physically craft the items yourself, but you get your employees to craft them for you. You start off with just one kind of specialty, which is cooking. As you progress, you'll unlock different types of crafting. So you will be able to craft with like stone and wood and fabric and different things to create different products. Each product will sell for a different amount and will require different ingredients to craft. So it's very heavy in the crafting side of things. So if you love crafting games, you will probably get a lot of satisfaction from that side of the game. To be able to craft things, you have to go to the local markets and purchase all of your raw ingredients. So there's different vendors there that specialize in different ingredients. So you'll need to visit each one, purchase your ingredients, take it back to your shop, craft the items, stock the items on your shelf, and then open your store. I really like the shopkeeping side of this game. I think the crafting is really fun. I liked that you had to go and buy the raw ingredients from the markets and that there was different events on that might mean that some ingredients were more expensive or less expensive. I really liked the mechanics of that shopkeeping crafting side. On the story side of the game, it essentially is this kind of mystery, and there are these little memory motes, I think they're called, in the game, which are basically these like little magical orbs that float around, and you accidentally swallow one and get pulled into a memory, and that shows you this history of this mystery town, and you kind of follow along on that journey to uncover what these memory motes are, what they mean, where that town was, how those memories are getting to Rosewall, and all of the like history and the mystery and everything around that whole situation. So you interact with quite a few different characters, and a lot of them are on the quirky side and make for a really interesting interaction. You do get to have a lot of choices in how you handle different dialogue situations, which is cool. And yeah, you just kind of follow this story along as you play. One thing I didn't love so much about this game is that it felt quite disjointed between the story and the shopkeeping side. A lot of the story events happen seemingly randomly. So you will just start the next day and then all of a sudden you're drawn into this big story episode, and then you have to go through and do specific things. It's very rigid in the gameplay. So you're either running your shop or you're progressing through story things, and it's done in a way that doesn't give you a lot of choice. You don't get to choose how you interact with the story. It was also a bit disjointed because you never really knew when the next story thing was coming up. It wasn't like you had to complete a quest and then the next story would kick off. It was pretty much just, oh yeah, this might happen today, it might not happen, I don't know. It was definitely interesting, but it did make it feel quite disjointed. The gameplay overall does feel quite rigid, and it's very much based on like your timings and whether or not you level up your shop as to when you can get new things. You're not able to just go and hire whoever you want. It's very segmented, and there's specific characters that you are allowed to hire at specific times, which I felt was a little bit frustrating. It kind of meant that you couldn't specialize in specific areas. You're basically here, you get what you're given, and that was a little bit rigid. I would have liked to have seen a bit more flexibility in that side. One thing I did pick up after playing for quite a while is that your characters actually level up, and when they level up, you're given a point to allocate to a skill of your choice. So through that system, you can get different characters up to different levels. So they could be a second in cooking, or a second in metalwork, or a second in stonemason, or whatever you want. But that is a long and slow process, and it's not made very clear in the tutorial that I saw. I would have liked a bit more freedom to specialize in specific areas and to really be able to like nut out, okay, I want to focus on cooking, I want to focus on this, I want to focus on that, rather than just being able to create random things and sell the most random assortment of things ever in your shop. The pacing was really good in this game. There was not a lot of time when you didn't feel like you could do something. So whether you were involved in the story stuff, you could skip through the dialogue at your own pace, and that was really good. And then in the shopkeeping side, you were either crafting, and then the actual shop open time wasn't very long, which I think is good. So it really has a good pace. You don't get bored. You kind of just keep going with the pace, and it felt really good to play. The only thing about the shopkeeping side that I would have loved to see added is more of a financial overview. There's not really any way to tell how much an item is going to cost you to craft easily, unless you like literally write down how much each individual ingredient costs and then work out if it sells for more than that. So I think being able to see more of a profit and loss, see more of a financial overview of how much everything costs, how much everything sells for. This does change day to day, which I think is great, and there are different market trends as well, which, you know, influence this. But I would have loved to be able to see it on paper a bit easier, rather than having to feel like I was doing math in my head. The design of the game is stunning. All of the characters are beautifully illustrated. The music and the soundtrack is beautiful and matches perfectly with the world. I liked how they set the scene for different environments too. So the music changes when you go to the market, to your shop, to the guild, or all the different locations. The music changes. I think that was really good. And the design overall really nails that fantasy theme that you want. It really feels like you're playing in this fantasy world, which is really, really cool. Overall, Merchants of Rosewall is a pretty solid game. It's very fun to play. The story is there if you really want a jam-packed fantasy visual novel kind of story feel. And the shopkeeping and crafting side is there too for those who like the more management side of the game. I would love to see a bit more of a kind of meshing of the two, and a bit more freedom to choose how you interact with the story and the shopkeeping, so you can focus more on the story if you want to, or focus more on the shopkeeping if you want to. But apart from that, this is a game that is really fun to play. So would we recommend checking this one out? Yeah, we would. It's pretty fun, especially if you love fantasy and you love management type games. Have you played Merchants of Rosewall yet? If you have, we'd love to know what you think, so let us know in the comments below. If you're looking for more indie game recommendations, click here. And until next time, stay caffeinated. Welcome to the Indie Brew, where we spill the tea on indie games.
Across our website and social media, you'll find reviews on the latest indie games, features with tons of indie recommendations, and the freshest indie game news.
Make sure you subscribe and follow across all of our different platforms to keep up with the latest in indie gaming, and so you get to hear about all of the incredible indie games we get to share.
We're so excited to be presenting this live stream event straight from the Games Expo in Melbourne. And I think it's about time for another interview.
So what are you waiting for? Grab a cup of coffee or your preferred caffeinated beverage and let's chat to another amazing indie dev. And welcome back to the stream. We are live from the Game Expo Melbourne. If you're not here, you should really get down here because there is so much awesomeness going on, including some incredible indie games. And I have got Ant here to chat with you about his amazing game. So tell us, Ant, what is the name of your game?
It's Lighthouse World. It's a game, Tasmania. It's anxiety. It's all these kind of things. What do you want to know about?
So tell us, what is the game?
Okay, so the game starts off with Nim, and Nim's androgynous. So to make it kind of a bit... Okay, well, let's step back a little bit further. Nim started when my boy, he came home from school one day and he was like, I'm going to do a drawing, and he drew a picture of this purple little character with some blue hair and said, "That's how I feel today, Dad." And I'm like, why do you look like an alien? He goes, "I just feel a bit alienated." And that's where the story of Nim came about. And so Nim androgynous because we wanted it so everyone could kind of see themselves as a Nim, basically. Yep. And Nim goes shopping for dog food to get Chewy, lovable dog, actual real life dog.
Very cute dog.
A miniature schnauzer for anyone that's playing at home.
Yep.
And Nim goes shopping for food, goes into the mall and gets really overwhelmed by the big crowd, and the mall falls apart in front of their eyes. And basically it's the start of the adventure because you have to then go through Tasmania because what's more beautiful in Tasmania?
So you are from Tasmania, aren't you?
Okay.
Kind of.
I'm going to lie and tell the truth here. I'm actually from New South Wales. I went through an anxious moment in my life where there were some things that happened, bad things that happened, and I had to find myself again, so I moved to Tasmania.
Yep.
So it's kind of a little bit of my story as well, in some ways, because I went to Tasmania and rediscovered myself, and now I live in Victoria. So
it's the whole thing. But the game started being developed in Tasmania, didn't it?
It started when I was in Tasmania because I wanted to. That was where I started rethinking in my life, and I think that's where my anxious moment came to a head, and I became a new person. So
tell us about the actual gameplay of Lighthouse World. So you start off with this adventure, your anxiety kicks in, and you are transported into this kind of alternate world.
Yeah, but so that's basically what's happening is that the mall falls apart, and then you kind of like start off in this half-crumbled mall, and you jump down some steps, and all of a sudden you're following these wilderness paths in Tasmania, and they're really based on real-life wilderness tracks that we used to love walking when we had an anxious day at home or whatever. And that we thought, these are so amazing, why don't we put these into a game so people can actually see that, and relax and get back onto their life.
Yeah, get a little taste of Tasmania.
Yeah.
So it really is, it's a cozy puzzle game, isn't it? Is that how you would describe it?
Yeah, other people say relaxing puzzle game.
Yeah.
It's got cute vibes. There is a really anxious moment at the start where you go into the mall and the blood gets pumping and everything falls apart. But once you get past that, then you can kind of find the peace inside of it. It's kind of, I think that's how anxiety works for most people do. You get to this moment and you have to break through, and we're trying to show that in the game. So.
Yeah, that's really such a cool concept to be able to translate that anxious experience and having to kind of push through that to get through it sometimes. So tell me about the puzzles in the game, because I know it's full of some really interesting puzzles. So tell me more about the puzzles.
When I started designing the puzzles, I came from like a mobile game background. When I started becoming an indie developer, I wanted to be an indie developer, and so mobile games are a really easy place to start developing games because they're just really small games.
Yeah.
And the truth of it is, if you can get people to download a free mobile game, you are a million times better than every other developer, because it is so hard to sell a free mobile game.
Yeah.
But one thing I learnt from mobile games was that people don't want to read instructions. They just want to go into it and they want to figure it out for themselves. So a lot of the puzzles were thought around the idea of, let's put something in front of people that they can understand without me having to explain it to them. And that's where it gets to be in a relaxing puzzle game where you've got this opportunity to kind of go, oh, that puzzle, I think I might have to do this, and then that puzzle's solved. And so there's Sokoban based puzzles, there's some, it's more just looking at the environment and going, oh, that has to go over here and then that will all make everything work, kind of thing.
Yeah, so it's more environmental kind of puzzles. And so Tasmania was obviously a really big inspiration. You mentioned that a lot of the locations are based off that. So what is your kind of favourite location in the game that you've been able to translate from real life?
If you ever get the chance in your life, go to the top of Ben Lomond. Okay, so Ben Lomond is the highest mountain in Tasmania. People don't know that because they mostly go to Hobart, and Ben Lomond's up the other end of Tasmania.
Yeah.
And there's this windy little track that goes all the way up the mountain, and it's called Jacob's Ladder. It basically zigzags up the mountain, and we've put that into the game. And it's just the first time we went to this mountain, we got to the bottom of the mountain, we saw this zigzag track. My wife got out of the car and goes, I'm not going up there.
Fair.
Yeah, and so I came back, I don't know, a couple of weeks later. I'm like, I didn't take her, I took the kids, and we got there and we drove up this mountain, and up the top, it was covered in a cloud because it's that high, so we couldn't see anything off the mountain.
Yeah.
So the third time we went there, it was actually snowing up the top, even though it was summer down the bottom. And then we could see everything, and you could see from the middle of Tasmania right to the coast. It was amazing. And yeah, like I loved putting that moment in the game. And that's at the end of the game when you're getting back out of the mall.
Yeah,
so,
So it really is like a metaphorical climbing a mountain.
Yeah.
Or like a literal climbing a mountain is in the game too.
Yeah.
All right, so tell me about what this development journey has looked like for this game. How long have you been working on the game?
It's been 3 years. I think the first year was us trying to find our art style.
Yeah.
One thing that people that play games a lot may not know is that texture painting is a real thing, and that can take a long time to do.
Yeah.
And so we started making the game, and we were like, hey, let's make something like Animal Crossing or around those lines. That would be really that'd be fun to do, kind of thing.
Yeah.
It is too hard for two people to make, you know?
Yep.
So
That's fair.
we had to kind of work out another way we could do this type of thing.
Yeah.
So.
And so you were always a team of two? You were a team of two from the start?
Yeah, well, it's kind of like me, I'm working on it full time.
Yep.
Liam, the art guy, he's working on it a fair bit, like a bit more than part time. And then Lyndon, the guy that makes the music, he's working on it very
when he needs to.
When he needs to, kind of thing. So
it's a bit like that.
So it's kind of like one and a bit.
It's an indie game. We don't have a typical 9 to 5 kind of work schedule, do you? So it's been, the first year was figuring it out, and then once you landed on this concept, where did you start getting the putting in the anxiety and stuff like that. Was that from the very start, or was that kind of after you'd landed on that art style?
The art style was always at the anxiety was always at the start.
Yeah.
And we always had this plan of you go out and you get anxious and then it transforms the world. But we didn't have the Tasmania part at the start.
Mm-hmm.
That came about by a happy accident kind of thing where Liam, the art guy, he's very... If I say to him, go and make this set that we're on right now, make these chairs, he'll go and measure them up and make them exactly to scale.
Yeah.
But he has no imagination. So everything he does is like completely to scale, done perfectly. So I'm like, oh, go and make, like, I want a bridge like that bridge in Tasmania. And he's like, oh, okay, I know what that bridge is. It's exactly this many meters wide. I'm going to make that bridge. And that's how the Tasmania, and then we're like, oh my God, we put like half of Tasmania in here. We might as well put that, that's a feature now. Like,
It is really cool seeing, like, I know you've got like the spirit of Tasmania in part of it.
Yeah.
That's in your trailer. And so it is cool seeing those kind of iconic things. Is there any hidden like things in there that only Tasmanians will understand?
Yes, definitely. So there's some stores, there's very famous kind of shops that were only in Tasmania.
Yeah.
Some of which have closed down now, and some of which are still available.
Mm-hmm.
And they are on the billboards around each level.
Yeah.
There's also anyone that plays AFL would maybe not know this. Over on the west coast of Tasmania, there's this footy field that's called the Gravel Pit, and it's literally a footy field that has no grass and it's only gravel.
Yep.
And we put that into the game because we're like, that's just like the greatest Tasmanian thing ever.
Yep.
When you fall over in the wintertime and it's -1 and you just graze all your body, like, what else do you want from your life?
Yeah. That's so cool. And so what have some of the highs and lows of the journey been for you making this game?
The highs are seeing, like, it's not the quantity of people that love the game, but the genuine people that just turn up and go, I can relate to this on such a level. I want to play this game, and they're so invested in it. That's like this. I just love those people. They make everything so real, and we just get like a buzz out of them.
Yeah.
The lows, I guess, is when you miss out on, I don't know, like a Steam Fest thing or something that, like, people are putting a group of games together and they go, oh, no, by the way, your game's not good enough, and you're like, you just don't get it. You know, like, that can be a bit of a kick. But yeah, all in all, it's a good journey. Like, we love it. So.
Yeah, that's so cool. And have you had a moment yet where all of the work that you put in has kind of just felt worth it? Have you had a moment where you've gone, oh, this is so worth it, what we're doing?
Not
yet?
Not exactly yet. But yeah, I just pinch myself every day when I get up. I love what I'm doing. Like, I genuinely love it. So it's not one moment, it's just many moments. It's like every day. It's like, how cool is this? You know?
That's so cool. So that would keep you going, knowing that you get to work on something so cool.
Yeah.
All right, sorry, let's go back to the game a bit. So we've talked a little bit about this already, but what do you think makes your game really unique from other games?
I think the kind of two things, the mental, we're going with anxiety, which I don't think that's really, there's a lot of games with depression, the character's so depressed and all blah, blah, blah. But anxiety, I think, is something that no one like, it's such a real thing that affects so many people, but no one really talks about that in video games a whole lot. They don't how do I deal with this moment of where I'm absolutely freaking out? Yeah. No one deals with that. So that's probably a big part. And the Tasmania part, like, I don't see many games that do Tasmania, like.
Yeah, no, that is so unique, I would say, absolutely. Yeah. But definitely the anxiety stuff, I think that is really cool to see represented in a game. And like you said earlier, like, players being able to see themselves in the main character is something that you can't always do with a lot of games. So I think it's a really cool kind of concept to explore this, this feeling and this, thing that we all kind of experience throughout our lives.
Yeah, thank you. But I don't know. It's nice. I love things like people give feedback like that. That's amazing.
Yeah. So do you think this is like a game that's suitable for kids?
Yes.
Yeah?
We haven't.
Obviously, you're not at the point where it can be like rated or official. But
Well, we're going for like a PG rating because,
Yep.
so there's moments in the game where you will die if you do something, because at the start we were going to make it, you can't die in the game, and one thing that happens when you can't die in the game, there becomes no challenge.
Yeah.
So then you just go, I'll just walk over these spikes. What's the point of, I can't die.
Yeah.
So you have to have dying moments in the game
Yeah.
to make a puzzle a challenge.
Yeah.
But when you die in the game, you just pop into some bubbles, and like there's no blood and gore and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Because is this world of Tasmania real or not real?
Yeah. Yeah,
so,
it's got that kind of a hybrid, alternate kind of universe type feel. Yeah.
So, I think it's going to be all right for all kinds of people, and we've tried to not make it too big because it's more of a conversation starting. If your kid's got anxiety, it does feel sad, maybe a game like this gets them to talk about how they feel, which is a great thing. So
yeah, definitely seeing how they feel represented in a game of all things is really cool. So what are you most excited about players getting to experience in the game?
I think how they feel, like the feeling, the emotion, the energy, that kind of thing. I love it when people can just, this speaks to me on all levels, this game. I love that, you know?
Yeah.
So.
And so tell me more about the story. So you go into the mall falls apart, and you're thrown into this different world. So what is the story? Obviously the game's still in development, but what is this story going to look like? Have you kind of got a bit more about what players can expect when they're playing through the game?
Well, then there's sections of the mall. So you kind of have like this Tasmanian thing, and then all of a sudden you'll walk across this section of the mall that's on the ground that just reminds you that you're in this mall kind of area again.
Yeah.
So there, I've drawn a blank for a second. The story is always kind of, it's a little bit like Mario in some ways.
Yeah.
Mario, you know what the story is. You know that you've got to save the princess.
Yeah.
Well, in this, you've got to save Chewie, and you've got to
get him his food.
You've got to get him his food, and so the story's always reiterating that kind of part of the game.
Yeah. But you obviously progress through different levels and different kind of environments.
Different worlds. So there's parts where it's more Tasmanian-esque, and then there's parts where you've kind of got the story that's right in your face. So it's the idea is that it's got a story of anxiety, but it's also a way for people. I'm not going to say cure anxiety, but we wanted to make a safe place for people that do have anxiety to feel like they can live in this world of Lighthouse World, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so it's not going to give you more anxiety playing it? No.
And maybe a slight little bit at the start.
A healthy dose?
Yeah, at the start you get this, but it's not designed to be painfully anxious.
Yeah. And so I have drawn a blank of the question that I was going to ask you about. Tell me more. I know you've been working really hard the last couple of months, and you've gotten a bit more done on the game. So tell me about what you've been working on recently. And I know you're very excited to share some of the stuff that you've been working on, particularly around the anxiety.
The entrance part into the mall.
Yep.
Yeah. So there's this cutscene I always knew how it was going to look in my own mind.
Yeah.
But to create that becomes like a whole different story. Like you're there going, oh my God, how do I make this mall fall apart, and how do I make it feel anxious, like what music has to go here, all of these type of things are really quite complicated, I guess. Like you're kind of going, oh, I don't know how it all fits together. So it's taking us actually like years to kind of work out how this cutscenes come together, but we're really happy with, we showed it to you just earlier.
Yeah, I got a sneak peek. If you're at TGX, go visit their booth, you'll get a sneak peek too.
Yes, that's true. And I think it sums up how a big crowd can make you feel in that moment of you just enter a space and go, oh, do we have to... Do I have to do this? Is this really happening? All of those emotions come to the forefront, and then it heightens to a point where you just collapse, and then all of a sudden you're in your peaceful zone. And I think that's a little bit like how if I get anxious, I get to a point where it gets really anxious, and then all of a sudden it becomes peaceful again. It kind of goes so fast that we wanted to represent that as well, like that actual roller coaster that can be anxiety. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, and so tell me more, because I know you guys have worked really hard on the sound design for the game. So tell me more about how you've really created this hybrid of showing anxiety, but also creating this relaxing environment.
You've been talking to Lyndon. I'm sorry about that. Anyone home that comes and sees us at TGX, sorry about our music guy. He talks forever.
Talk to Lyndon if you want to know really the details and the lore and the music.
Okay, so it's been a bit of a thing of, so when you're walking around in the actual main world, we've got like little sections of music. And what happens is they go for about 7 seconds or something like that. Yeah. And after that section of music, then it loops in another piece of music. And so all of a sudden you get this. So everyone that plays the game gets a different song, because it's basically inventing the song for you as you play the game.
Ah, that's cool. Yeah.
So, but by doing that, your brain can't become accustomed to the melody, which then makes you feel slightly
like
uneasy,
a little bit. You don't know what to predict. Yeah.
But because the music's so peaceful, it feels peaceful at the same time.
Yeah. So you're really creating this hybrid of like, I'm anxious, but I'm also not, but I'm okay. Yeah. Kind of feeling through that music.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And then combined obviously with the art style, I know you've intentionally gone with more of a kind of
low
cozy,
poly?
but low poly art style. So I know you said Animal Crossing at the start. So how did you arrive at the art style that you've got now?
It was what we could achieve.
Yeah.
It was an achievable thing. But it's kind of a hybrid. So it's not low poly where everything looks gross. Yeah. But we chose carefully where we were going to put smooth shadings and put our rounded corners on to make things look more bubbly and friendly. And it's choosing those moments of where we invest our art. Yeah. But then you get the trees, which are they're still very sharp edges, because things like that don't have to be as cozy and huggable.
So you've really done this like hybrid in the art style as well, of like combining some harsher stuff with some more cozy elements.
And we did paint all the ground textures. Yeah. So because just having a flat ground was quite exhausting for your eyes.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. So how can people support the game?
Obviously on Steam. Follow us on. You can go and wishlist it there, and follow us on I think I post something every day on all Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube,
all the platforms.
And it's probably really crap videos, but they're funny.
No,
they're funny to
really
me.
Good.
They're funny to me.
If you want more details, and post a lot of really behind the scenes stuff on your TikTok in particular. I've seen them pop up.
Yeah.
So if you want more dev live kind of stuff, definitely go and check out their social media, their Steam page to wishlist it. Of course, the all-important wish list. And if you're at TGX, make sure you come and say hello in person.
Yeah.
All right, are you ready for the lucky last question?
Oh my God, this hurts my brain every time.
This is the hardest question. Okay, if your game was a coffee or tea blend, what flavors would it be?
Okay, so I thought about this. I put so much effort into this question because I know you ask it to me all the time and I always come up with something boring. So I thought chai latte espresso.
Yeah.
Yeah, a hybrid mix. Like I think that sums up everything we just talked about really comfortably.
Yeah, like that little bit of like, there's a little bit of jitter in there, but
Yeah.
it's also like calming. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that. That's
Yeah.
a good answer. It's a
I
good
know,
answer.
it's taken me a long time. I've been stressing about that question for the last 3 weeks and I've had to look up every caffeinated beverage.
It's fine. It's fine. We like to keep you on your toes with some questions that you will never get asked in any other interview ever.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. Well, thank you so much
No,
for chatting with us.
Thanks for having me.
We are so grateful that you've been able to come on. We are so excited to keep following the progress of Lighthouse World. I know you guys have been hard at work and seeing how much you've even done since the last time we saw the game is really cool. So make sure you head over to Steam, chuck them a wish list, go to their socials, make sure you're following them for all of the updates on this incredible game.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will be back with another interview very soon, live from the Game Expo Melbourne.
Shadow of the Colossus meets Breath of the Wild meets Horizon Zero Dawn. Yellow Brick Games' debut title, Eternal Strands, takes you on a journey through Denevron, an area locked away due to a large magical cataclysm years ago. You play a young weaver of magic and a scout in a successful band of adventurers. You must fight your way through Denevron to find out what happened in this magical area so long ago, trying to find a way out while fighting off the creatures that lurk inside. Today we are going to be breaking this game down and giving you everything you need to know before you buy it. This is something we do regularly here at the Indie Brew, so make sure to hit that subscribe button if you want more indie game content. And without further ado, let's jump into the magical world of Eternal Strands. In this game, you play as Bryn, a weaver or a magic user, who recently joined a new adventuring band. During a regular scouting mission, your party fumbles into an area known as the Enclave, and you become the first weavers to do so since the area was sectioned off. The story is a underdog, sort of lost all hope style of story with twists and turns around most corners. There are extra parts of the story to explore through the side missions, but the main missions and main storyline itself does hold its own. With enjoyable characters and interesting location lore, the story is definitely one to pay attention to. I will say that towards the end, the NPC dialogue scenes got a little bit too much for me, but it wasn't enough to dissuade me from continuing to play the game. For myself, the story felt so familiar, yet like something I'd never heard of before. Something like a one-shot or session from a D&D campaign. Honestly, I'd love to play D&D in this world. The environment of Eternal Strands is one of the highlights of the game. With different areas around the Enclave to explore, the developers did a good job to make each area unique, but also make it feel like you weren't on a completely different continent. The overall design and atmosphere, mixed with the weather changing system that they've got set up, created new obstacles every time you left the camp. Another big part of the environment setting was the destruction. Pretty much the entire environment is destructible. Aside from a few really large buildings or some like strange undestructible metal gates, this did make the big fights interesting because you took cover behind a building or behind a large rock or a tree or something like that. And next thing you know, it's destroyed and you're scrambling to try and find somewhere to hide or moving in to attack. Overall, the design and functionability of the environment within Eternal Strands was great. But further in the game, there is a power that makes moving through this area extremely fun as well. Now, the combat mechanics are a big part of this game. It is not your standard hack and slash. And as I mentioned earlier, the environment does play a big part of the combat. But as Bryn, we have access to 3 main mechanics, and they are the weapons, the strand powers or our magic, and the environment itself. With your weapons, you get access to a sword and board. So sword and shield, you get a 2-handed heavy weapon as well as a bow. Now each of these can be crafted using different things to create different powers as well as being fully upgradable. So there is a lot of variety within the standard melee combat area. Next up, we've got the powers themselves, or the strands. and you have fire strands, ice strands, and telekinetic strands. Now the fire strand sets pretty much everything around it on fire, including the enemies and including yourself. I didn't actually use this too much in the early game, as well as the ice, but I wish I had of, because it does become extremely important later on in the game. And it's nice to know those things. The ice strand freezes enemies into place, but you can also use it to create bridges across gaps or walls around enemies to kind of section them off. You can either get away across a bridge or deal with multiple enemies while providing some form of cover. There are other things these two are used for, but I'm going to leave spoilers for another video. I really want you guys to try this out and see it all for yourself. The telekinesis strand was the one that I used the most, and it got me out of so many tough moments. The ability to pick up almost anything around you and just yeet it at your opponent was absolutely magical. Or even just picking up the enemy themselves and throwing them off a cliff. So many good shots there. This is where the environment comes in, utilizing every object or material that's around you to try and deal damage to your enemy. It's a good addition to the combat repertoire. Now, speaking of the enemies in Eternal Strands are all unique, each having their own strength and weaknesses, as well as having little things to help them make your journey painful. You have these little lava mosquitoes that like spit fire at you, causing the ground to turn on fire. They are annoying. You have these little chameleons, these invisible chameleons that spit acid at you and do chip damage, and you just can't see where they are. They are equally as annoying. There's also these frost hounds or frost dogs that attack you but cause a layer of ice around them, making it slow for you and also chipping away at your health. And another one that's extremely annoying. They're not all annoying though. Some of them are just standard enemies, but there is a good variety within the mix. Not to mention the arcs, actually, the robots, the corrupted robots. They all have their own different shapes and sizes that they come in, as well as their own abilities. But the key standout, and why I initially compared it to Shadow of the Colossus, are the large arcs and the beasts that you have to fight in order to progress, and also to upgrade your strand powers. These guys can be tough, and it did take a little bit of preparation before each fight to actually get to being able to fell them. The bosses were fun and they were intricate. Some of them even had specific conditions that needed to be met to show their strand, the thing that you would then go and use to upgrade. So there was, like I said, there was that level of preparation needed, or even experimentation, trying to hit the different things to get the strand to open up. Unfortunately, once you have fought them a couple of times, they do kind of just become a little bit more like your standard enemies. Once you know the pattern and where the key points to hit are, they go down pretty quickly. But luckily enough, Eternal Strands coming in at around about 20-ish hours of playtime wasn't long enough for that to become an actual issue. So overall, the enemies and the combat were mostly enjoyable throughout the entire game. Eternal Strands was a great debut from a new indie game company, and the animations and the art style alone were impressive enough to get me excited for the game. The first time I seen the Vox Machina style animations at the start for some of the cutscenes, I was really excited because you don't see animations like that in video games, and it's cool seeing a company try a new medium. With a story I'd love to see more of and such an amazing world to explore, I really enjoyed my time playing this game. Now, for those that are looking to pick it up, it does come in relatively cheap compared to other games at 59 Australian dollars. But if you do have the Xbox Game Pass, it is already on there, ready for you to go and download it. So what are you waiting for? I'm hoping to see more from Yellow Brick Games and hope they can continue to build on their current ideas and create something equally as fun as this one. And that was my first thoughts on Eternal Strands and everything you need to know before buying it. We would love to know what you think about this one. Have you picked it up? Are you looking to pick it up? Let us know down in the comments below. If you're looking for more indie game recommendations, click right here. And until next time, stay caffeinated.
Welcome to the Indie Brew, where we spill the tea on indie games.
Across our website and social media, you'll find reviews on the latest indie games, features with tons of indie recommendations, and the freshest indie game news.
Make sure you subscribe and follow across all of our different platforms to keep up with the latest in indie gaming, and so you get to hear about all of the incredible indie games we get to share.
We're so excited to be presenting this live stream event straight from the Games Expo in Melbourne. And I think it's about time for another interview.
So what are you waiting for? Grab a cup of coffee or your preferred caffeinated beverage and let's chat to another amazing indie dev.
Welcome back. We are here with another indie dev. We've got Ben from Memories Reach. Welcome, Ben. It's good to have you. So first up, what is the name of your game?
Memories Reach.
Memories Reach, as I just said. Tell us a little bit about the game.
So Memories Reach is an adventure puzzle Metroidvania. So it's a cross between those kind of genres, sometimes called a Metroidvania. So you can explore the world, solving puzzles, and in my case, as you solve, say, the major puzzle in each area, you'll get a new ability, which might be a new way of navigating through the world, or a new tool for solving different kinds of puzzles.
Yeah.
And that will allow you to backtrack and reach areas you previously couldn't get to, get to new areas, get to new puzzles, and so the world will gradually expand and grow like that.
Yeah, very nice.
In a classic Metroidvania sense.
And so obviously Metroid is a big inspiration for the game. Did you have any other inspirations apart from Metroid?
Sure. So yeah, Metroid Prime specifically was an influence on the visual approach to it. It's first person. It's kind of got this sort of behind the visor kind of aesthetic to it.
Yeah.
There's a bit of like scanning and stuff in there as well. I've sort of brought over as influence from that. But other than that, yeah, there's a lot of influence from sci-fi, particularly like from outside of games as well as in. There's a bit of Mass Effect in there. But there's influence from like The Expanse, the TV show and the books, and some of the works of like Arthur C. Clarke and stuff in there. I've thrown a couple of references in the game as well.
In the game as well.
That sort of stuff as well.
Yeah. It's cool to see people bringing outside influence outside of video games and just general sci-fi. It's really cool hearing people reading a book and then bringing that into video games as well.
Yeah, I think that's really important as well. If the only inspiration you take is other games, then you're going to make games in general become very sort of insular and derivative kind of genre. And you don't want that. Like it's healthy to bring in influences from other genres and from real life and from just outside of games. So,
100%. Now, I was having a look at the game before and I noticed the environments are absolutely amazing. Did you have influence for the environments from anywhere, or was that just always in your head as to what you wanted?
I had an idea in mind as for the sort of aesthetic I wanted to approach, which was this kind of like very large, bold geometric shapes, very huge mega structures and big obelisks and stuff. It's drawing on sort of like some very old sort of retro sci-fi art. Stuff from like the 70s, 60s and 70s, where you often have some of the classic artworks where there's these vast landscapes and these giant like pyramid or obelisk structures in there and sort of stuff. And I really like that. One person referred to it as space brutalism, which I was like, that's cool. I like that. I'm going to use that.
Yeah, nice.
So I've been calling it that from now on. It's just these gigantic, brutalist kind of like sci-fi structures in these sort of desolate landscapes and things.
I love the contrast between that sort of stuff, like the completely desolate wasteland, and then these epic, like constructed megaliths. It just looks so cool. I love that.
That's very much the vibe I'm trying to capture.
Yeah, nice.
It's been quite a challenge actually, because the art, it tends to be in these like vast, like desolate landscapes, as I said, but it's a first-person exploration game. You have to walk through it.
Yes.
So I can't have like a desolate desert with an obelisk at the other end, because the player's not going to sit there and walk for 30 minutes in one direction.
Yeah, you don't want to make a walking simulator.
Yeah. Well, I mean, walking simulator is great, but like, stuff happens along the way. You can't just push forward and go, all right, I'll turn on auto run and be back in 30 minutes. So I've got to like try and capture that vibe, but in an environment that's small and condensed enough that you can actually get to where you're going reasonably fast, and there's enough stuff to do along the way
Yeah.
that keeps it interesting. So
That's
been
it.
a tricky challenge, making it feel big without actually physically being too big.
Yes. Yeah.
So you can still move through it at a reasonable time. Yeah.
That's understandable. With the movement through the levels, how would you explain that? So you've got your puzzles, and then I noticed while watching you play the game, there is a lot of movement between different levels and different areas. Is it? How am I trying to word this? What does the progress through the area look like?
So, well, you explore on foot, and you also get some power-ups along the way, which will give you other ways of traversing the world. So one thing that's available in the Steam demo is the warp ability.
Yep.
Where you see the kind of like icons around the place, and if you click on them, you can zip towards them. And it allows you a shortcut over gaps and reach otherwise inaccessible areas. That's something you get partway through the game. I'll give it to you at the start of the Steam demo because
It's fun. Yeah. Yeah.
but as you play, so the new demo I got on display here at the show, you'll see those icons around the place, but you won't be able to use them yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they'll give you a hint that there's these other areas in the game to access later. That's how you traverse through it. The way the game is sort of structurally connected, it's all mostly one large interconnected environment. So, well, not entirely one large one, because there's one of the levels is set up in orbit in space around the
Yeah.
planet, which is not physically connected to the ground level, once it works. So there's some parts where you'll like use a teleporter to warp you to those areas and back, but they sort of connect to other areas throughout it. So it's all kind of one large sort of seamless in that you'll never see a loading screen.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Once you start the game, you'll sort of walk through and yeah, some areas will physically connect through doors and corridors. Others you'll take a teleporter or walk to other areas, and you'll sort of like gradually explore this one large world.
Yeah, and then the puzzles, they're obviously to progress, so are we talking puzzles to unlock mechanisms or
Right.
open doors or...
Yeah, so they come in a variety of different types. I kind of group them into three types. There's your isolated set piece puzzles, which you identify them very easily in the trailers and stuff, where they're like these hologram things and you like move bits and pieces around to solve this puzzle. And they're a very singular isolated puzzle. You solve that and it unlocks something. It might unlock a door, it might open a gate, raise a bridge, whatever. The next step up from that is kind of like the room-based puzzle, where there is some mechanic to the room that you need to solve. It might be like raising and lowering bridges, rotating bridges, raising and lowering pillars, and manipulating the environment in order to navigate it through to get the objective.
Yeah.
It's kind of like very similar to like a Zelda dungeon room puzzle.
Yes, yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then the next evolution up from that is kind of like what I'm calling the meta puzzle. So every level in the game has at least one large meta puzzle built into its design. So that spans multiple rooms. And it might be, so the way they kind of work out is that once you've like gone through the level, solved a bunch of the smaller puzzles, done the room puzzles, you kind of got an understanding how the level fits together. That's when I sort of like introduce the block, the gate you have to get through.
Yeah.
And okay, to get through here, there's some sort of mechanic I need to understand about the level holistically.
Yeah.
And how can I like manipulate this level or navigate it in such a way as to get past this obstacle?
I love those types of puzzles where it's like each thing is like it's got a purpose and you're learning as you go, and the overall experience has been built up to that area.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to achieve with each of the levels. There's something like that where you kind of like, as you just as you think you're reaching the end, you suddenly find yourself in a trap.
Yeah.
It's like, I can't get there. Well, how do I get there? And then you think back to what you've explored, what mechanics you've used, and like,
Yes.
okay, how can I go back and like affect the level to get myself over here?
Yeah, I love
So, so there's like different tiers of puzzle design throughout the game. And then, of course, there's a lot of exploration and exploration-based puzzles and secrets and sort of hidden stuff as well.
Yeah, that's
so you
awesome.
can sort of come back and find the different abilities you pick up along the way.
Yep, beautiful. So where did the idea for the game come from?
It evolved out of my last game, actually,
Oh,
which is
really?
a completely different game. Not connected in any way. But that was also an adventure puzzle game.
Yep.
But it was my first go at a solo indie project, and my first time programming as well. Like, I taught myself programming to make my last game. So I deliberately kept it quite simple. and it was more of a point-and-click style puzzle game. It's still first person, it's still 3D, but you don't walk around anywhere. You would click on an object, and the camera would zoom in, and you would solve the puzzle. And you'd zoom back out, and you click on a door, it would fade out and go to the next room.
Yeah.
And you'd solve puzzles in there. And so, it's a good game. I think it plays very well. It did pretty well for me. It's basically fun for this game, fun for the next one. But for the next one, I was like, I want to expand. I want to expand the scope of it. I want to take the opportunity to let you roam freely around the environment. And rather than each puzzle being a separate thing you just click on and solve, I want to build the puzzles in the environment itself. And so that's where the kind of half the design came from that. The desire to build a more expansive puzzle game. The second part came from, I've always wanted to build a Metroidvania.
Yeah.
I've always loved the interconnected level design. As a level artist, level designer, that's I've always loved about Metroidvanias. So I was like, I want to combine those two things.
Yes.
Take the expanded puzzle design from my old game and the Metroidvania level design and sort of squish them together. Flavor on cool sci-fi, which I'm a big fan of, and that's the game.
That's it. Beautiful. And I guess it's kind of linked. When you play your game, are you excited that sort of vision's coming into fruition?
Yeah, well, it's great when it finally starts to come together.
Yeah.
Very recently, end of last year, I finally got a complete playthrough of the game done. It's always been in parts. I built one level or I built another level, but they weren't properly connected, or I had puzzles built for different areas, but they weren't fully integrated. But last year, I set myself a goal of by December 31st, I'm going to be able to play my game from start to finish. And there may be parts that aren't finished. There may be you enter a room and the item you need is just there.
Yeah.
The puzzle to solve to get the item isn't in there, but you can pick up the item. So there's nothing to stop you getting it and continuing on and reaching the final credits.
Yeah.
So I was able to finally play on, because I went up to Brisbane for family for Christmas in November. So I'm Christmas week, when I've got no distractions because everybody's having Christmas. I'm working. So I was able to sit down, no distractions, and basically play through my game, stopping every now and again to fix a bunch of bugs, and then continue on, and finally play through the entire game, back and forth, link everything up, and finally reach the final credits at 5 p.m. on December 31st.
Oh, nice! So you made it. Perfect.
Yeah, and that was great because that allowed me to then go, right, I can now see for the first time. I always had a picture in my hand of what the full game looked like, but now I've got an actual example of it. I've actually fully played through it. I can see how the whole thing actually fits together and compare that to how the picture in my head of it.
Yeah.
And what was working, what didn't. I could physically map it all out on paper, graph it all out, here, you go here, get this, which let's go here, and map it all out, and then sit back and look at it and go, okay, what needs to change, what's working, what doesn't work, what can I move around, and that was really great.
That would have been a really cool feeling.
It was a very, very good moment. It's something I wish I arrived at much earlier on in development, but this game has taken way too long as it is. So.
Speaking of, how long have you been working on the game?
3 years now.
3 years.
3 years as of, I think, this month.
Okay.
The start is a bit vague when I actually started.
Yep.
Because I was working on a few different prototypes around February, March in 2022, I guess it was. And I eventually settled on this one as the one to go forward. So when it actually started, I'm not sure.
Oh, so there was a couple other concepts sort of in the area, and you're like, which one do I want to go with?
Yeah, what direction do I want to go? Which game? They're all sort of very vague, vastly different games.
Yeah.
And this kind of the Metroidvania puzzle game was one of them.
Yeah.
That was the one I settled on.
Okay.
But that was about 3 years ago today. Yeah, well, this month,
this is. You don't have to answer this, but are those other games still in the back of your head, or are they?
They are.
They're gone.
One of them in particular, I'd really like to do one day.
Yeah.
I set it aside because it was. There were issues with the. It required skills that I don't have.
Yeah. Okay.
And it would require someone else on full time with that skill set.
Yeah.
Which I did not have the budget for another full-time staff.
Which is fair.
So,
Which is fair.
I think it's a great, interesting game to explore. I'd really love to do it. Maybe next time. If I can, maybe I'll work with a publisher next time and I finally find that funding to have people on full-time, then I can afford to do that game.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Awesome.
But that's a whole...
That's in the future. So what has the development journey looked like for you?
Well, I guess we've done some of it already, haven't we? So
Yeah.
Yeah, it started about 3 years ago with early prototypes. I kind of liked how it went. I worked on it pretty quiet for the first 6 months or so, or more, and announced it in, I think, September 2022.
Yep.
I think I said it was coming in 2023. So that didn't happen.
Oh, well, you're still getting there.
But yeah, no, I took a demo over to GDC in 2023, and that was the first time I showed any version of it to just a random public audience.
Yeah.
So I'd taken early prototypes and early walkouts to like dev meetups and stuff and showed it to friends. But GDC was the first time I showed it to just a random indie dev meetup at GDC. So hundreds and hundreds of people, just random people playing it. And that was really great. That was when I finally realized that, I got reassurance that what I was building was something good. So people played it and they liked it and they got excited. I was like, great. It's not just my friends and family getting excited, which you can never really trust.
It's not just friends going, it's good.
Yeah, exactly. There's random people who have no stake in it and don't know me. They can go, I love it.
Yeah.
And some people would come back for another go, that's when you know they're actually being serious about it.
And that's reassuring because you always want to look at playability and replayability, and it's like, if you've played the demo and you're like, you know what, I want to give this another shot, that must be an amazing feeling.
It is, because it's hard to trust positive feedback at trade shows because you don't know if they're just being nice.
Yes,
So you kind of have to rely on how did they actually respond when they were playing it? You got to watch that. Or if they come back for another go to talk about, or to just talk about it more, or they bring their friend back. It's like, okay, this person actually does love it.
Yes,
And sometimes you can tell when they're talking to you, they are genuine about how much they like it and stuff. And sometimes like, yeah, man, it's great, I like it. Thanks for letting me play. And walk off. Like, okay,
That was a great game. See you later.
It's not for you, And it's like, it's not for everybody. Like, no game is going to appeal to everybody. So,
No, that's it.
Whatever.
And that's the beauty of having such a wide variety of games these days. It's everyone has a chance to play something that they like.
Yeah, and especially at shows like this, which have such a broad variety of indie games.
Yeah,
it's great.
oh, there's
great to
heaps
see
of
so
different
many
ones.
different indies, a lot of locals, lots of different games, different genres. It's great.
Yes, it's fantastic to see, and it's fantastic to see the indie section in general being so big. It's last year when we did the showcase, there was so many people, and I was like, this is fantastic. Australia's got a really good indie scene, and I love it.
Yeah, I like this. I'm looking forward to actually getting a chance to go around and explore it a bit.
Yes,
This is my first time at TGX. Last year I was at PAX in Boston when this was on, so it was overseas.
Yes,
At a much larger show. That was nuts.
Yeah, that would have been crazy.
Thousands of people, 4 days long, it was insane. So this is so chill in comparison.
Yes,
I love this. This is much better.
There's a lot more. I feel like there's a lot more intimate. You can spend the time talking to people about it. You don't have to worry about how many people are outside the booth.
And it's the way I'm approaching this as well. I like these smaller shows because it's an opportunity to show other parts of the game.
Yes, yeah.
So a big show like PAX, where you get lots and lots of people through, like hundreds or thousands of people, then in those cases, I approach that more as a marketing push.
Yeah.
I have a dedicated demo for PAX. It's a lot shorter. It's a lot smaller. It shows like the core essence of the game, and it's designed to just try and get as many people through as fast as possible.
Yeah.
To get them to play the game, to get them wish list it, and get the next player through. It's a big public event. You don't want to waste an opportunity. But smaller shows like this that are more intimate with fewer people, then I'm like, right, well, I'm going to have longer demos. I'm going to have early prototype levels or work in progress levels where I can just get people to sit down, play for like half an hour or more if they're keen on it, and just like play test this new area.
Yes, yeah.
I've done that a few times in smaller shows, and that's what I'm doing for this one. So the main demo I'm showing here is what will eventually be my new demo on Steam, because the one on Steam is the PAX demo, so it's not a great demo for Steam because it's so short. So the new one is a big chunk of the game. It's going to go for 1 to 2 hours. At TGX, there's a hard cutoff. It cuts out at 30 minutes. So
which is fair enough.
Fair enough. But when it finally goes up on Steam, there won't be a time limit. You'll just play for the whole thing. But it represents the whole first chunk of the game. So it's the tutorial introduction section, and the hub, and the first level of the game. So it's a great opportunity. It's my first time actually showing it publicly. I've been taking a bunch of notes. It's been great to watch people how they play, how they respond to the intro, whether it's communicating what I need to communicate for the tutorial section. And so it's good.
Beautiful.
And shows like this are a great opportunity to do that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. And like you said, you can get that feedback visually. You can see them and see how they're ticking, and ask them questions, which I guess that'd be hard doing from feedback off of Steam.
Yeah, because you can't watch them play.
You
have to get volunteers to record their show. And so when I do the Steam demo, I'm gonna add analytics in there. So at least I'll get data about what puzzles are solved, how long they play for, where they get stuck, that kind of thing. How long they take to get through section 1, how long they take to get through section 2. And I'll be able to collate all that data, which will be great. And there's a bit of that here as well. This demo is recording to my hard drive. It just records a spreadsheet.
Oh, so you'll be able to watch back and...
Well, not watch back, but it records just to a CSV file. It says, demo was started now at X time. They solved puzzle 1 at 2 minutes in, solved puzzle 3 minutes in, and completed the demo after, 20 minutes. So there's nothing in there that tells me who it was. It's just I can just average it out at the end. The average playtime was this. The average time of puzzle 1 was this. And does that line up with what I wanted?
Yes.
If not, then I need to adjust things to
Good feedback. Good feedback. Have you had a moment that has made all the work feel worth it? I know you said that first playthrough was a big thing, but
I guess I kind of preempted your question. That was it. That was the first time when I first took, because up to that point I was I haven't done a public playtest. Is it a good game? I think it is. And so when people actually played it and enjoyed it, oh good, people actually like it. And then the first time I took it to PAX was that sort of feeling again, where I actually got random, just not developers playing it, but random public playing it. And saw a good bump in wish list, which suggests people actually enjoyed it enough to go wish list it. And so it's things like that. Every time I take a new thing to a show, that's when I get one of those moments. Because people get to play it, and it's kind of make or break. It's is this doing what I want it to do? And luckily, so far, most of the time, the answer is yes.
Good. That's what we want to hear.
Occasionally, it's not. But usually those are the really rough blockout versions, which are great because they're the ones that can change.
Well, that's it. What about some highs and lows? What have been the highs and lows?
Well, the highs are those shows. It's getting you to play these new sections. I'm having some highs today over there playing the new demo. Lows, I guess, have been when I've been looking at the scope of the game and what's left to do, and going, I told people I'd ship this year. That's not going to happen.
That'd be hard.
I'm very hopeful for 2025, but I'm not setting a date.
That's fair enough.
I've learned that lesson.
That's fair enough.
So those have been the low points, because I've wanted to get this game out. Well, I initially announced for 2023. That didn't happen. I was like, that's all right. 2024, I'll get it done.
Yeah.
It didn't happen. And that sucks.
I've
because,
heard many people...
I told people it's going to be out, and I personally want to get it out. And it's just like, oh, I overscoped this thing.
I've heard many people say that they, they set that first date or that first year, and they're like, I don't think I'm going to get it by then. It's coming out soon. That's it. It'll come out eventually. We've got an announcement over the top. I don't know whether that comes over the top, but we can hear it.
We're good?
Or we can't hear it. We're good, okay. So, next question is, what makes the game unique?
To me, I think it's we've already been through a bit of it. The way I'm blending the puzzle genre and the Metroidvania genre, that's to me, I think, the key uniqueness in my game. And in particular in a first-person exploration Metroidvania, which there are very, very few. And certainly not many that are puzzle-based.
Yes, yeah.
So we've already covered the different types of puzzles in the game and the way they kind of blend into the level design. And I think that's what I like to focus on the most.
Yeah.
Because that's what I think is the most unique element of the game.
Most unique element of it, yeah. What are you most excited about players experiencing in the game?
I really want them to get in there and start exploring the world.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of that. There's more in this demo than in others because the PAX demo is designed to be very, very short and condensed. There's not a lot of opportunity for exploration.
Yeah.
But the new Steam one, there's no time limit. So
Yes.
I've been able to make much larger environments for it, let people explore more of the game, add in things like the map, which is not in this one, but will be in the Steam one. You'll actually be able to see the map and you see it open up as you go, see areas you can't get to, hide a lot more hidden objects and secret paths in there, and get people really like digging in and exploring all the secrets and hidden bits of it. So it's because a big focus so far has been the puzzle design and the puzzle solving, but a whole other side of the game that hasn't really been demoed yet is all the hidden secrets. And so I'm really keen to get people let people explore that, especially on the Steam demo when it finally goes up.
Yeah. Amazing. How can people support the development of the game?
You can wishlist.
Wishlist.
Go on, Memories Reach on Steam, give it a wishlist, download the demo that's currently there, give it a go, follow along. I've got a mailing list. If you go to my website, which is just memoriesreach.com, that's Memories Reach, it's apostrophe S. The URL doesn't have the apostrophe, obviously, it's just YS. Maybe I shouldn't have made a game title with apostrophe in it. My friends warned me against it, and I didn't listen. But there we are. But yeah, give it a follow. Give me a wishlist, and join the mailing list. You can get into some early betas of the Steam demo and stuff.
Yep.
So yeah.
Perfect. For our last question is, if your game was a coffee or tea blend, what 3 flavors would it be?
Okay, I gave some thought to this one. So I'm going to pick 2 of my favorites because they're my favorites, and that is a chocolate and hazelnut.
Oh, okay.
Which I think that's a fairly, there's enough complexity there that makes it kind of puzzly.
Yep.
And I think hazelnut brings in a bit of the sci-fi, but I'm going to go for the third one. I don't know how this would go because I've never tried this as a blend, but I'm going to go just a little hint of cinnamon. Just a little hint. So
chocolate, hazelnut, and cinnamon.
A little hint of cinnamon. I don't know if it'll work. I don't think it will. But I want to try it. Like just a little bit, not too much. Because I think the cinnamon's too spicy.
Just a touch, yeah.
Just a touch, sprinkled on top. Might just sort of bring out that extra little bit.
I like it.
I'm going to try it.
I'd be keen to try it myself.
Well, it might be awful.
Thank you for joining us at TGX. It's a really cool experience to be able to do this live from here. Hopefully the rest of the weekend goes well for you. I'm keen to come across and give another shot because I've played one of the demos. I should just say that. Try not to figure out when it was from.
You did play an early version of what's in the current demo.
Yes, yeah.
You played a version of the first level of the game, the jungle environment, I believe.
Yeah.
So what's in this demo is the new hub section and that jungle area and the tutorial. So there's a whole bunch of new stuff.
So a little bit more, a lot more to explore. But yeah, thank you for coming on, and we'll hopefully we'll see the new demo coming out soon.
Soon. It will be in a future Next Fest.
Yeah.
I don't know which one yet, but a future one.
There we go. All right, stick around, guys. We'll be back in a little bit longer. We'll be back in a little bit to talk to another indie dev. Be back soon. See you later.
Buckle up because there's a seriously cool new city builder hitting Steam this year, and it's not your average block placer. We're talking a wild mix of city building, survival, and physics all rolled into one. It's called All Will Fall, and the developers dropped a playtest right alongside the announcement of the game. We happened to grab an invite, and let me tell you, we've been hooked. Let's deep dive into this game, check out what makes it tick, and share everything we know about its upcoming release. From the moment you set foot in this game, it throws you right into the deep end. Quite literally. Your ship will crash into some sunken wreckage and it immerses you immediately in this post-apocalyptic sunken world where the sea has basically risen and swallowed everything. The landscape is basically a massive ocean dotted with these random ruins, which luckily are packed with resources and stuff to scavenge. You are not here by yourself though. You've got a whole colony of people relying on you, so you've got to manage those people, manage your resources, and build a city from scratch. No pressure, right? So to start off the game, you really need to look after your people first, which means food and water, and that is essentially what you need to scavenge first. After that, you do have other resources like wood, junk, and metal, which are used in a lot of your building projects. Now, it does get a little bit tricky because the ship that you crash land with is totally destroyed. So you can harvest the resources from it, but you cannot use it to travel between the sunken wreckages. So instead, you've got to use the scavenged resources to build bridges and supports to be able to get to the different parts of the sea. Now, this is where things get really interesting because you can't just slap stuff together willy-nilly. You've actually got to think about how you're building things and make sure everything is supported properly, or all of your buildings will fall into the sea. The smaller gaps between some of the wreckages that you're navigating to aren't too bad, and usually you can get away with just building a walkway and it's no big deal. But once you get to the larger gaps, that's where you really need to start being mindful and making sure that your walkways and your buildings are adequately supported, or otherwise they literally will just fall into the ocean. Now, it can get interesting because there's not a whole lot of guidance in this playtest as to how to do it in an appropriate way. So it is a little bit of trial and error, but it is really fun figuring out how to best support things and just how far you can push your structures before gravity swallows them whole. There are tons of different buildings that you can unlock, like greenhouses to grow food, docks for ships that you can then send out to scavenge even more resources, and there are really a bunch of different ways to get your hands on the resources, which is really interesting. Now, of course, there is a research tree because what is a city built on without one? This one lets you unlock things like renewable resources, but it also has some moral dilemmas that you'll need to navigate. You can burn wood, boil water to make it drinkable, but you'll also be polluting the environment if you do that. A lot of the research options have this kind of pick your poison vibe where you really need to decide what's going to be best for the environment as well as what's going to be best for your colony, which really does highlight the post-apocalyptic world that you're living in and how those things might actually affect things like the sea levels and other weather conditions. You really do get to decide what type of leader you'll be, and not just in research, but also with your colony. There's lots of random events that occur throughout your everyday colony life. So there's things like a random ship might float by and you get to decide whether you want to take the people in or just steal all of their resources and leave them to float in the middle of the ocean. You also have things like uprisings of your people or people not being happy with some of your decisions. And each of these scenarios has different decisions with different consequences. So you do really need to think about what you're doing and what type of leader you want to be. Now, it's not quite as hectic as Frostpunk, for example, but it definitely has that same feeling of making these moral calls while trying to survive in a kind of messed up world. The colony management itself feels really hands-on. It's very individually based, so you're assigning individual people to specific tasks and you really feel like you're actually in charge. It's not like one of those top-down colony sims where you just give general orders and it kind of solves itself. You're right in the thick of it, which it's really nice if you love that hands-on aspect. If you thought managing resources, buildings, and people was enough to keep you busy, you were right, but there's more. So you also have to wrestle with the weather in this game. So the tides change. You'll get high tide, you'll get low tide, and you'll kind of get like this mid tide. And each of these different conditions brings with it a different set of challenges. So high tide will mean that your boats are stuck, so they can't collect any resources while it's high tide, and some of the lower levels will actually be flooded, so you need to make sure your people can get out before the high tide hits. Low tide will reveal new resources on those lower levels, but you do need to be quick about grabbing them because the water can come back in and then your people will potentially drown if you don't get them out quick enough. So this weather adds a whole other layer of strategy and timing to the game, and it really gives some variation to the day-night cycle of the game, because not only do you have day and night, but you also have high tide, low tide, mid-tide, and as you play, the water levels will rise and drop depending on the environmental impact. The weather was definitely one of the more interesting elements to the game, and I'm really interested to see how it's going to play out in the full version and whether or not we'll see more bigger weather events that have different effects too. The devs have hinted at more locations and buildings in the full game, which is really exciting. I'm guessing from what we have that we'll see some kind of multi-location setup, so you'll be able to have different settlements across different landscapes, which will be a cool way to manage different colonies. Now, all of this is based on the playtest, but even with just that, it's clear there's a ton of potential in this game. The playtest only gave us one level and one kind of environment, which was a little bit limiting, but even then, I found myself playing this game for hours and going away thinking about how I wanted to go back and do things differently, or research something else, or try something else. So it really has that draw that captures you. Even though it's early days, I'm actually really impressed with Fall. It combines all of the best bits of city builders and colony sims, but also with a physics twist and a survival twist. It kind of feels like a mix of Frostpunk and Raft, but without Raft's super hands-on resource gathering, and without Frostpunk's freezing cold and really intense moral dilemmas. It's definitely one to keep an eye on, with the game currently planned for release in 2025. And if the playtest is anything to go on, I think they're definitely on the right track. The playtest has been extended until the 10th of February, so if you're watching this before that, you can head over to Steam right now and jump in and see if you like it yourself. But otherwise, this is definitely one to add to your wish list and keep an eye on for a really interesting city builder experience. That's why we're gonna wrap up this video. If you're looking for more indie game recommendations, click here. And until next time, stay caffeinated. Welcome to the Indie Brew, where we spill the tea on indie games.
Across our website and social media, you'll find reviews on the latest indie games, features with tons of indie recommendations, and the freshest indie game news.
Make sure you subscribe and follow across all of our different platforms to keep up with the latest in indie gaming, and so you get to hear about all of the incredible indie games we get to share.
We're so excited to be presenting this live stream event straight from the Games Expo in Melbourne. And I think it's about time for another interview.
So what are you waiting for? Grab a cup of coffee or your preferred caffeinated beverage and let's chat to another amazing indie dev.
And welcome back. We are at the Games Expo in Melbourne and we are talking to Alex, an indie dev. Alex, can you tell us what is the name of the game?
Sure can. I'm the writer or / narrative designer of Letters to Arala, which is an indie game about delivering mail on a small Australian island. But everybody is a fruit with a big juicy bum. That's our spin on it.
We were hoping you'd bring that up. So can you tell us a little bit more about the game?
So we started developing this game during lockdown when everyone was really stuck at home, and let's face it, everybody wanted a summer holiday on an island, somewhere where it was beachy and everything was cruisy and low stress. And we said, we can make a game about that. We can bring that to people. Took us a while, 5 years to be precise, but we are well on the way to content complete, and we're really excited for people to start playing our game. So you start as a turnip who is fresh to the island of Arala, and you show up and you get told, oh, you've got to deliver mail on this island. There are no addresses on these envelopes though, just pictures of what something on the property or a person that you have to take it to. So it's your job to figure out where exactly it needs to go and chat to people along the way. Some people have got some pretty big problems that they're trying to work through, and it's definitely well within your powers to sort that out. So
beautiful. And so is the main concept of the game is the letter delivering?
Yes, correct.
And then there's like interactions with the characters through standard narrative, or
yeah, basically it's very much a story-based game, and there is over 60 individual letters for you to deliver, and this is actually a crime in real life. You should never read anyone's mail in real life, but in our video game you absolutely can. Rip open those letters, get straight to the good stuff, read through everybody's, some of them is gossip, some of it's, some important, I can't reveal everything that's in the letters, of course, but there's some really interesting letters in there and you get to read them all, so.
That's awesome. Opening up the letters as a postman and reading the juicy gossip. I like it. And I love the way you said, like, during COVID, like escaping to an island. I know 100% that I was thinking about that while we were sitting at home. I think I picked up, what did I pick up again? My time at Porsche, because I just wanted to get out. I needed something to get out of the house. I needed anything.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I sunk about 600 hours into Animal Crossing over lockdown, so we're not immune, but yeah, we wanted something that brought a bit of an Australian twist as well. There's something about Australia and our beautiful natural environment that we have here that is just so charming. All of our beautiful bushland, you can hear in the game all the sounds of our wonderful Australian wildlife, especially our birds and bugs. It's just, Australia is such a magical place and there aren't enough games set here, so
100%.
We wanted to do that too.
And we've got such a diverse bushland as well, with the we've got vastly different forests, vastly different landscapes. It's
for sure.
Such a good, I agree, I love Australia.
There's so much to cover with Australia, with our, like you said, totally diverse landscapes. We have zeroed in on specifically Melbourne and a little bit of Tasmania kind of inspired landscapes. So if you are from Melbourne, you'll probably recognise quite a lot of the plants that are there. But if you're in Australia, you'll recognise some of it at least. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. And so people overseas can have a little bit of a
taste.
introduction, a taste of what sort of Australia does have to offer. That's cool. I like that. So where did I know you touched on it a little bit, but where did the idea from the game come from outside of just COVID?
So this is really funny, but our creative director Chantel, who is amazing, basically tweeted out a piece of concept art with some fruit bums. It was just some fruits with butts, and Chantel was like, I kind of have this idea. I want to just write a bunch of letters and model a bunch of like cool mail. And I was like, I would love to write some cool letters. And then our friend Nat was like, I would love to do some programming. And then we just started working on it in the middle of lockdown.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I love that. So the idea came from just doing fruits with butts.
Yeah, she was just sketching away and posted it on Twitter, and that's how it started.
I love that. That's
and now we're here 5 years later at an expo, which is crazy.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, that must be a cool feeling, going from something that you just kind of went, I'm interested in that, to showcasing it at an expo.
I think it was we've been very, very lucky, and we've had a couple of rounds of government funding, and it was definitely like a big moment that first time where we applied and we were just making games in our bedrooms. Like, we thought we were just being nerds, like we're making something that we love, but we weren't sure yet if other people were going to love it. And when the Screen Vic, it was Film Vic, now it's Screen Vic. When the Screen Vic team got back to us and said that we'd been successful with our first grant, it was like mind blown. It was people want to play this, and it's snowballed since then, and we can't wait to see how big the snowball gets.
So, have you done other conventions as well?
Yeah, we've been at PAX a couple of times. We just had a little thing at GDC in America. That's where Chantel is right now.
That would have been so cool.
Yeah, very cool.
That would have been massive.
We've been around.
So, you said 5 years. The next question is, how long have you been working on the game? But we said 5 years. Has that been a solid 5 years, or is that sort of in between other things as well?
For me personally, like a lot of creatives, I'm balancing a full-time job as well on top of game dev. So for me, it was like a bit more full-time at certain points during my life and a bit less. But we have a team of about 10 people, and some of us are full-time on it, but quite a lot of us have other projects as well. So still hundreds of hours though.
Yes, yeah. And that's cool, having the flexibility, because it's a lot of content creators and creators, they've got that full-time job to wrestle with, is that the right saying? And it's so cool to get to that point where it's like you start seeing the progress from the situation.
Totally.
You're like, this is amazing. So our next question is, what has the development journey looked like for you and the team?
Yeah, definitely. So like I said, we started out during COVID. It was definitely like we were working in our bedrooms. Still haven't quite made it out of there. We don't have an office or anything. But our team has grown to a little over 10 people. I think at our biggest we had 11 or 12, and we've dropped back a little bit since then. But everybody in our team is so amazing. Everybody's bringing a different skill set, experience from different projects, and just like a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of love and passion to the project, which is just awesome. I can't express how amazing it is to work with people who are so pumped about a project and just want to make it the coolest game that they can. That's an awesome feeling.
Passion does make a big difference, I think. And so you said, was it 3 that started?
Yeah, it started off with as 3 of us, but we pretty quickly grew to 5 or 6.
Yeah, was that just from the fruit jiggly butts, or was there more to it?
Just like as we needed to fill out more roles in the studio, basically. Yeah, so we have myself as the narrative designer, Chantal is our creative director. She does a bit of, a lot of producing and also a bit of art on the side as well. We've got Bailey, who's our other artist. Nat stepped back from programming after a little while, but Rhiannon is doing most of our programming now. We've got Dana on music and Ben on sound effects, and Mickey, who is our amazing tech artist. We have a big team full of all really awesome people. You should check out our website so you can see their work if you're interested.
Oh, so you can see all the different parts of the project.
Yeah, we have our names and faces on the website so you can see who does what.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's good. Have you had a moment that has made all the work feel worth it?
Oh, that's such a tricky question. I think my favorite moment is always when like somebody picks up the controller at playing our booth, or I guess it would happen at home, but I don't get to see it. But it's awesome to see at conventions like this one when people pick up that controller and they hit play and they just have a laugh.
Yeah.
Like that, I think, is probably game developers' biggest like dream come true, is just that people enjoy the stuff that we make and get to have a laugh or just spread some joy, and that's awesome. Like, that's a really epic feeling.
I think that's been the general consensus across the board, is that moment that someone enjoys the game or connects with something in the game.
Totally.
And they walk away maybe feeling a little bit better than what they did when they walked in, or they walk away going, I am so excited for that game.
Yeah,
it's generally
absolutely.
been the overall. So what have been some highs? What have been some of the highs and some of the lows of the process?
Of course, some of the highs, being lucky enough to be successful in some of our government grants. That's awesome. We really can't thank Screen Vic and Screen Australia enough, and to thank them for their guidance. Also, guidance from other people in the industry. You know who you are, but just asking for help, and then other people being so excited and willing to help us and help our game be the best game that it can be, it never gets old. It's always going to be a high.
It's so good to hear that too. It means the community's good. It's what we expect from the community. And then you hear stories like that and you're like, it's good to hear. It's really good to hear.
It's also really awesome to meet people who have played our games at previous conventions and then come back and say, I remember you guys from PAX in 2023 it would have been. That's awesome. Like, thank you so much to everyone who has come and said hi to us and kept up with us over the years that we've been working on this. I guess some of the lows, I mean, I don't want to say there aren't any, but scheduling is always an issue for indie developers. Like we were talking about juggling multiple jobs before, it's always a little bit of a bummer when you realize, I can't do this thing that I wanted to because I've got this other life commitment. But I think our team is pretty good at, being really organized and balancing our life stuff with game dev and finding ways to be really flexible. I have a chronic illness, and it's really awesome that if I'm having a sick day where I can't do anything, that our team is like, that's cool, just get to it when you can, and I can push through on other days.
Communication would be such a massive thing.
Absolutely.
In such a self-led team, I guess. It's and it's good to hear that there is that freedom to go, you know what, I need to take my own day, I will get to it.
100%, yeah.
It's the support network that you need to do something you love, which is awesome. What makes the game unique?
Oh my gosh, that's a hard question. Yeah, all of it. I think what makes it unique for me, what feels like the unique part for me is, and not to say that no other games have done this, but something that I guess being the writer, I feel like makes this feel unique to me, is that all of our stories are really heartfelt, and our characters feel like real. Their problems are, they're a bit silly. I don't want to go into too much detail and spoil every story for you guys. But I think that when characters have stories and kind of deal with problems that feel a little bit real to you, I always feel like that feels really unique because you can kind of see the stuff that the developers have been through in their lives, or the stuff that they want to talk about that they're obviously really passionate and care a lot about. We have a lot of women on our team, so our story is, or our game is from a female-led studio. We have lots of really cool female characters in our game. We have lots of awesome queer characters in our game and queer narratives. We just want everyone who plays our game to feel completely welcome and to be who you are.
I think it's a big part of games these days, finding that connection. I know for me, if I'm playing a game and I just can't connect to any of the characters, I struggle to move forward with the game.
Yeah.
But even if there's like a small connection right at the start, I'm hooked. It's any form of connection. I really think it's a big thing with games these days. Maybe not strategy games, but when it comes to story-led games,
For sure.
I feel like it's a big part of the game.
I really hope that people who get to play our game when it's finished find that connection and feel that warm, fuzzy feeling.
Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of us are looking for when we're playing these types of narrative games
For
as well.
sure.
It's looking for that warm, fuzzy feeling. I like that, yeah.
That feeling of human connection from our couches at home without interacting with any humans.
Yes. Touche. And coming out of COVID, with the idea coming out of COVID, it's good for those moments.
For sure.
Especially on the couch. What platforms are you planning to come out on?
So right now we are aiming for a PC release. You can wishlist us on Steam. We have a demo live on Steam at the moment. That's all I can say at the moment.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Fingers crossed for some other consoles, but right now just Steam.
That's fair. What are you most excited about players experiencing in the game?
Ooh, that's such a tricky question. I think I'm most excited for them to just enjoy the beautiful Australian environment. We talked about it a little bit already, like the different Australian flora and fauna, and then we focus on like a Melbourne kind of feeling. We have done a lot of research and done a lot of like nature walks as a team to try and find references for the environment. We've taken so many reference photos just to get the plants looking and feeling just right.
Yeah.
And I really hope that people enjoy like walking through the environments and just like looking at everything, because the art style is so beautiful and the art team has really knocked it out of the park with that one.
You know when you're like, well, I don't know because I haven't developed a game, but I'd like to think, you know when you play the game and you walk through it and you go, this is beautiful, you hope that other people are going to think the same thing.
Yeah.
It's, landscapes would be so hard. So environments, I don't know how you guys do it, honestly.
With a lot of hard work.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's cool that you went and did nature walks and took photos, and because that would also give such an influence to the game of, like you said, sounds and the scenery and stuff. Was that always a plan to do that sort of stuff, or did that just come about at some random time?
Well, when we talked about developing the game, I mean, it sort of wasn't even really a question. Like when Chantal kind of started talking to me about the Fruit Butt guys and making mail, like we talked about, why don't we just set it in Australia, because there really aren't enough games set in Australia, and like we love this place. Like I was born here. There's something that I feel a really strong connection to, just like the plants and the animals. Like I grew up watching magpies play in the backyard, and I think it's kind of a shame that Australia doesn't have a particularly big focus in like mainstream media. So we just wanted to put our spin on it and show off our wonderful environment and just talk about Australia, because that's where we are, that's where we're making things. It didn't make a lot of sense to us to set it in somewhere in America where we've never been. We don't have any connection to that place. So we've set it here where we have connection and where we love this beautiful country that has been looked after for thousands of years by the Wurundjeri Wurrung and the Bunurong Boonwurrung people. So,
when it comes to when you spoke about the connection to the place, it's with the nature walks. It'd be so hard to do one in America because you're looking at pictures online and just going, how do we get that? It's
I guess part of it too is ease of access, but we weren't that worried about that, to be honest.
No, that's fair. Another part that you mentioned there that I really like is the exposure of Australia, but in a different way, because majority of the time that Australia is used as inspiration for something, whether it be in movies or games, it's usually a desolate wasteland. It's like the desert. It's like Australia's always just the desert. There's some dingoes, and that's about it.
For sure. There's definitely these really strong stereotypes about Australia. Like, there's the very red sand desert, and there's like the beaches, like the Sydney beaches or Gold Coast beaches, and, Melbourne's got the coffee culture. But I feel like there's so much more variety to our natural landscapes, and like we're actually a big chunk of land. We're pretty darn big and we pack a lot in, and we of course have our beautiful Australian native animals, but we're not all just kangaroos and koalas. Like, there are so many different wonderful Australian wildlife, even just in the ocean. There's so many beautiful animals down there. We don't have too many animals in our game, but you can absolutely hear some really iconic Australian sounds. In the soundtrack, we've got magpies, kookaburras, and like galahs and other birds, so keep an ear out.
It is the atmosphere too. It's especially being out. Is most of the team from Victoria, or
Victoria and Tasmania?
So being out in Victorian bush, it's those things are what makes the atmosphere. The kookaburras, 100%. The galahs, the whatever it might be. It's the atmosphere of the. I love it. I agree. Victorian bush or Australian bush in general, the atmosphere is so serene and so peaceful. It's just got a different vibe. I don't know.
We are so unbelievably lucky to have the incredible wealth of bird life that we do here. I don't know that anybody from other countries can really understand it, because like, you step outside, even if you're in the middle of the CBD, and there are parrots in the trees and they are yelling. And there are some really beautiful sounding birds, like the whipbird or I'm blanking on the name of a bird. I've got it in my head. But there are some really, really wonderful birds out there, and we've tried to pack a lot in.
That's good. I'm glad. I'm really excited to hear the atmosphere as well. How can people support the development of the game?
Wishlisting us on Steam, awesome way. You'll know exactly when our game comes out, and you'll be able to buy it if you would like and give it a go. We have a demo out right now, so you can try it and let us know your thoughts. We have some pins available for sale at our booth today if you're at the Games Expo. Otherwise, you can follow our social media. Just keep an eye on us, because we're coming up soon.
Beautiful. And how long is the demo on Steam?
We put it out during Melbourne International Games Week last year. The demo is it's like the first day. It is a little bit old now, I will say that. We have made a lot of progress from that demo originally. We made quite a lot of changes. The game is growing every single day. So if you play it and you're like, that felt really short, it's okay. It's only a real fraction of what is already in the game and what will be.
Is there an idea to do a longer demo eventually?
I'm not sure. I can, I can't really find out for you right now. I don't believe so at this time. We're going to keep bringing updated builds to the conventions that we're going to be at. Not right now.
That's fair. And future-wise, PAX?
I I don't know what I can say about
No, that's fair.
future conventions. We definitely have plans for conventions coming up and some showcases online. So if you keep an eye on our social media, we will be talking about it. We'll be tweeting out links, that kind of thing.
Yeah, beautiful. All right, so we've got the last question here. If your game was a coffee or a tea blend, what 3 flavors would it be?
Ooh, I mean, it'd have to be like some kind of peach iced tea, like, a bit of lemon in there, like a little bit tart, but really refreshing and like fruity flavors, of course.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's got to be. Well, thank you so much for having a chat with us. It's been fantastic. Hopefully the rest of the con goes really well for you as well. If you guys are here or you are coming tomorrow, please do come down and check out the booth. It's a super cute game. There's also a plushie of one of the characters there. It comes included with the little jiggly butt as well. And as you said, there's pins as well. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me on the Indie Brew.
No worries at all. Is there anything else you'd like to speak before we head off?
Wish list letters to Arala. Have a great day. Be an awesome person.
Perfect. We'll be back very, very soon with another indie dev. For the moment, we're going to go to another little interlude. Is that what I call it? I forgot what I'm supposed to say. But stick around. We'll be back very shortly. Thank you.
There's nothing worse than being really hyped for a game to come out, and then when it does, it's not what you're expecting. And unfortunately, that's what's happened with Call of Boba. Call of Boba has been pretty decently hyped for the past probably 6 months. I know I've had it on my wish list for a really long time, and I was really looking forward to playing it. It is a boba tea shop simulation game, at least that's how it's been marketed. And the concept is basically that you help run a boba tea shop, you make boba teas for customers, you serve them, etc, etc. Going into playing this game, I was expecting a shop management game. I was expecting some time management, some making of the boba teas and serving them to customers, being able to upgrade your shop, that kind of thing. And what we got was not really that at all. So you kick off the game playing as the main character who goes home after getting fired from his job in the big city and meets up with your old friend who has taken over running the boba tea shop for her grandpa, who has unfortunately passed away. So the game kicks off there. She gives you a place to live because you're too ashamed to go back to your parents, and you help run the tea shop basically. There is some really cool things in the tutorial where you actually get to make the tea properly with all the ingredients and you pour it in, and that part I really, really enjoyed. But from there, the actual like shop management side is very, very basic and not really challenging in any way. To make the teas, you grab a glass, you put the ingredients in, and then you hand it to the customer, and that's kind of it. There's no real challenges there, and the tutorial kind of leaves you wanting because it doesn't really clearly explain how to do anything. There is a lot of trial and error in playing through this game, and a lot of things don't really make a lot of sense. Now, aside from the tea shop side of it, you also will venture around the world, talk to different characters, and uncover kind of the story as you go. So you will uncover more about the grandpa and his secret room where he made the boba tea recipes. You'll uncover a bit more about your backstory, about your friend's backstory, about the town, and that's kind of it. There's not really a whole lot to the game. My favorite part of the game was actually the dream sequences, and it's probably the part that just does not fit with the game at all and feels really out of place. When you go to sleep, you wake up in this office, which I think is supposed to be like your old job, and you essentially, it's a dungeon crawler. So you go around, you have like a boba tea gun that you shoot, and you take down all these really weird, wacky enemies, and then you collect ingredients off of them. It's kind of really weird, but that part was actually really enjoyable, except it didn't get any progressively harder. It was kind of one lot of levels, and that was kind of as much as you got. I played through about 7 days of the game, and that was the only way I found to actually get more ingredients. The farming side of it is kind of mentioned, but then you don't actually get any seeds to plant, and there's no direction as to how to really do that either. So I can see there's a lot of potential for the farming side of it, but it's just not there at the moment. There's definitely some positive things about the game. The style is incredible. The artwork is incredible. It is definitely cute and cozy. If the mechanics were there to support the design, this game would shine. It would absolutely shine. All of the artwork and the character designs are great. I really loved seeing like the cute axolotl and the cute capybara and all of those things wandering around the town. I think that was done really great. And the music was really good too. It fit well. You felt like you were really in this world with all of these animal creatures. The vibe of the game is there. I think the mechanics just don't quite support it yet. I found a lot of the dialogue sections in particular were cutscenes, so you couldn't really interact in your own way. There was not a whole lot of choice there. You do have the option to skip them, but then by skipping them, you miss out on any of the information that is in there, and there's no kind of recap or not really enough information in the quest side of things to really, you know, give you what you need to know to be able to complete things. The controls and the user interface is very janky at the moment. It's not really clear how to navigate through a lot of the menus. There's a lot of things where you have to hold a button down or just click a button or click on the screen. So it's a little bit janky with the integration of the different controls as well as the user interface. I will say this game has launched in early access, so it's absolutely not indicative of the final version. So this very well could change, and hopefully it does. But at its current state, I would not call this game a shop management game. I would kind of call it more of like an exploration sim, if anything. I think this is one of those games that really, really has a lot of potential, and I am definitely rooting for the developers and rooting for the game itself, because I think the concept is fantastic. The art style is fantastic. The music is fantastic. What they haven't quite gotten right yet is the balance of the mechanics and the balance between the dialogue and the story and the shop management and the making of the tea. I think one of the most important things to include in these shop management games, if you want it to be a shop management game, is the ability to interact with the story at your own pace, and that's definitely missing from this game. I think story is really important, and it can definitely add a lot more atmosphere and a lot more depth to the gameplay, but there's always going to be players who really just want to play the shop management side, and so that has to stand on its own, and the story has to be interactable at your own pace, in my opinion. That's what kind of makes a shop management game successful. As it stands, Call of Boba just isn't quite there yet. It's got a ton of potential, but it's just not quite there. I would definitely recommend picking this one up if you want to get in on a lower early access price. But this is the type of early access game that I would buy and not play until it comes out in 1.0, because it does need a lot of work and a lot of extra development to get it to the point where it's really enjoyable to play. I will definitely be eagerly awaiting the updates for this one, because I really, really want to love this game. But at the moment, it's not one that I would recommend playing. Have you played Call of Boba yet? Let us know what you think in the comments below, and let us know if you felt the same. If you're looking for more indie game recommendations, click here. And until next time, stay caffeinated. Welcome to the Indie Brew, where we spill the tea on indie games.
Across our website and social media, you'll find reviews on the latest indie games, features with tons of indie recommendations, and the freshest indie game news.
Make sure you subscribe and follow across all of our different platforms to keep up with the latest in indie gaming, and so you get to hear about all of the incredible indie games we get to share.
We're so excited to be presenting this live stream event straight from the Games Expo in Melbourne. And I think it's about time for another interview.
So what are you waiting for? Grab a cup of coffee or your preferred caffeinated beverage and let's chat to another amazing indie dev. Welcome back to TGX, live from the Game Expo. We are back with another interview and I have got Jake here. Jake, tell us the name of your game.
Hello, my game is called Crush Zone Demolition Derby.
And what is Crush Zone Demolition Derby? Tell us all about it.
So, Crush Zone Demolition Derby, it's a vibrant, fast-paced, arcade-like vehicular combat game where you can customize your weapons, drivers, and car, and then you go into an arena and battle it out against each other.
Okay. And so is it like, what are those demolition derbies that you see like with the cars? Is it kind of like that?
It's a little bit like that, but I would better describe it as, say, Rocket League with a cross of Robot Wars.
Okay. And so tell us a bit more about the gameplay. What can people expect when they jump into this game?
So with this game, you can expect fast-paced action, just absolute chaos, got custom builds and such.
Yeah.
My personal favorite, so with one of the weapons, right, we have this weapon called the Super Bounce, which is literally just a plate of jelly on your car and pushes cars away.
Okay.
That's the kind of chaos you can expect from Crush
so
Zone.
it's just all wild and wonderful.
Yeah.
And so it's multiplayer?
Yeah, so we got multiplayer. At the moment, it's in local split screen only, so you can play up to 4 people locally on your own computer. However, we do also support Steam Remote Play, and we are looking forward to online multiplayer.
Tackling the online multiplayer. I've heard
It's a big hurdle for
stories.
indie devs, that's for sure.
Awesome. And
Yeah.
so where did the idea for this game come from?
So this idea originally came from a university assignment we had. So we had to make a game called a major project, where we practiced making a game in a professional setting, but in a small group.
Yeah.
So I initially pitched it as a battle royale
Yeah.
with like hundreds of players and cars. You know, dreaming big.
Yeah, of
Small
course.
indie growing, but I learnt my lesson real quick and hard that we need to cut it back to scale.
Yeah.
So we made it a smaller party game.
Yeah.
And back then, that was 2018, that was the initial pitch. Made it for the project, and then we left it on cooldown for a little bit.
Yeah.
Then a couple years later, about 2022, we started actually fully developing into a full-fledged game.
Awesome. And so is it still the original team back from when you first did it?
A little bit. We still have some of the originals. So we have
Yeah.
me, Jake, and Jesse and Josh.
Yeah.
However, we have a couple of new teammates here and there to help us alongside.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
And what made you decide to pick it up again? What made you kind of go, oh, maybe we should actually turn this into a real thing?
So we saw there was a bit of a gap in the market for like Demolition Derby games.
Yep.
Sure, there's a couple out there, say like Wreckfest and such, but they seem to focus heavily on the realism aspect. There was not much for the party aspect.
Yeah.
And we wanted to create something that could stand out in that area and
Yeah.
fill that gap.
So tell me more about the party aspect. So how is it different to Wreckfest, for example?
Yeah, so say Wreckfest 1 had no split screen, it was all purely online or single player. But with our game, we started ground up with the local split screen so we could get that essence first. And
Yep.
yeah.
And what is like the gameplay like in the game?
It's pretty fast and chaotic.
Yeah.
So main menu's pretty chill and quiet. You pick up your builds and customize your cars you need.
Yep.
Then once you're in the game, it's like you're performing for a whole arena. There's crowds cheering for you. There's explosions going off. The arena itself does try to explode your car up. Say,
Okay.
in one of the arenas, you are playing on this level called the helicarrier. It's literally a floating platform in the sky. If you drive close to the propellers, it pulls you into them.
Oh, okay.
Another one is Junkyard. There's a giant swinging hammer and it slings cars into a metal grinder. It's just chaotic.
Yeah. And so what's the goal of is it just to survive?
So that depends on which game mode.
Okay.
Currently in our demo that we have showing around at the moment, it's free for all. So the idea of that is to do the most damage, which you can do by hitting the other cars, damaging them with the weapons, or either blowing them up and eliminating them.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
what are some of the other game modes, or are you not allowed to talk about them yet?
I can talk about them. So in the works, we have a team deathmatch where it's a 4v4 team,
Yep.
and then we have. I'm blanking at the moment. Sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, King of the Hill, where a moving point on the map
Yeah.
is moved around, and you got to hold that ground the longest. And the other one is bomb tag. So one person has a bomb on their head,
Yeah.
and they try to tag it out onto someone else, and final car standing wins.
Yeah, cool. That sounds so interesting.
Yeah.
And we've talked a little bit about it, but how has the development journey been, especially coming from doing it like for uni to actually working on a game? How has that journey been?
It's been long, but it's been worth it, I reckon.
Yeah.
Along the way, especially starting from university, we're still learning a lot of things that it takes to develop a game. Say like online multiplayer, we didn't learn much about that in university. It was most of this game is self-taught, and it's our big project. So, additionally, during that gap, we started working on smaller games just to get our name out there of Desert Beagle. Done like some game jams here and there for mobile games and such. But we really want to nail the hammer on the development journey with this one and continue making bigger games afterwards.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah.
And so have you had a moment that has made you kind of go, this is worth it?
Oh, definitely. When we show this game off to conventions and getting a group of friends to play, when there's moments everyone's like, oh my gosh, did you see that? That was crazy. It's just makes it worthwhile because you can see people enjoying your game, and that's all it takes.
Yeah, I think it's so cool when you get to see someone it's you made that, and now you get to someone gets to enjoy that. It's
You get to bask in their enjoyment. It's
exactly.
It just feels good.
And so that's obviously probably leaning on the high side, but what have been some of the lows of the journey? There's always lows. We know that it's not all smooth sailing.
There are a few setbacks when it comes to indie development. Say, just yesterday actually, when we were setting up a booth, right?
Yeah.
We set it all up, right, and then we checked the TV. When we turned the TV on, it was cracked. Unlike my gameplay. But no, it was cracked, so we had to scramble together, find some TV somewhere else.
Yeah.
Went to JB Hi-Fi and got a new one because it was for Josh's mum actually.
Yeah.
We're borrowing her TV because well, it should be fine. We'll just chuck it in the boot. But yeah, we got her mum a new TV.
Well,
that's the plus side of this.
Yeah, that's just, you're doing a really kind thing. So I know at your booth, I have spotted a cute little dog.
Ah, yes.
So tell me about your little mascot.
So our mascot, Scout, he's our mascot for the Desert Beagle brand.
Yeah.
He's meant to represent the playful joyness of our games, where we don't take everything too seriously, but we just want a joyful fun.
Yeah. Is he based off a real life dog?
I get that question quite a lot, and no.
No?
He just came up from the pun of our name, Desert Beagle, which is a play on Desert Eagle. I have to think about that. I never say that, so.
Awesome. And so what do you think makes your game unique?
So what makes our game unique? Going back to what I mentioned previously, so back when we were finding the niche in the market, most games focused on the realism aspect of it, where we wanted something that was a bit chaotic, cartoony. But we also noticed if we lean too far into that market, we managed to blend in with the other games, such as what was it called? Cell Damage.
Yeah.
So we managed to find a balance in between car-based ramming combat and weapon usage.
Yeah.
With our system where if you ram into other cars, it builds up your weapon charges. And your weapon charge also helps you perform well.
Yeah, cool. And so what are some of the other inspirations? You mentioned a couple, but what are some of the big inspirations behind the game?
Oh, got quite a bit. We got Mario Kart, Rocket League.
All the
surprisingly
classics.
Ratchet and Clank for the visual style and the humor.
Yeah.
Wreckfest, Cell Damage. Those are the main ones. Oh, and most importantly, Twisted Metal.
Yeah.
Getting that split screen car damage and such. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
And what's your favorite kind of mechanic in the game? I know you mentioned the jelly car thing.
Oh yeah, the jelly's pretty good.
But have you got any other of your kind of favorite stuff that you really love in the game?
About a year ago, I recently implemented a feature called the nudge.
Yeah.
It's previously you would just drive the car normally. However, the nudge, it gives you a little dash or a little burst of speed, depending on which direction you play. And I found that it elevated the skill floor tremendously, or the skill roof.
Yep.
And it is really fun to drive around that. Like, sure, you can play it smoothly and like as a beginner with basic controls, but if you really want to become a professional at it, learn the nudge. It's very, it's just top notch.
Yeah, awesome. And what are you most excited about players getting to experience in this game?
I would say experiencing all the arenas that we have planned.
Yeah.
So as I mentioned before, the arenas have environmental damage that can affect the player's drivability or health.
Yeah.
So like helicarrier's got the propellers that pull you in. Recently, we've added 2 new levels to TGX as a exclusive demo.
Yeah.
So Antarctica has got wind that blows you off into the Antarctic wind.
Yeah.
And then Junkyard, which has the giant swing with the hammer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. And what about some of the other arenas? Are there like what are some of the themes you've kind of leaned into with some of this?
For some of the themes. So the idea with the Crash Zone arenas, we try to make it seem like some rich CEO billionaire had like complete control of wherever they wanted to build a level. Say,
yeah,
all right, that looks like a place that can never be driven on. Let's blow it up and make it a drivable arena.
Yeah.
So, for instance, we have you can play in a jungle, a parking lot, up in the sky, in the clouds.
Yeah.
Another one is literally deep within the insides of a volcano.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you've got some interesting challenges in there for players.
A very diverse range of arenas. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah. Yeah. And tell me about the cars themselves and the customization there.
Yeah. So with the cars, while we did initially try making it so the cars had different handling, we decided to make it not have that for the sake of being accessible for party access.
Yeah.
So if anyone picks up the game, they can be like, oh, I like this way, the way this car looks, right? So I don't have to worry about the aspects of it.
Yeah.
However, we managed to make up for that by having the weapons be the functionality side of it.
Mm-hmm.
But cars and drivers purely cosmetic. So you can dress the way you want and how you want to look.
Yep.
But how you want to perform is all in your weapons.
Okay. And so tell me about the weapon system.
Oh, yep. So with the weapon system, you can customize the front and back weapon of your car.
Mm-hmm.
So similar, a bit like that TV show. I think it's called Robot Wars or BattleBots.
Yeah, yeah.
So basically, they customize a small little robot and they send it to an arena, and then they battle it out. It's
Yeah.
a bit like that, but with cars.
Yeah.
So you customize your front and back weapon, and you send it to the arena. Additionally, we do have a side weapon system, which is in the arenas.
Mm-hmm.
If you drive onto the side weapon, you pick it up for a brief period of time.
Yeah, okay.
And it gives you a little boost in oomph, you know?
And what type of weapons are in there?
Type of weapons, we got bumpers, we got missiles, fireworks,
Yeah.
oil slicks, tie tracks. Got the whatever you could imagine, really.
What's your favorite one?
My favorite one, my favorite combination actually, I would have to say Super Bounce, which is the jelly I play, and Jump Starter, which is a car battery attached to the back of your car that launches you forward.
Okay. So you're heavy into the like moving strategy.
A bit of crowd control and such.
Yeah, yeah, cool. And so there's obviously that is part of the gameplay is mixing up the different combinations and
Yeah, there's like a wide range of ways you can play. You can like go for a damage build with the missiles and tie tracks.
Yeah.
Or you could do like a crowd control build or a movement build.
Yeah.
Say such as the jelly and jump starter.
Yeah, that's so cool. It's so cool to be able to have the different ways to play.
Yeah.
So you're obviously still working on the game. It's not quite ready yet.
Yes,
So,
we're quite a bit away from releasing, but
So where do you think you're at in that development journey?
I think we've come along pretty well.
Yeah.
We're getting close to early access with the levels and arenas.
Yep.
But as for the online multiplayer and campaign, we still have some time for that.
Yep.
So we'll try aiming for early access, but as for the time frame on the full release,
Who knows?
Who knows?
So is there a storyline as well, or is it?
Yeah, so the storyline takes place where you play as the main character called Gearhead. You go through the arenas and try and compete in a tournament for the grand prize.
Yep.
But as you go along, you find out there's a little something iffy about the games.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all I can say, though, just for the moment.
Spoilers, no spoilers. And what's your favorite? I know you've said a few different favorite things, but what's your overall favorite part of the game? What's the part that you just love and you're like, this is so good?
That is a good question.
It's a hard question, but it's a good one.
I'd have to say the vibrance of it.
Yeah.
The game is just overly bright and colourful, and it's just visually pleasing to look at.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
All right. I am just thinking. All right, yeah. Let us see. How can people support you guys in the development?
So if you wish to support the development, the main way you can do that is by wishlisting our game on Steam. So that is for Crush Zone Demolition Derby on Steam. Additionally, you can play the demo and let us know what you think of it. At the end of the game, it'll give you a link to a survey, and if you want to let us know what you think, that's even better, because we want to make this game the best we can.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you had like a moment where you've had people play the game and they've just like totally blown you away with what they've done?
Oh yeah, definitely. We've had like a kid come up to the game and get like a pretty high score, like 2,000.
Yeah.
Normally people get around like 700 or give or so, but 2,000 in a single match. It's like, how did you even do that? You've never played this before. I'm like, I'm just built different.
Yeah. I'm sure you've had some really wacky combos in there.
Yeah.
All right. And so, is there anything else that you think you want to share about the game? Is there any secrets in there, any Easter eggs?
We do have a couple Easter eggs.
Yeah.
One, most importantly, is the Desert Beagle's scout. So in each level, in a very specific corner of them, you'll find a single flower with the flower head of the scout logo.
Okay.
It's just like our signature on the arena.
Yeah, like a little tidbit. It's like Bluey has like that with it's like a dog that is in each scene that you can find. It's
I didn't know that.
Yeah, little Bluey tidbit for you, but it's really cool. So people can go into the arena and try and specifically find little scout.
Yeah. I could just imagine people with no clipping tools and such. Like, so for those who aren't aware, no clipping is like moving the camera out of the game bounds. I just can only imagine them finding that. So I hope they do, and please let me know if you do.
Yeah, awesome. So the demo's out now?
Yep, so the demo has 4 levels that's playable. So that's got the jungle, Bermuda Triangle, Figure 8, and Helicarrier. But today at TGX, we're showing off 2 different arenas, all exclusives, and that's the Antarctica and Junkyard.
So you can only play those if you come to the Game Expo?
That's right.
Well, you guys heard it here. You need to come to the Game Expo so you can play the extra levels.
Exactly.
All right. We're up to the lucky last question.
Lucky last question,
this is
boy.
Arguably the hardest question. If your game was a coffee or tea blend, what flavour would it be?
What flavour would it be? I'm going to say a bold espresso.
A bold espresso? Bit of punch, bit of chaos in there?
A bit of punch, bit of chaos. It's just high intensity all rounds.
Yeah, it's just like pure energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so cool. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for chatting to us about the game.
Oh, thank
we
you.
are so excited to see Crush Zone in action. It looks absolutely action-packed. Definitely one for those who love kind of your racing games, but maybe with a bit more chaos in there.
Yeah, we definitely try to avoid the racing aspect.
Yeah.
Maybe as a sequel, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. But if you love cars but don't love racing, this is one definitely to check out. But thank you so much.
Well, thank you for having me.
We will be back very soon with another interview. We are live from the Game Expo. If you're not here, you're really missing out. There is a ton of amazing indie games here, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff to see. So there's still tickets available for tomorrow, I believe. But we'll be back shortly with another interview. If you're looking for your next tycoon game obsession, this game is just this might be for you. We were lucky enough to get an early peek into the demo of Hotel Architect, which is an upcoming hotel tycoon game where you manage hotels. Now, this is not a first-person management game like a lot of the simulations we're seeing coming out. This is a real deal tycoon game with all of the things that you would expect from a tycoon game. Hotel Architect definitely follows your typical tycoon kind of pattern where you've got your scenarios and your sandbox building. So your scenarios will see you move from location to location, completing different specific goals with specific unlocks, and the sandbox will let you build your own hotel from scratch. We did both to see what both were like, so let's kick things off with the scenario side and how that works. So in the demo, there are 2 different scenarios that you can complete at 2 different locations, and you pretty much go in and there's already a starting build for you. So the core aspects are there. You just need to build onto it or change things to be able to complete the goals. So you have a few different goals. I think there's 4 in the first one and 6 in the second one that you need to complete to be able to win the scenario. And they vary from things like how many rooms you have to having a certain customer type, to getting your customers to do specific things. I think they've really nailed the scenarios in that they teach you different aspects of the game in a more of a slow kind of way, but it's not a specific tutorial, if that makes sense. So they introduce you to a lot of the mechanics in the very first tutorial, but then they give you a bit more freedom and teach you the mechanics by getting you to complete goals. Going in with pre-built hotels is really great to set your expectations for what your hotel should look like later on. And I think they've really nailed this quirky, fun atmosphere. The scenarios don't feel really difficult. They feel pretty balanced, pretty winnable. And of course, you also have the option to continue playing with a stack of other goals that you can complete to unlock different placeable items. Each location does have its different quirks, and the second scenario in the game will see you faced with heat and needing to have aircon and that kind of thing, which I think is really cool. And the only thing I really didn't like about the scenarios is that there were only 2 and I wanted to do more. Now we also have the sandbox side, which is where things got a bit interesting. So the sandbox mode doesn't give you unlimited money or anything like that. It pretty much just means you can build your own hotel. And it was really great to get a good feel for a lot of the building mechanics. So your hotel needs to have a reception area, it needs to have a maintenance area, it needs to have a laundry to be able to clean your sheets and towels and things for your guests. You also need to have rooms for people to stay in. Your room value is probably the most key aspect to your rooms because they determine what customer base will actually stay in them. You do also need to make sure that you have certain things at your hotel before certain customer bases will stay. So they might need a room with an ensuite, or they might need a room with an exterior window, or you might need to have a gym at your hotel before you can get that type of guest to stay. So the rooms are really interesting, and it's not just a matter of copying and pasting different rooms. You do need to think about it a little bit more. You also have your facilities, which are things like your restaurant, your gym, your bar. And again, those things are needed for specific customer types. And they also increase the value of your hotel and increase your star value as well. I will say that playing sandbox is very slow burn in the game. It does take quite a while for you to build your funds up, and while you can access loans and things like that, if you go a bit too big at the start like I did, it can be really difficult to bring that balance back into the green. The whole construction system is really interesting because when you construct a building, you have to build the foundation and then your inner walls, as well as your floors, your wallpaper, and then your furniture. But you can't just build whatever you want. You actually have to hire a building crew to come in and complete all the works for you. I don't know how I feel about this system. I think it does add a bit of reality to it because it actually takes time for them to come and build things. And there are a few different sizes of crew that you can hire. So the more crew you hire, the more expensive, but also the quicker things get done. But it does take a bit of time to get all of your stuff built. The issue that I found with it is that you also have to get a construction crew to come in to deliver your furniture. So anytime you want to place an item or a bed or a coffee machine or anything, you have to call in a construction crew and get them to place it. It felt a little bit tedious to be able to have that. It also meant it wasn't instantaneous. So when you're upgrading, say your fridge or something like that with the better model, you have to wait for them to put the new fridge in before you can take the old fridge out. Otherwise your restaurant won't work. So it was a bit tedious with the furniture side. I did like it in the building side, but the furniture side I'm not sure about. So the main kind of, I guess, progression through the game is based around your customers and your customer types. As the better your rooms, the better quality your hotel is, the more customers you'll unlock, and those customers will pay more for their rooms. So you'll go from having a basic, $1,000 a night room to having rooms that are worth like $5,000 a night for your more expensive customers. I did really like that each customer base had their own particular things that they needed before they would come and stay at your hotel. So not only did you need the different facility rooms, you also needed your hotel ranking to be enough for a lot of them. And that whole system of your hotel ranking, I think, was really cool. You do have a critic that comes and stays at your hotel every couple of days, and they basically judge you on all the different aspects of your restaurant. So they judge you on your room quality, the restaurant quality, the entertainment, the snacks, the cleanliness, the bathrooms, and then they give you a ranking at the end, and that determines how many stars your hotel gets. And obviously the more exclusive customers need a 4-star hotel or a 3-star hotel, or they need the room value to be worth over $4,000. And I think that is a really interesting and a really cool way to scale. I found I was able to kind of scale up to the 4 stars relatively quickly within a couple of hours of gameplay, which I think is really great. But I worry that it might feel a bit boring or tedious in the full game if it's not challenging enough to get to those higher rankings that are more exclusive. The other main system is your staffing. So you do need to hire specific staff members for specific roles, and you will need to hire like more cleaners the bigger your hotel grows to be able to facilitate all of the cleaning that needs to go on, etc, etc. This is pretty simple, and I don't know if that is just for the demo purposes or if it will be in the full game. But the staffing is essentially you just hire staff and then they do their job. I would love to see potentially some rostering for the staff, because at the moment it's just 24/7. They're on and then they go to the staff room if they need a break. But rostering I think would be cool. The other thing I would love to be able to do is assign specific tasks. So with your cleaners, they obviously clean the floor, they clean the bathrooms. They also change sheets and towels and things, and I would really love to be able to set a cleaner to just do the sheets and one to just do the floors and one to just do the bathrooms, rather than them kind of doing everything. I think it would be cool to be able to have that task differentiation, especially if you're having trouble with one of those things. Then being able to set one cleaner to do just sheets might make the difference. So I hope that will get integrated in the full game, but we'll see. As it is, it's still a good system. It's not a broken system by any means, but I would love to be able to have a bit more control over that management side. Your customers also leave you your reviews, which adds to your customer satisfaction and lets you know what you're doing well and not so well on, which I think is a really cool system. And it really gives you a lot of information about what's working and what's not working, what you need to improve on, what the quality of your hotel is like, from your customers, not just from a critic. Overall, I really loved playing the game. I spent probably 4 or 5 hours playing in one long session, completed all the scenarios, did a whole sandbox build, and it was really fun. I really enjoyed the mechanics. I really enjoyed the tycoon feel. I love that you're able to do your staffing. I love that you're able to build your rooms however you want, and there's a lot of design in there too. This is definitely a game I will closely be watching. It does feel like it's well on its way to release, and I think it's scheduled for 2025 sometime. So hopefully we see the full game out this year. But I'm really interested to see what more they're gonna add, what new items we're gonna get, what new customers we're gonna get, and of course, I wanna play some more scenarios because they were really fun. The Hotel Architect demo is out as part of Steam Next Fest, so it is sticking around until the 3rd of March. So if you're watching this before then, make sure to go and check it out for yourself. And if not, make sure to go and add it to your wish list. We'd love to know what you think. Have you played the demo? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. If you're looking for more indie game recommendations, click here. And until next time, stay caffeinated. Welcome to the Indie Brew, where we spill the tea on indie games.
Across our website and social media, you'll find reviews on the latest indie games, features with tons of indie recommendations, and the freshest indie game news.
Make sure you subscribe and follow across all of our different platforms to keep up with the latest in indie gaming, and so you get to hear about all of the incredible indie games we get to share.
We're so excited to be presenting this live stream event straight from the Games Expo in Melbourne. And I think it's about time for another interview.
So what are you waiting for? Grab a cup of coffee or your preferred caffeinated beverage and let's chat to another amazing indie dev. Welcome back to the stream. We are live from the Game Expo Melbourne, chatting with some incredible indie developers, and we've got another one here to talk about their game. So we've got Katim here. Tell us, what's the name of your game?
The name of the game is Untitled Game or Untitled Party Game.
Untitled Party Game.
Didn't get time to think of it because of the poster, that's about it.
So it's a work in progress name.
It's a work in progress name.
It's okay, we'll have a placeholder. And so tell us about the game, because your game's quite unique, I think, from what I saw.
Yeah, it's a couch party game.
Yep.
Where you play up to 4 players, and idea is to have it's a bunch of mini games under one game.
Yep.
Because how it was, I've experienced that mostly on PC platforms. There wasn't that many split screens or like a lot of like couch party games.
Yep.
Back in 2010 or before.
Yep.
And consoles had it. I'm like, okay, PC can support, it has better hardware now.
Yep.
There isn't like, for example, in Call of Duty, there's like 4-player split screen.
Yep.
PC doesn't have that. So I want to like make a game like that. And plus also use my game as an icebreaker to encourage new people who don't know each other to talk to each other.
Okay.
So it's kind of like an ongoing experiment.
Okay, and so tell me about some of those mini games that you mentioned. What are players in store for?
There's 2 mini games I've done. One is a platform duel, and that is just you roll the ball off the platform. The platform gets smaller and smaller over time, and then the game throws random obstacles at you.
Yep.
Other one is hot potato. In that you move around and pass the bomb before it explodes.
Yep.
And of course it has the obstacles.
Yep.
And the obstacles are like the controls reverse around. So normally you go up, down, left, right.
Yep.
Down goes up goes left, and vice versa. And then you can't jump.
Yep.
And then there's random obstacles that the environment throws at you. That is platform in the middle, starts spinning around, drops.
Yep.
Or like, because the second level is an island, the sharks start jumping on the island from the top and slide back in.
So it's just chaos.
Just chaos,
There's just all sorts of things.
And on top of that, if you add like 4 players, it gets even more chaos.
And so where did the idea for this game come from?
The idea, well, I was, back when I because I grew up in Dubai, I used to invite my friends over to play Brawlhalla. It was like a Super Smash Brothers lookalike.
Yep.
And in that, we actually managed to hook up like 8 controllers on one PC.
Yep. Okay.
And I was like, oh damn, this is pretty fun.
Yep.
And because my background is I'm a game developer. So I wanted to make games to have people like have fun.
Yep.
Easy to play, hard to master.
Yep.
And and also because it's like an ongoing experiment. The main essence I want to see is just people trash talk to each other when they're playing the game. Or like, enjoy and just have like happening here, people are like hyping each other or like screaming when they're playing the game.
Yeah, that's so cool. And so how long have you been working on the game for?
It's an on-off situation, but I made this when I was doing my master's, so it was like in one, I made this game for, it's been a year. And now it's on hold, it's just like doing bits and bobs or doing other projects that I'm working on.
Yeah. And so what does that development journey look like? So where did it kind of start and how has it developed over the time?
Started in because when I arrived in Australia in 2022, it started in my studio apartment. I just hooked up controllers and it was just simple players moving around. And then over time, I was like, I showed it to people, gave feedback, they said to change this, change that. And then mostly the game never got to hear from from all the feedbacks that I got from my peers. Without them, the game wouldn't have been reached here from also going to the expo.
It's so important, that feedback. And so, what made you decide like the mini game format? Because obviously, couch co-op can be very varied, the different types of games. So, what made you decide to go into the mini games and that style of couch co-op?
Because mini games, like, you can go wild with the ideas and then keep the controls consistent throughout. It's just your controls, move around and jump.
Yeah.
It's easy to play, but hard to master.
Yeah.
So the idea was just have a bunch of mini games where people would just try different, similar to Gang Beast.
Yeah.
And other one that people are saying it's Fall Guys.
Yeah.
They have like different mini games.
Yeah.
But the control is just simple, just move around the character and jump, that's it.
Yeah. And have there been any like big inspirations for the game? Or what have some of the inspirations been?
One of them was one of my friend's project he did in undergrad.
Yeah.
It was called Cosmic Chaos.
Okay.
That's the same concept.
Yeah.
One of the mini games is just from that. But actually, Hot Potato is from one of their mini game. It's a similar concept.
Yeah.
And I just added my spin to it.
Yeah.
And the other one is it's a game called Boomerang FU.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Gang Beast also, because I used to play that a lot with my friends.
Yeah. Yeah. They're pretty fun games. It's a fun genre. I love couch co-op, chaos kind of games. So, can you tell us about some of the other mini games you've got planned? Or are they still being cooked?
Still being cooked.
Yeah.
There's one that I was thinking of. Do you know in Minecraft there's a game mode called I think Spleef? It's like you break a block, and then over time that whole level there's no blocks, so you fall down.
Yeah.
Idea is like that. So you walk around, break a tile, and then force the other player to fall down. And there's like each levels.
Yeah.
So if you reach the lava and like if the last person survives wins.
Yeah, that's a cool idea. All right, and so I know it's been a kind of short-ish development journey so far, but have you had any moments that have kind of made you kind of go, oh wow, like this feels really worth it, like all the work that's been put into it so far?
Yeah, I've showcased this project in like small events. Like it's local, like through my university.
Yeah.
So it was like an expo event.
Yeah.
In that I had one of my lecturers, teachers, and friends play. And I actually have it in recording, saved in the archive, where there were moments where if there's like 10 seconds left, everyone starts screaming.
Yeah.
And that's the moment that I want it to happen when people play my game.
Yeah.
It's just that intense moment.
Yeah.
Anything can happen, like it go haywire.
Yeah.
You scream, shout, trash talk.
So it's more about, like, less about the actual, like, having a complicated, game to, like, work your way through, and it's more about just getting rowdy and chaotic with each other and trying to take each other out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's about it.
That's cool. And so have you had any other, like, high and low moments?
Low moments. Then there was a point where there was too much UI in the game, because people were having a hard time figuring out, oh, this is what the game was throwing, this obstacle.
Yeah.
So I'll throw a UI graphic. Oh, you can't jump, this. Players are control, this.
Yeah.
This is happening, this. But then through feedback, it was just too much clutter.
Yeah.
And for me, it was having a hard time for me to fix it, like debug it.
Yeah.
So I was like, someone suggested, clear out the UI, make the map change depending on what obstacles you throw.
Yeah.
And that what people pick up right away. Like, oh, the player's upside down. Like, okay, controls are swapped around.
Yeah.
The camera fell down, like it's on the ground. That means, oh, you can't jump.
Yeah.
And like, you just mess around with the environment to give a message to the player instead of throwing text on the screen.
Yeah, awesome. And so what do you think makes the game unique?
The concept is there. It's hot potato and then the rolling the ball off the platform. The idea is there. Like it's been done many times. The unique one is just where the map throws random obstacles or like something to hinder the gameplay.
Yeah.
That's the unique point I have, like for my game. That's the unique selling point. And also on top of that, I added restrictions on the player.
Yeah.
And with that, with the environment obstacles, it's just random.
Yeah.
It can happen anytime. There's no fixed time.
Yeah. So it's, crazy. I know you've got some stuff to show. Is there anything you wanted to show us?
Yes.
We got the inside scoop.
There's just some stick figure concept art and.
Oh, okay, we're
some
going back to the roots, the real
the
indie,
roots.
the
They're
real
fine.
indie dev experience.
Where
what it
are
looks
you?
like behind the scenes.
So this was like the poster inspiration, if you can
yeah, if you
kind
hold
of
it up.
see.
I
It's
don't
like
know if it's tilted forward a
forward.
bit.
There.
It's a bit hard to see. We might post it online.
Yeah. Can I
The
bring it
lighting-
closer?
Yeah. Bring it closer. I don't know if it'll show. Doesn't pick it up very well.
That's fine. It's just like, because I can't draw.
Yep.
So I did like stick figures.
Yep.
And this is like the inspiration of the poster that one of my friends made.
Yeah.
And it's basic concept of back in my day, we had to bring people over to play.
Yeah.
And it was just on a PS1 or NES, PS3 or Nintendo Wii,
Yeah.
bring people over. And the title, because it's like a work in progress.
Yeah.
So my friend made the poster, but he lost the poster file, so I never changed the poster. So that's why it's Untitled Game.
Yeah. It's just is what it is for now.
Yes, that's what it is for now. And this was, I think, in my last year. It was first time I had to make character animation, so I can't animate.
Yeah.
Because our characters are just cylinders, or as some people say, Among Us characters.
Yeah.
Let's see if
I don't know if it'll
the
show.
camera can see it.
A little bit. A little bit.
It's just some concept of the characters moving around
Yeah.
and how to animate them.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Simple animations and all that.
Yeah, it's cool seeing it come from like a piece of paper to a real, like, tangible game.
Yeah, most of it is writing.
Yeah.
There was
all
this
about
scribbles that
the-
my friend worked on. It was, I think, the map design changes.
Yeah.
Because before I implemented all the map stuff you have see now, he suggested to add like obstacles where, like more obstacles instead of restricting the player.
Yeah.
Change the environment so that it's more like there's a bit more uniqueness and all that. You know.
Yeah.
Make the game more fun, basically.
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of scribbles though, and with my notes on it. But you can see that's the island, and then when the platform comes up,
Yeah.
it's this circle right here, and then this part is just the platform dropping down.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
like this is actually a new map design.
Oh, okay.
It's on top of a building where you have platforms across.
Yeah.
It didn't go through because it was just the issue was that in the end, like near the last 10 seconds, the map area will get too small.
Yeah.
I think that's about it. The rest are just mind maps and all that.
all your notes, all the indie dev things that you need to do. So tell me a bit more about like the social experiment side of it and how that ties in, because I know you talked a little bit about how it is kind of like a social experiment. So how does that kind of tie into the gameplay?
So whenever I show my game like events, I observe people like how they react.
Yeah.
And the idea is that it's just encourage random strangers, people who don't know each other,
Yeah.
just have fun,
Yeah, just come
be
play.
friend.
Yeah.
I've had cases on this project and other projects. Two people who don't know each other, after they play the game, they walk off, exchange socials,
Yeah.
and then get to the day. I'm like, yeah, that's what I want to do.
Yeah.
It's
So
just have people open up.
Yeah, so it's really about like that bonding through gameplay, that take
Yeah.
it back to like the arcade days where you go.
That and also because of the COVID that went by,
Yeah.
people were locked in their houses. Well, it's actually post-COVID, sorry.
Yeah.
Slowly encourage people that you can go out, it's fine. Because post-lockdown, not many people like went out, you know.
Yeah.
They were like still like, oh, I don't want to, reluctant to go out, stay in the house.
Yeah. So yeah, it's really about encouraging that bonding and that relationship building and just giving things a go. And I love that. That's so cool. It's so fun just to be able to like, I don't know, get competitive in that way as well. Like, and I guess that's probably a big part of it is encouraging that friendly competitiveness. And like, you know, I want to take that player down. That kind of thing is really cool. You know, that's what we love about couch co-op games, I think, is it's all friendly competition. which is good. So what are you most excited about other players getting to experience in the game? Probably a lot of that social stuff is
that,
probably...
and plus to see what I can improve on my game.
Yeah.
Because there's so much you can play by yourself, the game by yourself, or show your friends. If you bring it out to the public, like the main thing is to show it to people.
Yeah.
They can either break the game and show us part of the side of the game that you can't see.
Yeah.
And that's where the point of play testing it to public.
Yeah.
Show them and be like, oh, I didn't know this can happen.
Yeah. So
especially like little kids.
Yeah.
They can play. They're in their own world.
Little kids are really good at breaking games.
That also, and then
Yeah.
because we're used to setting set rules, like do this, do that.
Yeah.
If the kids can't follow that.
Yeah.
So you gotta make the game so that anyone can play however they want.
Yeah. Yeah. So are you working on it by yourself? It's a solo project?
Solo project, and I'm getting help with one of my friends, and one of them is right there.
Yeah. Getting a couple of extra people in to help.
Yes.
Love that. And so how is that making a co-op game but being pretty much on your own in the development? That must be really challenging to test things.
Yeah, that also, and plus because I'm trying to learn to be a designer.
Yeah.
So my color theory of the game is kind of like,
Yeah, yeah.
That's why I go and ask my friends who know more about color stuff that, this color, especially when the characters,
Yeah.
I would just choose random basic colors.
Yeah.
But they'll say, these colors won't fit the map colors. So that they would like say, change it to that, change it to that.
Yeah.
Because I don't know which one is complementary colors and all that.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the color theory side of games that I'm still learning.
Yeah, yeah.
Other than that, I mostly main like programming side. But if I do want like some design aspect, I just like ask my friends for help and all that.
Yeah.
Because I've been doing it solo, but then I've been getting a lot of my friends have been helping me out, which I'm glad they've been.
Yeah. So it's a real collaborative project, but it's mostly you kind of in the bare bones of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting it out. And so I know you mentioned you're kind of in a little bit of a pause of development, but what's next in the development journey?
Work on the first level.
Yeah.
Because I think mid development, the first level broke, so I can't show it.
Yeah.
I don't know, just break. So I still need to like design it, like make it like look pretty and fix the bugs.
Yeah.
Add a third level.
Yeah.
Because the ideas have a bunch of mini games, but it's been a while. I'm just showing one for now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is like the best one instead of like showing quality over quantity.
Yeah, of course. And so how many mini games are you hoping to have in there?
As much as my mind can think of. Probably maximum 5 or like minimum 5.
Yeah, at least 5. Awesome, that's so cool. Yeah. And so is there anything else like that you think is really unique or really interesting about your game? I know that's a hard question.
Well, I think recently I added keyboard control, so you can play 4 players on the keyboard.
Oh,
so you can go haywire and play 8 players on the same map. It's too big. It's too small. So like 4 controllers, 4 keyboards. It's actually up running right now.
Oh, okay. So you can do like a full 8-player. And so it's everyone out for themselves?
Yes.
You don't have team?
Free for all.
Okay, free for all 8-player. That would be absolute chaos. Especially on the keyboard. I remember doing that. We used to play co-op on the keyboard all the time. And it's not really a thing anymore. So that's really cool. With 4 players too, that would be an interesting gameplay. Have you had anyone do 8-player yet?
No, I reached 5.
You reached 5?
Because I had 4 people and then I was just playing with the keyboard.
Yeah. Well, if you're at the Game Expo, come down and test it out. We want to get 8 players on this game. All right, so how can people support the development of the game? Do you have social media that people can follow? How can people keep up to date with what's going on?
You can follow me on the Instagram, Grenadable. There's also Grenadable on my Itch page. YouTube also, that's Grenadable1, so GRENADE.
Yep.
And then number 1.
And it's itch.io at the moment, it's on there?
Yeah, it's on Itch.
Yeah, so for those watching at home, itch.io is where real indie games tend to be. So you
Yeah.
can check it out there. It should be a link in the chat for you to check it out there too.
Yep.
So you can get a taste of it from home as well. But all right, we have reached the very last question.
Ooh.
If your game was a coffee, tea, or blend, what flavor would it be?
Probably black tea.
A black tea?
Because I like to
Yep.
make chai a lot
Yep.
every morning.
Yep.
Can't run without chai, so yeah.
Yep. No, that's good. That's good. It's a bit of chaos in there, but you know, yep. That's awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for chatting all about your game. It sounds so interesting. I can't wait to see what you do with it because it's still quite early in development, and it's
Yeah.
it's so interesting, especially here because you have so many different games in different stages. You have games that are already out, you have games that are quite early, so it's really cool getting to see even the concept stuff that you've got. Is really cool to see it at such an early age, and I can't wait to see what's next and how the game develops. But yeah, if you're watching at home, go check it out on itch.io, and we will be back shortly with another interview from the Game Expo with another amazing indie dev. In this game, you will run your very own shop in a magical fantasy land. Merchants of Rosewall dropped last week and we got to get a look into it. So in this video, we're going to be talking all about the game, everything you need to know, and whether or not we recommend playing. The game kicks off with you starting out your new life in Rosewall, the city of Rosewall, where you come on as a merchant through like a merchant government program, I guess is the best explanation for it. So you are brought there specifically to run your own shop, and you're given help from the local government to get it up and running. You're given your shop, so you can pretty much just go nuts and do what you want with it. But there isn't a whole lot of customization options to the actual shop itself. You pretty much play as like a manager in this game. So you hire on different crafting people to craft items for you to sell in the shop. So you don't physically craft the items yourself, but you get your employees to craft them for you. You start off with just one kind of specialty, which is cooking. As you progress, you'll unlock different types of crafting. So you will be able to craft with like stone and wood and fabric and different things to create different products. Each product will sell for a different amount and will require different ingredients to craft. So it's very heavy in the crafting side of things. So if you love crafting games, you will probably get a lot of satisfaction from that side of the game. To be able to craft things, you have to go to the local markets and purchase all of your raw ingredients. So there's different vendors there that specialize in different ingredients. So you'll need to visit each one, purchase your ingredients, take it back to your shop, craft the items, stock the items on your shelf, and then open your store. I really like the shopkeeping side of this game. I think the crafting is really fun. I liked that you had to go and buy the raw ingredients from the markets, and that there was different events on that might mean that some ingredients were more expensive or less expensive. I really liked the mechanics of that shopkeeping crafting side. On the story side of the game, it essentially is this kind of mystery, and there are these little memory motes, I think they're called, in the game, which are basically these like little magical orbs that float around, and you accidentally swallow one and get pulled into a memory, and that shows you this history of this mystery town, and you kind of follow along on that journey to uncover what these memory motes are, what they mean, where that town was, how those memories are getting to Rosewall, and all of the like history and the mystery and everything around that whole situation. So you interact with quite a few different characters, and a lot of them are on the quirky side and make for a really interesting interaction. You do get to have a lot of choices in how you handle different dialogue situations, which is cool. And yeah, you just kind of follow this story along as you play. One thing I didn't love so much about this game is that it felt quite disjointed between the story and the shopkeeping side. A lot of the story events happen seemingly randomly. So you will just start the next day, and then all of a sudden you're drawn into this big story episode, and then you have to go through and do specific things. It's very rigid in the gameplay. So you're either running your shop or you're progressing through story things, and it's done in a way that doesn't give you a lot of choice. You don't get to choose how you interact with the story. It was also a bit disjointed because you never really knew when the next story thing was coming up. It wasn't like you had to complete a quest and then the next story would kick off. It was pretty much just, oh yeah, this might happen today, it might not happen, I don't know. It was definitely interesting, but it did make it feel quite disjointed. The gameplay overall does feel quite rigid, and it's very much based on like your timings and whether or not you level up your shop as to when you can get new things. You're not able to just go and hire whoever you want. It's very segmented, and there's specific characters that you are allowed to hire at specific times, which I felt was a little bit frustrating. It kind of meant that you couldn't specialize in specific areas. You're basically here, you get what you're given, and that was a little bit rigid. I would have liked to have seen a bit more flexibility in that side. One thing I did pick up after playing for quite a while is that your characters actually level up, and when they level up, you're given a point to allocate to a skill of your choice. So through that system, you can get different characters up to different levels. So they could be a second in cooking, or a second in metalwork, or a second in stonemason, or whatever you want. But that is a long and slow process, and it's not made very clear in the tutorial that I saw. I would have liked a bit more freedom to specialize in specific areas and to really be able to like nut out, okay, I want to focus on cooking, I want to focus on this, I want to focus on that, rather than just being able to create random things and sell the most random assortment of things ever in your shop. The pacing was really good in this game. There was not a lot of time when you didn't feel like you could do something. So whether you were involved in the story stuff, you could skip through the dialogue at your own pace, and that was really good. And then in the shopkeeping side, you were either crafting, and then the actual shop open time wasn't very long, which I think is good. So it really has a good pace. You don't get bored. You kind of just keep going with the pace, and it felt really good to play. The only thing about the shopkeeping side that I would have loved to see added is more of a financial overview. There's not really any way to tell how much an item is going to cost you to craft easily, unless you like literally write down how much each individual ingredient costs and then work out if it sells for more than that. So I think being able to see more of a profit and loss, see more of a financial overview of how much everything costs, how much everything sells for. This does change day to day, which I think is great, and there are different market trends as well, which, you know, influence this. But I would have loved to be able to see it on paper a bit easier, rather than having to feel like I was doing math in my head. The design of the game is stunning. All of the characters are beautifully illustrated. The music and the soundtrack is beautiful and matches perfectly with the world. I liked how they set the scene for different environments too, so the music changes when you go to the market, to your shop, to the guild, or all the different locations, the music changes. I think that was really good, and the design overall really nails that fantasy theme that you want. It really feels like you're playing in this fantasy world, which is really, really cool. Overall, Merchants of Rosewall is a pretty solid game. It's very fun to play. The story is there if you really want a jam-packed fantasy visual novel kind of story feel, and the shopkeeping and crafting side is there too for those who like the more management side of the game. I would love to see a bit more of a kind of meshing of the two, and a bit more freedom to choose how you interact with the story and the shopkeeping, so you can focus more on the story if you want to, or focus more on the shopkeeping if you want to. But apart from that, this is a game that is really fun to play. So would we recommend checking this one out? Yeah, we would. It's pretty fun, especially if you love fantasy and you love management type games. Have you played Merchants of Rosewall yet? If you have, we'd love to know what you think, so let us know in the comments below. If you're looking for more indie game recommendations, click here. And until next time, stay caffeinated. Welcome to the Indie Brew, where we spill the tea on indie games.
Across our website and social media, you'll find reviews on the latest indie games, features with tons of indie recommendations, and the freshest indie game news.
Make sure you subscribe and follow across all of our different platforms to keep up with the latest in indie gaming, and so you get to hear about all of the incredible indie games we get to share.
We're so excited to be presenting this live stream event straight from the Games Expo in Melbourne. And I think it's about time for another interview.
So what are you waiting for? Grab a cup of coffee or your preferred caffeinated beverage and let's chat to another amazing indie dev.
Welcome back, guys. We are at the Game Expo in Melbourne and we are here talking to Dean. Welcome, Dean.
Howdy.
Can you tell us what the name of the game is?
So I'm the creative director on a game called Null Star Solus.
Beautiful. And can you tell us a little bit about the game?
Think the old school like Atari Lunar Lander games meets like Celeste and Super Meat Boy.
Oh wow, okay. So difficulties up there?
Difficulties up there, yeah. We've had a few people who have been like, we're packing it in, like we can't beat the levels. So that's been quite amusing. And then we've had people who are like, I'm not moving until I beat the level.
Yeah.
And like one guy spent like 20 minutes on one level today, which was quite funny.
It's one of those games where the achievement of actually passing the level is so fulfilling that you just get that rush of adrenaline that just seems to be amazing in gaming.
Yeah, we had two guys that came together, and they were both playing, trying to beat each other, and one guy couldn't beat this level, so we took him to like level select and we pulled him out and just skipped the level. But he's like, all right, no, I'm not letting that happen, so I'm going to play that level. So that guy played only that level until he beat it, and then he's like, all right, I'm not going to play the rest, because he beat that level and he's turned in and he just like, and like, they're the experiences we live for with this game. So
it's those, what is it, trial and error, or like increase of skill that eventually gets you to finish the level style thing.
Because the way the game's designed is a lot of levels, you've got to create what we call the null style, which is like your fragments, which is like, your generic collectible that pushes you forward. The way we've designed the levels is that you can collect them in any order. So some, it's more linear than others, but there are definitely levels where people like have, they think a little bit more strategically and play a little bit more strategically on how they want to complete a level to get the best time they can.
Yep. So can you walk us a little bit through the gameplay? Now you mentioned fragments. What's the general level progression through the game?
Classic old school, just like beat a level, next level unlocks.
Yep. And the objective is to get the fragments?
Yeah, get the fragments to complete a level. That's it. Some levels have one fragment, which just acts as your endpoint. Some have 4 to 5, where you've got to map out the level yourself and really try and figure it all out. So.
Yep. Beautiful. Is there an overarching story between the levels?
Not really. We took a very FromSoft approach with where as you get better times, you get unlock points, which unlock data logs, which will eventually tell a story.
Yep.
Those data logs tie into like unlockable skins, extra ships, extra courses and stuff like that. So there's an incentive to consistently do it and move forward. And when I designed the game, I designed it as a very arcadey experience. But when we brought on Ryan, our lead artist, he kind of like opened my eye to there's a story we can tell here. But obviously, being a very small team and based in Tasmania, like we're very limited by our resources.
Yeah.
So we took what we could, and which was there's lore for those who want to investigate the lore, but there's also just a game for those who just want to play the game.
Yeah. Is there heavy inspirations from FromSoft?
Not in regards to the way we tell stories, but very much it's through data logs, it's through items. By investigating these things that you unlock, it will piece together and stuff like that.
Yeah. So once again, if the player wants to go through it, they can really dig deep. But
and then we tie that into the unlock system, so there is incentive to try and push forward and go forward for that. But you can beat the entire game without doing the unlock system. The main ship, the main character that you play as Solus, you can beat the entire game with it, and it is entirely. But as I said, it's more for those who want something extra, want to go for more. The extra ships have different gameplay mechanics to them. They function a little bit differently, and though each ship has its own leaderboard as well. So you may be the best. You can have people who say they're the best player in the world with this ship, but some people might be the best player in the world with another ship, and they have subtle differences which change gameplay enough.
Yeah, beautiful. Was there any other inspirations for the overall game process, or
Money.
That's fair.
No, at the end of the day, like, don't get me wrong, like, this started as a passion project, but it has definitely turned into something that, like, I can employ local devs in Australia and provide, like, we just got some funding from our governing bodies, so I can help, like, grow the industry. My goal is very much sustainable game dev, so I'm very much using Nullstar as a way to, like, teach myself business practices and safe money practices, because obviously the industry is going through a lot of layoffs right now. I feel as if, indies have a chance to show how we can make short, effective games that are also, like, sustainable for employment.
Yeah,
and stuff like that.
which is a good way of looking at it. Exactly what you said. There's a lot of uncertainty in the game and media sector at the moment. There has been for a while now.
Yeah, and the issue is, like, as much as people I wouldn't say complain's not the right word, but as much as people talk about, like, games costing money, you'll find that, like, if it's a big title like Monster Hunter, like, 8 million copies in three days for a game that released at $119.95, people are going to buy the games if they're good enough. You're not necessarily fighting for money, you're fighting for time. We're in a world where people need 2 jobs to pay a mortgage and keep their family afloat. So indies are really good like that they can create short experiences that can yield quite powerful results compared to those long AAAs where it's like, all right, if I buy this, I know I need to sink in 40 to 50 hours to get my money's worth.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And indies like Solus there's replayability in it, especially as you said with the different ships and
and the leaderboards and the time. Like, it is a speedrunning game at heart, and we've seen that. We've seen people, like, they'll find a level that they really, really like that will be the level that they want to be the best at, and then they go it over and over and over again. Like, I've seen people play one level in our game for, like, 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, and just try and get better.
And, like, these are levels that are designed to be completed in anywhere between, like, 2 seconds to 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And they're spending, like, 5-10 minutes on it because they, like, if I take this corner just a little bit sharper, if I use the so we have a thruster mechanic where by turning off a direction you can fly, it increases the ship's overall speed by 20%, but you can't fly in that direction anymore. So you're sacrificing precision for speed.
Yeah.
And then people learn, it's like, all right, I've finished this normally with all 4 thrusters. Okay, I've realized with this one, I don't need to fly down, so we turn that one off. All right, the ship's 20% faster, which means I now need to, factor that in for my turns and for, like, so I don't hit a wall and lose my momentum and my speed.
So it's a brand new game, like, it's a brand new gameplay loop as soon as they add that in.
Yeah, so like, people, like, start delving and exploring with that, which makes it for, like, as the developers, we're very excited to see how people take it, and, like, we think we post a pretty good time, and then someone comes along and smashes it, and we're like, all right, and then they tell us, oh, we found out that if you, instead of flying down, if you bounce off the top wall and let the gravity and momentum carry you, will just, like, you can jump over that hazard without wasting time and momentum. I'm like, holy, really? Okay.
And it's good to see the passion coming out of people who play. I guess for you guys, seeing that sort of stuff and going, wow, someone's so invested in this level that I created.
Yeah.
That'd be such a good feeling, surely.
It is a fantastic feeling knowing that you're creating something that people are, like, latching onto, and I think that's where, like, we're pretty lucky with Solus as well. It's like, it's designed, like, these are very fast-paced levels designed to be played in bursts, so people, like, feel like, I can play this for 5-10 minutes and make some progress and stuff, but then move on to, like, the next thing I want to do. We've had a lot of people say, like, they can see themselves play, like, bus ride Switch games, stuff like that. So we're hitting all the notes we want to, but at the end of the day, the main thing is we want to make a good video game.
Yes, yeah.
So the goal right now is just making it good.
Yeah, which is fair. Which is fair. Where did the idea for the game come from?
Boredom.
You just wanted something to do.
Yeah, so I'd just been made redundant from my last job. The game didn't do very well, so unfortunately the team had to be laid off. And I was like, I'm not going to let this deter me. Like, this is an industry that I've been in for many years. I was making games for myself previously before I got employed. So I just opened Unity and started programming, and as I messed around with something, I was like, holy, I've got something here. I shared it with a few game dev friends, and they were like, you should keep working on this. And then I shared it with some other friends who I worked on our previous project with, and they were the same. It's like, hey, can we join in? Like, we're not doing anything, but we still want to be in games. So right now, like, everyone's there. Everyone's treating it like it's a passion project. We all, like, we got the grants to pay us, but a lot of us still have part-time jobs and stuff like that to make ends meet. And, you know, if the game does well and we can move on to that full-time, we'll be grateful for it. But, you know, the goal at the end of the day is making, like I said, making a good video game.
Yeah. And how big is the team?
It's like 7 or 8 on the like, you know, like the only one who works on it full time is me.
Yeah.
But we've got, like, you know, we've got some incredible talented artists from Sydney, Tasmania. We've got a programmer who we worked on the previous title. He's based in America, but, you know, I try to do locally as much as possible. Our audio lead, Alex Shea, he's a former Tasmanian, now based in Munich, because that's where a lot of audio is. It's very popular over there. And working really hard with him to create an authentic soundtrack. But, like, you know, in my mind, I'm still working with a local Tasmanian who just happens to be based somewhere else.
Yeah, that's it. So it's very global. That's cool as well. Yeah. Seeing collaborative projects that span across, you know, even states, let alone countries, is a really cool thing to see, and, like, people come together.
It kind of shows, like, you know, again, sustainable dev. It's like, you know, we're not wasting money on an office that we don't need. Like, there's obviously studios that really benefit from offices, but we don't need one. So right now, everything's working really well for us, and you know, we try. I do a lot of stuff with Screen Taz and Taz Game Makers in Tasmania, and try to, like, you know, show them the methods of, like, how I can, like, you know, that if you have a project that you're passionate about and you want to take it to the next step, it is doable, and you can do that at home in Tasmania, because we have a lot of great talent in Tassie.
That's awesome. So I know in Victoria we've got the Victoria Screen.
Yeah, so you got Screen Vic, we got Screen Taz.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah.
So obviously, same process as everyone else. You have to do an application. You have to have it assessed by a board. They've got to see validity in the. I mean, that's a lot of work that I do. It's like other indies will come up to me. It's like, hey, you've done these applications before. What do I need? It's like, you know, writing a budget for a game is hard, especially when you, like, you know, what do you pay yourself? Like, because you're not paying yourself right now, but, like, you know, if you get this grant, there is an expectation that you pay yourself or pay employees and or contractors, and it's like, you know, working that stuff out is hard, and you know, if I can use anything that I've learned from Null Star to help someone else make their dream, then, like, that's a win for me.
It's one thing that I've noticed a lot speaking to a lot of the indie devs is that the community is really supportive. It's quite often I've heard someone say, you know, I reached out to this person and they really helped me. It's good to hear that the community is so strong as well.
Yeah, and, like, you know, the community will misstep, and you'll have those people who, like, you know, they'll fall off the carriage. I'm one to admit that, you know, I've fallen off the carriage at the early, and, like, I didn't know what I was doing, and I've had my applications rejected. But, like, you know, through training and practice and leaning on others, I've found out what it is to write a good report, write a good GDD, write a good budget, and I've then been able to take that information and pass on to others.
Yeah, beautiful. I always get sidetracked when I'm talking, so
that's all right.
But so how long have you been working on the game for?
So we only started this game in June last year.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
You've been through a lot in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, it's been crazy. Like, you know, again, when something clicks, it kind of just clicks. Like,
yeah.
But again, like, something I do tell people is, like, I've been in this industry a very long time. Worked on various projects as a consultant. Worked on released my own stuff. Worked on bigger projects and that have released with the publisher and stuff. I've worked pretty hard at this, so I kind of knew what game I was playing. And the best thing I can do is, like, you know, people are like, oh, dude, it's like, you've worked hard. It's like, no, I've been able to utilize talent, skills that I've learned through other people in the industry, in the Australian game dev industry. There's numerous numbers or discords that I can reach out to and know that someone's going to have an answer, someone's going to have my back, and I think that's the beauty of the Australian scene.
Yeah, and it's good to be able to realise that, you know, oh, I do need to ask that question, and not being afraid to ask said question.
The biggest thing is like people like it's like I don't want to bother people. It's like you are not bothering people. When one person succeeds, we all succeed.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you know, Massive Monster and Cult of the Lamb, they put a lot of eyes on Australian devs, realizing what's coming out of Australia and stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh, I know a lot of people, like personally, who hadn't really looked into indie games prior to, and then after playing Cult of the Lamb, it's one of the things they look for first.
Yeah. Well, you hear it like with PAX Australia and stuff. People say, "I come for the indies now."
Yes.
Yeah.
It's definitely me these days.
Which is crazy because like you have Nintendo, you have PlayStation, you have the big ones there. But to hear that people are like, no, I'm paying that $179 for a 3-day ticket because I want to hit all 40 of the indie games.
Yes. Yeah. And I think the thing that's special about the indie games is finding the gem. Like going through, you get to play all of them, you can see how much passion's been put into them, and then finding that one that you click with so well.
Yeah, because that's the beauty. Games are art.
Yes.
So it will speak to you in a way.
Yeah.
You know,
and I don't know, not to poo-poo on AAA games or anything like that, but there's just so much more of a variety in indie gaming. There's a chance there's going to be something for everyone.
Yeah, and that's what I said. Like when people are like, "Oh, I'm bored with the current state of the industry," or "This current state of the industry has this," and stuff. It's like, well, what do you play? And they only list like the AAA stuff. I'm like, have you explored? Like, go to the under $10 section. Go to the roguelite section. Like, you know, I think Balatro is a great example of like getting people like showing what kind of creativity is out there.
Yeah, well, Balatro is. I was addicted to that game, and it is so simple yet so in depth. It's amazing.
Yeah. And the best thing is, like I said, usually they are shorter, tighter experiences where you walk away with a profound feeling of accomplishment because like everyone loves that feeling of beating a video game.
Yes.
Like I said, you really struggle with that nowadays because people are starting to treat games like jobs. Like you need 50 hours, there's all these constant updates, there's this.
Yeah, my pet peeve is the weekly and daily and weekly missions that are like,
I
feel like you got to get on for.
I feel like if a game does them poorly, you can bloody tell.
Yes.
If a game does them well, you can also tell. Like, I don't know, not to toot their horn, but I think like, you know, as someone who's been playing a lot of Marvel Rivals really feels like, you know, as a dad, it's a game where like, you know, there's a really achievable dailies and you earn the actual currency that will get you the money skins.
That's done well.
Yeah, but there are games that's like you need to do this, and this, and I think someone worked out you would need to play League of Legends non-stop for 2,000 years to unlock everything in their store with the free currency. There was like an article about it recently.
That is ridiculous.
And I'm just like, what's the point of having a free currency?
Yeah.
But like, you know, Marvel Rivals has been out since December now, and I have 2 fully paid skins because of just the in-game rewards.
Yeah, which is
like, you know, again, you know, they are a big money, billion-dollar company, NetEase and stuff, but if they can do it right, it is kind of crazy that how others, like, you know,
fall short on the.
Yeah.
What was the development journey? What has the development journey looked like for you?
Tiring. Well, like I said, we've got people, our lead artist, who's based in Spain, but he like leads the artists who are based in Sydney and Tasmania. Our lead programmers in America, so a lot of late nights. So tiring.
Yeah, schedules would be hard in that regard.
Because then I'm staying up till like 4 a.m, going to bed, waking up, getting the kids ready for school, doing the school run, going back to sleep for a few hours and waking up to go get the kids and stuff like that.
So a lot of caffeine?
Give my wife a break. Yeah, so my gamer tag online is FUICS, F-U-I-C-S, which stands for Farmers Union Iced Coffee Strong, which like I'm notorious for like always having a bottle of like in my hand. So it actually like infuriates me that every time I come to Victoria, it's not sold here.
It is. Oh no, not the extra strong.
No, I can't find it. Anyway,
No.
everyone's like, oh, I find Farmers Union all the time. I've been to Coles, I go to 7-Eleven, I go to Aldi. I'm like, where is it gone?
So you got to go up Country Vic.
Yeah.
It's everywhere there. We drink it.
Everyone's
every
like,
morning
go
as
get an icebreaker or a dare. I'm like,
well.
no.
It's not the same. Farmers Union is the
It's
is
Farmers
the way
Union
to go.
iced coffee or it's nothing.
Yeah, I agree. So have you had a moment that has made all the work feel worth it?
Oh, sure. Can we swear?
I don't know.
All right, instead of saying S like this, I'll say crap like this. Like, just conventions.
Yes, yeah.
Everyone is incredible. Like, TGX is such a special event. Like, you know, we're going to AVCon, we're going to Pixel Expo, PAX is such an amazing event. It is the people who play the game. That's the special moment. Seeing it directly in their hands, seeing people directly play it, that is the best feeling in the world.
Yeah, these cons are special. It's we were talking earlier.
I think TGX is so special in regards to the fact that, like, you know, it's not really spoiler information because it is public, but, like, you know, an indie booth here is $300.
Yes.
Now you can get funding for that from your local screen body. That $300 is a lot easier to approve than, say, $3K for a PAX Australia booth.
Yes.
So there's a lot of games here who've never been to PAX because it's just like, you know, we're indies. It's hard to afford it.
Yeah.
But TGX and AVCon having those lower barriers of entry make for fantastic first conventions and allow people to get direct feedback on their game, generate traffic, and just overall have a fantastic convention.
Even test it out. Like if you're scared of the fact of going to a convention, something like this where the foot traffic isn't insane is a good way to just test the waters and see how it's going to go.
Yeah, like I hear people say like PAX is their best convention. I'm like, no, like do not do that. Like, do you have anything local? Do you have like a local game dev group? Do you have anything you can do beforehand? Because the thing about PAX too is like, you're competing with 50 other people.
Yeah.
And again, you still get specialists. Like, you know, you don't get to spend the one-on-one time that you say you would here.
Yeah. And, you know, there's also the AAAs that are just across there with louder sound systems, brighter TVs.
Last year, I purposely chose a booth that was like out of the way of everything because everything was driving me mental.
Yeah, I remember playing one that was just across from the Nintendo booth, and all I could hear was the Nintendo stuff.
Yeah. And I saw one that was like opposite the Final Fantasy 14 booth last year. I felt so sorry for them because it looked like they would approach people and it would look like they were like, you know, I would agree. I would have thought you were coming to play my game. But no, they were just like, no, they were going into the line Final Fantasy. I'm like,
it's crazy.
And I was like, that's so crap.
And something like this is perfect.
Yeah.
It's nicely spaced out. There's lots of room for people to hang out by the booths, and everyone's having a real relaxed time.
Yeah, and I've just been
I'd say.
looking around, like the cosplay's been great. There's people here with like families, which is fantastic. I think with PAX, because there's so many people and so many bodies, having a young one or a pram around is quite difficult.
Yes.
But this, because of like how open it is and the spacing, it's like, you know, seeing young families here is fantastic.
Yeah, I've noticed there's a lot of kids playing the indie games as well, which is, you know, a new generation getting into gaming through indies is also something that's very special.
Yeah.
So what have been some of the highs and lows of your journey?
For this game in particular?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, God, because I could go on forever about the other stuff. No lows so far, just highs. Just like, you know, we managed to sign a publisher within 3 months, which is
That's
like,
awesome.
like crazy. I mean, like from concept to publisher in 3 months, like a lot of people are like, how did you do that? And like, you know, again, faith in our product and stuff like that.
Prior knowledge.
Hasn't been really any lows. Like, you know, game dev has this thing where like some days are just worse than others, like nothing goes your way, but nothing where I'm like, I'm going to chuck in the towel.
Yeah, which is good to hear. What makes the game unique, in your opinion?
Probably the blend of genres. People have never really seen anything like this. Like, one of the things we got from publishers when we were pitching was like we got when we would get no's. It's not because they didn't like the games, because like they were like, we would have no idea how to market this.
Yeah.
Like, this is something like the idea of a 4-directional speedrunning space game, like, you know, Celeste and stuff. Those games have like a direct story and direct level progression. Us, it's all like tight movement and all that stuff. Like we would have no idea how to market this. So
Yes,
that's
yeah.
fine.
Which is fair. You got to find that right person.
Yeah.
What are you most excited about players experiencing in the game?
Nothing.
Nothing.
And the reason I say that is because what you play now is kind of what you get.
Yeah.
Like obviously there's the unlock system, which there'll be some different things for people to explore, but the game is what it is. Like, you know, there is like this is Null Star. This is the movement mechanic. This is how levels work. Obviously there's going to be different hazards and different levels as you progress, so maybe like those people's responses to the later levels, that'll be super interesting. But we're kind of laying our cards out here by just saying, hey, here it is. Woo.
Yeah. Well, you said before that it was like, obviously it's marketed towards speed running style thing, and you've seen a lot of that happening so far. Would it be cool to see that at something like AGDQ or GDQ?
I am 100% for it.
It'd be pretty sick. I'd love the experience of putting so much effort into a game and then seeing someone else play it at that level. There's, I remember seeing some videos online of devs reacting to people speedrunning their game.
We'll probably do all that.
And they're always so blown away by it. My favorite one was like a Hitman one, I think. And the devs were just like...
Yeah, the guy who beat that level in like 4 seconds.
Yeah. The devs like, what?
Yeah.
So, if people wanted to, how can they support the development of the game?
They can wishlist the game on Steam. That's about it.
Do you have any socials as well?
We use Blue Sky and stuff like that. That's about it. So just Blue Sky, which you can like... everything's done through like, you know, Steam. So if you go through Steam, you can find our Blue Sky, you can find our Discord and join our community and stuff like that. So the best thing to do is like go to the Steam page and then go from there and interact from what you want from there.
Yep. And there's a demo currently up on Steam?
No. So we're working with our publisher on that.
Yep.
Like I said, the only real time you get to play the game is if you come to these conventions.
There you go. So you're going to come down to Game Expo or
Game Expo,
PAX
Amicon,
or...
Pixel Expo, Level Up Tasmania. Definitely come to Level Up Tasmania. And hopefully we can be at PAX. So yeah, we'll be around.
Plenty of chances to give it a shot. Do you have any what am I trying to say? Do you have any plans on ever pulling out a demo before release?
So like I said, we're speaking to the publisher about like participating in a upcoming Steam Next Fest.
Yes, yeah.
Just going to make sure it's all about timing, especially because we're planning to release this year. So just working all those bugs, working out how much we actually want to show of the game. Like that's why we brought what we did here, because like, is it too much? Is it too little? Like these are questions we need answers for. Why situations like this with our targeted audience is really good.
Yes, so the final question for today is, if your game was a coffee
Farmers
or tea
Union
blend...
Iced Coffee, strong. I don't care what anyone says. Everything I do and everything I will ever be is an interpretation of Farmers Union Iced Coffee, strong.
Is it just one of the small cartons, or is it like a...
Well, you can only get the 500 mils, like the bottles.
Oh, really?
In strong. Or the cartons. You can't get the 2 liters. If you can get the 2 liters, I drink the 2 liters in a day. I always buy 3. I buy 3 a day. I have 2 in the day, and I have 1 for when I wake up in the morning.
Beautiful.
Like when I don't have it, you can tell. And I have not had it since I've flown here. I've had ice break. Not good enough. I've had oak. Not good enough. All right, we're going to have serious issues in this state.
Look, next time, for the next one for PAX, I promise you I will show up with a Farmers Union, just a standard one. I don't know whether I could get the double ones. Or the, what is it, extra strong?
Just strong. Farmers Union Iced Coffee strong.
Yeah, I'll bring...
Give me a Fwix. All I need is a Fwix. You give me a Fwix, I'm fine.
Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Keep an eye out for more on Null Star Solus. And we'll be back very shortly with another indie dev interview. For now, we're going to hop off, take a little bit of a break. So stay tuned. Shadow of the Colossus meets Breath of the Wild meets Horizon Zero Dawn. Yellow Brick Games' debut title, Eternal Strands, takes you on a journey through Denevron, an area locked away due to a large magical cataclysm years ago. You play a young weaver of magic and a scout in a successful band of adventurers. You must fight your way through Denevron to find out what happened in this magical area so long ago, trying to find a way out while fighting off the creatures that lurk inside. Today we are going to be breaking this game down and giving you everything you need to know before you buy it.
it. This is something we do regularly here at the Indie Brew, so make sure to hit that subscribe button if you want more indie game content. And without further ado, let's jump into the magical world of Eternal Strands. In this game, you play as Bryn, a weaver or a magic user, who recently joined a new adventuring band. During a regular scouting mission, your party fumbles into an area known as the Enclave, and you become the first weavers to do so since the area was sectioned off. The story is a underdog, sort of lost all hope style of story with twists and turns around most corners. There are extra parts of the story to explore through the side missions, but the main missions and main storyline itself does hold its own. With enjoyable characters and interesting location lore, the story is definitely one to pay attention to. I will say that towards the end, the NPC dialogue scenes got a little bit too much for me, but it wasn't enough to dissuade me from continuing to play the game. For myself, the story felt so familiar, yet like something I'd never heard of before. Something like a one-shot or session from a D&D campaign. Honestly, I'd love to play D&D in this world. The environment of Eternal Strands is one of the highlights of the game. With different areas around the Enclave to explore, the developers did a good job to make each area unique, but also make it feel like you weren't on a completely different continent. The overall design and atmosphere, mixed with the weather changing system that they've got set up, created new obstacles every time you left the camp. Another big part of the environment setting was the destruction. Pretty much the entire environment is destructible. Aside from a few really large buildings or some like strange undestructible metal gates, this did make the big fights interesting because you took cover behind a building or behind a large rock or a tree or something like that. And next thing you know, it's destroyed and you're scrambling to try and find somewhere to hide or moving in to attack. Overall, the design and functionability of the environment within Eternal Strands was great. But further in the game, there is a power that makes moving through this area extremely fun as well. Now, the combat mechanics are a big part of this game. It is not your standard hack and slash. And as I mentioned earlier, the environment does play a big part of the combat. But as Bryn, we have access to three main mechanics, and they are the weapons, the strand powers or our magic, and the environment itself. With your weapons, you get access to a sword and board. So sword and shield, you get a two-handed heavy weapon as well as a bow. Now each of these can be crafted using different things to create different powers as well as being fully upgradable. So there is a lot of variety within the standard melee combat area. Next up, we've got the powers themselves, or the strands, and you have fire strands, ice strands, and telekinetic strands. Now the fire strand sets pretty much everything around it on fire, including the enemies and including yourself. I didn't actually use this too much in the early game, as well as the ice, but I wish I had of, because it does become extremely important later on in the game. And it's nice to know those things. The ice strand freezes enemies into place, but you can also use it to create bridges across gaps or walls around enemies to kind of section them off. You can either get away across a bridge or, you know, deal with multiple enemies while providing some form of cover. There are other things these two are used for, but I'm gonna leave spoilers for another video. I really want you guys to try this out and see it all for yourself. The telekinesis strand was the one that I used the most, and it got me out of so many tough moments. The ability to pick up almost anything around you and just yeet it at your opponent was absolutely magical. Or even just picking up the enemy themselves and throwing them off a cliff. So many good shots there. This is where the environment comes in, utilizing every object or material that's around you to try and deal damage to your enemy. It's a good addition to the combat repertoire. Now, speaking of the enemies in Eternal Strands are all unique, each having their own strength and weaknesses, as well as having little things to help them make your journey painful. You have these little lava mosquitoes that like spit fire at you, causing the ground to turn on fire. They are annoying. You have these little chameleons, these invisible chameleons that spit acid at you and do chip damage, and you just can't see where they are. They are equally as annoying. There's also these frost hounds or frost dogs that attack you but cause a layer of ice around them, making it slow for you and also chipping away at your health. And another one that's extremely annoying. They're not all annoying though. Some of them are just standard enemies, but there is a good variety within the mix. Not to mention the arcs, actually, the robots, the corrupted robots. They all have their own different shapes and sizes that they come in, as well as their own abilities. But the key standout and why I initially compared it to Shadow of the Colossus are the large arcs and the beasts that you have to fight in order to progress and also to upgrade your strand powers. These guys can be tough, and it did take a little bit of preparation before each fight to actually get to being able to fell them. The bosses were fun and they were intricate. Some of them even had specific conditions that needed to be met to show their strand, the thing that you would then go and use to upgrade. So there was, like I said, there was that level of preparation needed, or even experimentation, trying to hit the different things to get the strand to open up. Unfortunately, once you have fought them a couple of times, they do kind of just become a little bit more like your standard enemies. Once you know the pattern and where the key points to hit are, they go down pretty quickly. But luckily enough, Eternal Strands coming in at around about 20-ish hours of playtime wasn't long enough for that to become an actual issue. So overall, the enemies and the combat were mostly enjoyable throughout the entire game. Eternal Strands was a great debut from a new indie game company, and the animations and the art style alone were impressive enough to get me excited for the game. The first time I seen the Vox Machina style animations at the start for some of the cutscenes, I was really excited because you don't see animations like that in video games, and it's cool seeing a company try a new medium. With a story I'd love to see more of and such an amazing world to explore, I really enjoyed my time playing this game. Now, for those that are looking to pick it up, it does come in relatively cheap compared to other games at 59 Australian dollars. But if you do have the Xbox Game Pass, it is already on there, ready for you to go and download it. So what are you waiting for? I'm hoping to see more from Yellow Brick Games and hope they can continue to build on their current ideas and create something equally as fun as this one. And that was my first thoughts on Eternal Strands and everything you need to know before buying it. We would love to know what you think about this one. Have you picked it up? Are you looking to pick it up? Let us know down in the comments below. If you're looking for more indie game recommendations, click right here. And until next time, stay caffeinated.
Welcome to the Indie Brew, where we spill the tea on indie games.
Across our website and social media, you'll find reviews on the latest indie games, features with tons of indie recommendations, and the freshest indie game news.
Make sure you subscribe and follow across all of our different platforms to keep up with the latest in indie gaming, and so you get to hear about all of the incredible indie games we get to share.
We're so excited to be presenting this live stream event straight from the Games Expo in Melbourne. And I think it's about time for another interview.
So what are you waiting for? Grab a cup of coffee or your preferred caffeinated beverage and let's chat to another amazing indie dev.
Welcome back, guys. We are at the Game Expo in Melbourne and we are here talking to CJ. Welcome, CJ.
No, thank you for having me.
Now, can you tell us what the name of the game is?
Yeah, so our game is called Ecliptic. It is a puzzle narrative horoscope game. You play as this character who is trying to find their way in the stars as a horoscope. So our inspiration is mostly like Hades and like Legend of Zelda kind of esque. So yeah, we're really trying to aim for like a very family friendly kind of game.
Yep, beautiful. So what style of game is it? Like, what's the main playthrough of the game?
So the main playthrough of the game is you get sent to this mysterious kind of like realm and you don't know who you are, you don't know where you are, it's like in the midst of the stars and it's just like, oh, what am I supposed to do? Then eventually you get to go through like mini puzzles and everything, and each puzzle is like themed after the star signs that you know, like Aries, Scorpio, Cancer, all those kinds of things. So
yep.
Yeah, that's how it kind of plays out at the beginning.
Nice. Is it, what sort of perspective? Oh, we've got it up on the screen now.
Yeah, so that's Cancer going on and that's Scorpio. So we try to use all the kinds of like elements that we know about, like, you know, the horoscopes. Like Scorpio is like a scorpion. How can we make a puzzle out of a scorpion, you know?
Oh, beautiful. So it's, okay, yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah.
When it comes to the story, is there an overarching story? What am I trying to say? Tell us a little bit about the story.
So the story is, our inspirations is like the mythologies behind the horoscopes. So the story, we've tried to piece together that you play as this person trying to find their identity by going through each puzzle and meeting all the existing horoscopes, and you're just like, oh, who are you? And they're like, I'm Aries. Who are you? Why are you in my area? So it's like, the story is you go through each room, you try to learn a little bit of the world they're living in, what they are as a star sign, and you try to find your place as like the 13th star sign.
Oh wow, okay, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And is there any sort of, because you're looking at sort of gods of
yes, pretty much.
Is there any sort of powers that we're looking at here, or?
So narratively speaking, we have like mostly just the elements that help you try to figure out your place as a god.
Yeah.
The thing about horoscopes is it's weird to say like they're a god
Yes,
because it's like a mythology.
Yes,
they're not really full of powers. It would be cool, you know,
Yes,
like to have that. But like we have a snake mechanic where you like to, you know, throw like a little whip thing. So that's something at least.
Yep.
And yeah.
So that's cool. So you're going through it mostly trying to find your place as a horoscope, but not necessarily building up a repertoire of like godlike powers.
Yes.
So
yes.
that's
it's more
cool.
like, how do I try to fulfill this role that I've been thrusted upon?
Yeah,
you know?
perfect.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's a little bit of a self. What's the word?
Like self-discovery?
Yeah, self-discovery.
Yeah.
That's cool. So, where did the idea for the game come from?
So the idea came from my friend Sophie, who is the narrative person behind everything. She does the dialogue, she knows all the lore about, I think, like Western mythology or Greek mythology. I think that's where it was.
Yeah.
And her inspirations were, what's it called? It was that fantasy show or something. Anyways, it doesn't matter. But that's where the inspiration came from. I've always been interested in like old Greek mythology games as well. So I think that's where we mostly get it. There's a lot of lore behind the horoscopes that we felt like not many people knew about.
Yeah.
So we're like, look, how can we try and make it like into a storybook kind of game? Like you
so
learn about them.
There was a lot of research
Yeah.
into what the horoscopes were and what was behind it.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. So if you're playing the game, you get to learn a little bit about
Yeah.
that area of mythology.
Exactly.
Which is,
Like as a dev myself, I had to learn along the way as well. Like I didn't know that the horoscope of Scorpio was like a fighter or something. I just thought he was some guy that was a Scorpion. But there's more to it. So I was like, how fun.
It's amazing because there's things like obviously horoscopes are quite a normal thing across most of, or at least Australia, and you don't think to look behind it and see what is the actual stories. There's a lot of things that we just sort of go, oh, that's there. It's been there for a long time.
Yeah.
But it's cool to see what's behind it.
Yeah.
It's even cooler to take inspiration and make a video game out of it.
I'd say most people know horoscopes as like, oh my god, what star sign are you?
Yes.
Oh, we're compatible. And
Yes,
we're like, everyone knows that.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're like, where did it come from? So,
Yes, which is cool.
Yeah.
And it's different from your typical taking from like, I don't know, Viking mythology or Egyptian mythology or something like that. It's something that's unique, something different than just the typical tropes that we see in a lot of other media. How long have you guys been working on the game for?
So it started off as a uni project, and we've been working on it for over a year now.
Yep.
And the development's been pretty good since we're hoping to actually get it released by the end of this year.
End of this year?
Yeah.
Very nice. That's really cool. So you guys started out as a uni project, and is that, because I've seen there's I think it's at PAX, have got the university area there. Was it something like that?
Something like that. We had an exhibition provided by RMIT University as well.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like, we presented it in 2023, I believe.
Yep.
Where we had to set up our own booths and everything, but now I think they're starting to try branch out into letting students go into actual conventions like this. So we did start off from just like all the other students like them over there, and then eventually we found we just get along really well as a team, and we have ideas we want to get out there, and we want to try help each other with our skills, you know? So, yeah.
So after uni, you guys were just like, you know what? We're really enjoying this. Let's continue on with it.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we just had so many ideas. We wanted to try keep on going with.
Yeah,
so.
that's really, really cool.
Yeah.
And has that created a bit of a studio outside of it?
Kind of, yeah. So we all work on it in our own time.
Yeah.
We like to say part-time. It's easier to say that. So we work on this while also doing our regular jobs. It's all voluntary, and the way we work is very hybrid. So some of us are located in Melbourne, some of us are actually like in Sydney, one of our friends is in Singapore, you know. That's how we kind of work together. But yeah, all the meetings and like all that is just conducted online. So,
Yeah. Is that hard with scheduling, having people spread across?
It's definitely quite a big hurdle because things happen in life, and you know, sometimes we get more busy, sometimes people become, you know, more focused, or like syncing up schedules is very difficult.
Yes. Yeah.
But I think, you know, as long as we're just trying and we communicate how we're doing and everything, that's just all I want, you know, for the team.
Communication's such a big thing, especially in a place of, like you said, most of you are working on it part-time, having those extra commitments as well as, like, you know, family or friends and stuff, like, you gotta have that communication.
Yeah. So either way, I'm like, at the end of the day, we're all friends.
Yes.
We just want to support each other wherever we go, but we also want to have our dreams like worked on, and we'll just try to make the best of it. So, yeah.
So have you got other ideas floating around as well? Like, have you? Is all the focus on this game, or do occasionally you're like, you know what, I really want to make this sort of game as well?
Yeah, there has been some occasions where I've talked to my partner like, oh, I really want to work on this game, but I'm like, after Ecliptic, and then, you know, like, I'm like, I'm gonna put that in like the ideas book. It'll be done later.
You don't want to put too many eggs in the basket.
Yeah.
What has the development journey looked like overall for the group?
I would say it's come a long way with the types of levels that we were trying to develop. In the beginning, there was some test-like levels, and then our friend Giles, who's a level designer, he just kept showing us like new levels that we're always like amazed with, and it was just like, oh my god, wait, this is going somewhere. And like the more that we started talking about it to other people, it also gave us an idea of like, oh, we know what we're going for, and I'm just so happy that what we're making is easy to understand to other people.
Yeah.
Because you can be trying to make a game where it's just like, you understand it, but other people don't understand it.
Yes, yeah.
And I think having that clearness between player versus devs, it's just so satisfying to have, you know? Like,
Yeah.
oh, you know what's going on. So, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to convey what you want, sometimes it's hard to convey how you want something to progress forward.
Yeah.
It's, I think, were you guys at PAX last year?
Yes, we were at
I
PAX.
believe I played, is the first level something to do with a goat?
Yes, that was Aries.
And I believe I walked straight through the area, and the person there was like, you forgot to do the starting thing, and you just walked straight through. I was like, oh, I had fun.
Yeah.
It doesn't really.
Yeah.
But have you had a moment that had made all of the work feel worth it?
Definitely when landing our first exhibition to PAX was like the nail stone for like my group and I to just really get that morale back. Like, oh, this was so worth it. Like all the things that we've been working for and getting just people to see it, people to play it, it just felt so worth it. And I think just as like friends, I was just like, yeah, let's just shake hands, guys. Look, we feel so proud of what we've done. I think that was the milestone of saying this was absolutely worth it, just getting it in an exhibition for the first time.
Yeah. And PAX is such a big one too, so and what was it like for the first, because was PAX the first one?
PAX was the first one.
Yeah, what was it like that first time getting so many people through, playing the game?
Oh, it was a mixture of overwhelmed, excitement, happiness, and like just a lot of like growth for me, because I'm always very shy as a person, but like trying to talk to people and get myself out there is really, really good to have. And with PAX being so big, it's just like you learn so much just being there as well. Like, it's such a great experience, you know. So I think that was my kind of learning curve there, and just a lot of what to expect for our team as well. We're like, oh, so this is how it's going to be. Like this time around Games Expo, we're like, we kind of know what's going on. Like,
You're prepared to get into the next.
Yeah, we're like prepared, and you know, you can make friends along the way. It's really exciting every time. Yeah.
It's I love the con scene. It's so good. It's so much fun, and like you said, you meet so many people, make so many friends, new connections. It's great.
Yeah.
How was it that first time that you had someone outside of your friend group or your close group play it?
What do you mean, like?
So like when you went to the con and that first person that you've never met before comes up, starts playing it, and you know you get that roll on.
Yeah.
Was that a good feeling, or was it like, did you like it?
It's like such a mixed feeling, you know, because you'll get people who like just get it or know how to play without instruction, or people just like, I don't know what's going on. You know, you're gonna get people like that. I'm not against anyone saying like, I don't know what's going on. You know, I just want to hear what you have to say. But yeah, we've had plenty of people also say like, did I do that right? I'm like, yeah, you did that right. Like, oh, okay. You know. just making sure.
What have been some of the highs and lows of the game development journey?
Some of the highs was just, I think when we had it as our capstone, we were recognized by RMIT saying we're like a special mention as a Dean's Award. You know, that was definitely a high, like for all of us, saying like we are going in the right direction. Getting recognized by RMIT as well in our cohort was such a big boost. And some of the lows was just, I would say, like the scheduling part of it over time that we were aware of. So scheduling is always just going to be a thing, I think, but as long as you're trying to work around it, that's always, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Like what we said before, especially with like part-time work, all the rest of it.
So
you
I
gotta
think
make
the highs complement the lows, really. So
So what makes your game unique?
I would say that it's just the fact that we're trying to make a game around horoscopes and the mythology around it, because a lot of people are aware of horoscopes, but not really the story on how it was even built in the first place, kind of thing. So I think that's what makes us more unique, and us as devs trying to learn the lore about the horoscopes as well, and trying to make a puzzle out of it or try to make a story out of it is what makes it unique. Yeah.
Was there any other inspirations maybe around the gameplay or the puzzles?
I would say I'm not sure if I mentioned Zelda already.
Yes, you did say Zelda.
I remember Percy Jackson, I think. That's the narrative director's like inspiration as well. She's very into Percy Jackson. So if you know that, you probably understand.
So Percy Jackson, Legend of Zelda.
Legend of Zelda.
Horoscopes, obviously.
Yeah.
And
a bit of Hades as well.
And
the
a bit of Hades,
dialogue
yeah.
happening and all that.
There's such a lot of variety in Legend of Zelda as well. There's a lot to pick from in that sector. What are you most excited about players experiencing in your game?
I think what I'm most excited about players experiencing is just they get to learn something or just feel like they could relate to the character a little bit when it comes to discovering their identity.
Yeah.
You go through like all these kinds of things in life and eventually you're just like, who am I by the end of it all? So we haven't publicly like shown any of the ending yet, but that is what I hope that players can get by the end of the game. Yeah.
Is there a demo currently up on Steam?
Yeah, so there is a Steam page that's available for wish listing. So today's Game Expo version was 4 new levels. That is different from the Steam version at the moment.
Yeah.
But we're hoping to get that more updated with this version as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, so hopefully it'll come along its way before then.
Awesome. So if you guys are here at the Game Expo, there's 4 new levels to play. So make sure to check it out either today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
And how have the new levels been going?
Yes, they have been pretty good. We've had some people interested about the kind of the mechanics of the Leo room or how they actually are supposed to interact with things. Obviously, it's very in its like beta stage.
Yes,
so
yeah.
the purpose of it is like we want you to taste it and tell us how you feel about it.
Yeah, yeah.
So there is a little bit of bugs that we're aware of, but we're hoping to work on them a bit more.
Yeah.
And a lot of people like the Gemini room. They really like how. I won't say what happens in it.
Yeah, no, that's
just gotta try play it for yourself. It's something to do with twins. The Gemini, like two people kind of puzzle mechanic. So yeah, we've had a lot of great feedback so far.
Very nice. Outside of wish listing, is there any other way that people could support the development of the game?
Yes, just following us on social media. We have Instagram. We have YouTube so far, and we're hoping to update them more in the future. Me and TJ are also streaming a lot more on Twitch as well about our development with the game as well.
I love that.
So TJ shows a lot of the behind the scenes with VFX and like little bits on what goes on in Unity. I am producing, but also I do the character art as well. So you can catch me just like drawing some of the characters in there. My thought process of like, maybe I should put a sword on him or something. I don't know, just how I draw.
Yeah. So is that all on your social medias?
Yes, it's all on our social medias. You'll be able to find us through Made with Cookies. But yeah, just kind of, if you're just curious to come by, stick around with us because we're also trying to make a break in how we develop things over time. That's just the best way that you can support us. That's all we can ask for,
I love seeing devs who share the process. Not just for viewers, but it's good for other devs to see, maybe someone's breaking into the scene and they just need some reassurance of, am I doing this correctly?
I feel like everybody always feels like that. Am I doing this correctly? And you're like, yeah. We just tell each other, yeah, you're doing good. Yeah, don't worry.
It's the same in content creation, I swear. It's like, am I streaming correctly? Have I got this set up properly? And it's so, it's so nice having that little bit of like community that you can fall back on and go,
yeah, absolutely.
I am doing something right. So our final question, if your game was a coffee or tea blend, what 3 flavors would it be?
Oh, so I was talking to TJ about this. Like, we saw this question earlier. Like, what flavor? She said, and she was like, oh, I got you, chai. And I was like, chai? Why chai? I was thinking like an Earl Grey, and she's just like, well, if you mix all the things in, it'll taste spicy. And I was like, yeah, with like 12 different signs, you mash them all together. I'm like, yeah, I see that. It'll taste spicy. So maybe a spicy chai.
Yeah, nice. So it's the variety of all the different bits and pieces that makes it.
Like a bit of this, a bit of that, and I'm like, yeah, I get it.
Do you have any other events coming up anytime soon that you're taking the game to?
We're hoping to land into Smash in Sydney. Don't know for yet. Don't know completely yet. That's still to be determined. And also PAX in Melbourne again this year. So there's 2 more exhibitions we're hoping to aim for. We'll definitely announce it a lot later down the line on our social media if you want to stay updated on all that. So yeah, those are our next 2 goals.
Next
and
two
we're hoping to release more levels on those upcoming exhibitions as well.
Beautiful. It's amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
And keep an eye out for all the different updates for Ecliptic. It looks fantastic. I have played it before, and I really enjoyed it actually. It did give me the Zelda vibe. So when you did say that, I was like, I can see that now.
Yes. Hooray.
And yeah, once again, thank you for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the con.
You too.
Hopefully you guys have a fantastic weekend. And we'll be back real soon with another indie dev interview. So sit tight and we'll catch you soon.
Buckle up because there's a seriously cool new city builder hitting Steam this year, and it's not your average block placer. We're talking a wild mix of city building, survival and physics all rolled into one. It's called All Will Fall, and the developers dropped a playtest right alongside the announcement of the game. We happened to grab an invite, and let me tell you, we've been hooked. Let's deep dive into this game, check out what makes it tick, and share everything we know about its upcoming release. From the moment you set foot in this game, it throws you right into the deep end, quite literally. Your ship will crash into some sunken wreckage, and it immerses you immediately in this post-apocalyptic sunken world where the sea has basically risen and swallowed everything. The landscape is basically a massive ocean dotted with these random ruins, which luckily are packed with resources and stuff to scavenge. You are not here by yourself though. You've got a whole colony of people relying on you, so you've got to manage those people, manage your resources, and build a city from scratch. No pressure, right? So to start off the game, you really need to look after your people first, which means food and water, and that is essentially what you need to scavenge first. After that, you do have other resources like wood, junk, and metal, which are used in a lot of your building projects. Now, it does get a little bit tricky because the ship that you crash land with is totally destroyed. So you can harvest the resources from it, but you cannot use it to travel between the sunken wreckages. So instead, you've got to use the scavenged resources to build bridges and supports to be able to get to the different parts of the sea. Now, this is where things get really interesting because you can't just slap stuff together willy-nilly. You've actually got to think about how you're building things and make sure everything is supported properly, or all of your buildings will fall into the sea. The smaller gaps between some of the wreckages that you're navigating to aren't too bad, and usually you can get away with just building a walkway and it's no big deal. But once you get to the larger gaps, that's where you really need to start being mindful and making sure that your walkways and your buildings are adequately supported, or otherwise they literally will just fall into the ocean. Now, it can get interesting because there's not a whole lot of guidance in this playtest as to how to do it in an appropriate way. So it is a little bit of trial and error, but it is really fun figuring out how to best support things and just how far you can push your structures before gravity swallows them whole. There are tons of different buildings that you can unlock, like greenhouses to grow food, docks for ships that you can then send out to scavenge even more resources, and there are really a bunch of different ways to get your hands on the resources, which is really interesting. Now, of course, there is a research tree because what is a city builder without one? This one lets you unlock things like renewable resources, but it also has some moral dilemmas that you'll need to navigate. You can burn wood, boil water to make it drinkable, but you'll also be polluting the environment if you do that. A lot of the research options have this kind of pick your poison vibe where you really need to decide what's going to be best for the environment as well as what's going to be best for your colony, which really does highlight the post-apocalyptic world that you're living in and how those things might actually affect things like the sea levels and other weather conditions. You really do get to decide what type of leader you'll be, and not just in research, but also with your colony. There's lots of random events that occur throughout your everyday colony life. So there's things like a random ship might float by and you get to decide whether you want to take the people in or just steal all of their resources and leave them to float in the middle of the ocean. You also have things like uprisings of your people or people not being happy with some of your decisions. And each of these scenarios has different decisions with different consequences. So you do really need to think about what you're doing and what type of leader you want to be. Now, it's not quite as hectic as Frostpunk, for example, but it definitely has that same feeling of making these moral calls while trying to survive in a kind of messed up world. The colony management itself feels really hands-on. It's very individually based, so you're assigning individual people to specific tasks and you really feel like you're actually in charge. It's not like one of those top-down colony sims where you just give general orders and it kind of solves itself. You're right in the thick of it, which it's really nice if you love that hands-on aspect. If you thought managing resources, buildings, and people was enough to keep you busy, you were right, but there's more. So you also have to wrestle with the weather in this game. So the tides change. You'll get high tide, you'll get low tide, and you'll kind of get like this mid tide. And each of these different conditions brings with it a different set of challenges. So high tide will mean that your boats are stuck, so they can't collect any resources while it's high tide, and some of the lower levels will actually be flooded, so you need to make sure your people can get out before the high tide hits. Low tide will reveal new resources on those lower levels, but you do need to be quick about grabbing them because the water can come back in and then your people will potentially drown if you don't get them out quick enough. So this weather adds a whole other layer of strategy and timing to the game, and it really gives some variation to the day-night cycle of the game, because not only do you have day and night, but you also have high tide, low tide, mid-tide, and as you play, the water levels will rise and drop depending on the environmental impact. The weather was definitely one of the more interesting elements to the game, and I'm really interested to see how it's going to play out in the full version and whether or not we'll see more bigger weather events that have different effects too. The devs have hinted at more locations and buildings in the full game, which is really exciting. I'm guessing from what we have that we'll see some kind of multi-location setup, so you'll be able to have different settlements across different landscapes, which will be a cool way to manage different colonies. Now, all of this is based on the playtest, but even with just that, it's clear there's a ton of potential in this game. The playtest only gave us one level and one kind of environment, which was a little bit limiting, but even then, I found myself playing this game for hours and going away thinking about how I wanted to go back and do things differently, or research something else, or try something else. So it really has that draw that captures you. Even though it's early days, I'm actually really impressed with Overfall. It combines all of the best bits of city builders and colony sims, but also with a physics twist and a survival twist. It kind of feels like a mix of Frostpunk and Raft, but without Raft's super hands-on resource gathering, and without Frostpunk's freezing cold and really intense moral dilemmas. It's definitely one to keep an eye on, with the game currently planned for release in 2025. And if the playtest is anything to go on, I think they're definitely on the right track. The playtest has been extended until the 10th of February, so if you're watching this before that, you can head over to Steam right now and jump in and see if you like it yourself. But otherwise, this is definitely one to add to your wish list and keep an eye on for a really interesting city builder experience. That's why we're going to wrap up this video. If you're looking for more indie game recommendations, click here. And until next time, stay caffeinated. Welcome to the Indie Brew, where we spill the tea on indie games.
Across our website and social media, you'll find reviews on the latest indie games, features with tons of indie recommendations, and the freshest indie game news.
Make sure you subscribe and follow across all of our different platforms to keep up with the latest in indie gaming, and so you get to hear about all of the incredible indie games we get to share.
We're so excited to be presenting this live stream event straight from the Games Expo in Melbourne. And I think it's about time for another interview.
So what are you waiting for? Grab a cup of coffee or your preferred caffeinated beverage and let's chat to another amazing indie dev. Welcome back to our live stream direct from the Game Expo Melbourne. We are so excited to bring you another amazing interview. We have got Martin here. So Martin, tell us, what's the name of your game?
Hi, thanks for having me. The name of my game is Rita. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, tell us about what is Rita?
Rita is a cozy puzzle adventure game where the puzzles are primarily like word-based puzzles, so think crosswords, word finds, rebus puzzles, that kind of thing. You're this little chicken, like this kind of thing, running around the world. You're picking up letters, you're picking up pieces of newspaper, then you might get stuck, so you open up the newspaper, solve some puzzles, and then the world will open up for you. So maybe like a staircase will appear that wasn't there already, or maybe you'll get an ability like to be able to jump, that kind of thing. So a bit of that Metroidvania loop about it.
Yeah, awesome. And where did the idea for the game come from?
Yeah, so the game was originally a little game jam thing that I did a couple of years ago. I did it as a little bit of a tribute to my grandmother. Her middle name was Rita, and that was very much just a puzzle game with a similar mechanic. You would create words, and the world will change for you.
Yeah.
And then people sort of ask, like, what's the story behind it? Like, why did you do this? Why is it a chicken? And then, go a bit more in depth about that. So it's a chicken because we used to call her, in the nicest way, we would call her the old chook or the old duck. Like, it was an endearing term.
Yeah.
We called her that. And then, just all the story that's laid in there, like all the things you do with your grandparents. Like, we played Scrabble a lot. We did word finds together. So it's just all those things, and then the nice little moments that the two of us had together. So as you play longer in the game, her character gets older, and then my character will hatch, I guess you say.
Yeah.
And then there's sort of an adventure of the two of them.
Yeah, so tell me more about that story, because I know it's quite a wholesome story that you've got going on there.
You mean the grandmother part?
Yeah, the whole story behind it.
So, I guess I was lucky enough that I had a very good bond with my grandparent, and we played Scrabble together. I actually taught her how to use a PC, and we had a Scrabble game on there. So just looking back, like we did a lot of those things together. She would come over and play Scrabble with me until midnight as a 70-year-old. Like, it was pretty crazy. So then, just did a lot of things with her, and then reflecting back on everything that happened and the things I kind of passively learned or actively learned. She's a very generous person, and the first lesson in the game, we have these things called lessons, and the first lesson in the game is you've got to keep your brain active, and she used to say that. She'd be there with a crossword puzzle, I've got to keep the mind working, you've got to keep going. So she left a big impression on me, so it's quite easy for me to have motivation and story behind the game.
Yeah, and so the story in the game itself, did you want to talk about kind of the plot, the very top level, no spoiler version of the plot?
Yeah, I guess there's no villain, there's no antagonist, there's no that kind of thing. It's just meant to be a cozy experience, and hopefully the puzzles keep you going. But then the story, you bond with the character and you learn some of the things that maybe I learned. But I always try to say that it's not specifically me and my grandmother, it's any grandchild and their grandparent, and a lot of people did have a good bond with their grandparents, so maybe you learn a few things from that. Certainly not trying to be in your face, teach you lessons, but why not pass on the things that I liked, and at the same time it's not too heavy, it's it's light and enjoyable.
Yeah, awesome. And so how long have you been working on the game?
Yeah, I did that game jam thing, I think it was 2022, and then I just sort of left it and didn't really think about it for a while.
Yeah.
And I was dabbling with some other projects, and I came to PAX 2023, and I was just I saw all the other games, and I saw you guys doing things like this. I'm I just got to get involved.
Yeah.
Where's the motivation? Where am I going to be able to stay on point? So this was the game, and I just fleshed it out. I was it obviously has to be a chicken, just that. All these things were like obvious steps.
Yeah.
And I just sort of kept moving. Showcased it at PAX last year. Now this is only the second time that we've gone public showing it. So yeah, just learning everything as we go. You know, learning marketing, learning the whole process, and yeah, it's good. It's a good ride.
Yeah. And so have you had any moment yet that has really made you feel like this is all this work you've been putting in, all the hours are worth it?
You mean other than this? Yeah, I mean, yes and no. Like every time someone plays it and you can see they really like it, it's so good. We've had this little boy today, I'm not sure who he is, but he's been at the booth like nearly all day. So like people fall in love with the game and the character. It's really building. You know, and I think going down the road, I'll have maybe some more wins. You know, releasing and showcasing hopefully.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, the best thrills are when you see someone they play the game and I like it and they want more, and that's the best win for me.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, what are some of the other kind of highs and low points? We know game dev life is very tumultuous.
Yeah.
So, what are some of the other highs and lows that you think you've had?
I guess the lows are like, you know, there's a lot of rejection. You apply for so many things. It's quite difficult. You take the wins when you get them, like TGX and PAX. Yeah, the highs are. I really just like seeing someone enjoy the process of the game and the puzzle. Highs and lows, you asked, didn't you?
Yeah.
Lows, you know, you have doubts and you're not sure if it's good enough. You're not sure when you'll be able to release. Like trying to get exposures. So this is why this is so good. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's a roller coaster. But I think what's good about these things, and we were saying before, everybody sort of builds each other up. Like you guys are growing, the other games are growing, and we sort of all grow together.
Yeah, that's the best thing about the indie scene, I think, particularly in Australia. We are very lucky. All right, so what would you say makes the game unique?
Yeah, I think it's the mashup of like word puzzles and still like a 3D adventure, like, you know, Mario platforming kind of thing. A lot of people have commented they haven't seen that mashup before. Mm-hmm. So for me, it started very much as a puzzle game, and then layering in the story with the adventure. I think it's quite unique. We had a bit of trouble marketing it in trying to like find a game to pivot off. So I guess that's a good sign that you're different enough. But you don't be too different that no one has a reference point for you.
Yeah. So talk to me a little bit more about some of the like level design and things like that. So when you play the game, well, what can you kind of expect?
Yeah, you can expect a cozy little world. So it's set, I'm actually calling it Aspendale, which is where she grew up. It's on the beach. She used to love beaches. So it's all that very like Wind Waker Island kind of aesthetic. And then you'll sort of go through some other biomes, some forests, some deserts, other towns and kind of things, but all very cozy. Like the NPCs will not really get in your way, but you'll need to talk to them to get the story and get through the game. Yeah, and then we have these things called memory worlds, which if you've seen some of the footage, maybe it looks sort of like this outer space kind of thing. And that's very much where I put in the story and the lessons and the things that we did together, like that example of the keep your brain active or one step at a time, those kind of things. One that I really like, I might have said to you last time, you know the saying, love all, trust few, paddle your own canoe. I really like that saying. So those kind of little things done in a playful puzzle.
Yeah, awesome. And like the word puzzles, you've got some Scrabble elements in there. What other kind of word puzzly stuff have you got in there? Like what are the main types?
Crossword heavy in the main world, with some spins on it. So we have like a poetic crossword. I'm having one. Oh shit! We got a visitor. This is Rita, everybody.
Rita, IRL.
Didn't know this was happening.
Hello.
What's your name?
Rita.
Oh, nice to meet you.
I'm going to go now.
Okay.
Whoops.
Interrupting chicken. Okay, that is not something we've had on a stream before.
Where were we?
The puzzle. So you got crossword puzzles.
Yeah. Crosswords it's crossword heavy in the main world with tweaks like I've got like a poetic crossword. I'm going to have this it's called a Roman crossword, things like that. Then you go to the side worlds. There's like word finds, word search, or whatever people call it. Rebus puzzles. You know, those like I understand that kind of puzzle. Maybe some emoji stuff later in the game, but all tweaks around the classics.
Yeah, and so. When you first started, it was probably like a much smaller scope. So how have you kind of built on that original Game Jam idea and expanded it out into a fully fledged game?
It's a good question. I guess the stories or those memories I was talking about, they're like pillars in the game. So they're sort of stretch those out, and in between them put the world exploration, put little barriers to get to that next bit of the story or that next puzzle. So yeah, I guess that's how I've elongated it. I always wanted it in this like bright beach kind of world that she would have liked. So yeah, that's how I'm getting more length out of it. Unfortunately, I don't have any more lessons than I've already got, so it'll be about 10 to 12 of these side quest puzzles, but space that over like 4 to 5 hours.
Yeah, awesome. And are there any kind of extra kind of features and things that you've added since we spoke last? What's
features? Yeah, good question again. I want to make it very accessible, right? And a lot of people say, is it going to be on Switch? So I've spent a lot of time trying to get it to work on like, Xbox or just controller style. And you've got words. It's a lot of like dragging you might have played last time. So just trying to really refine that to get it the net as wide as possible in terms of who can play it. We're never going to get like the shoot FPS kind of players playing, but yeah, keep the net wide in that regard. I've just been doing a lot of refining. Like the demo here is fairly polished. It'll be pretty close to what goes on Steam Next Fest whenever we do that. So yeah, that's playability. I've already got all the story and the puzzles like ready to go. So yeah.
Awesome. And what are you most excited about people getting to experience in the game?
Yeah. Originally, I would have said like the puzzles and that aha moment when you get it and you move on, but ideally, I would hope that maybe they bond with the character, and then some of the story that they might be able to project onto their own relationship with their grandparent. Weirdly, that's sort of become more important to me as the game's gotten on further. I started off just as a puzzle guy, like I love puzzle games, but now I'm learning that you can layer things on top of it, like a good story. Yeah.
And so, tell me some more about like the game development journey. Like, what other lessons have you learned?
Oh, that's good. Meta lesson, a lesson on the lessons.
A lesson on the lesson.
Oh, I learned about game. Honestly, I always say the marketing stuff. It's just, and Alex says it as well. Like, you got to start basically when you start the game. But if you have no budget or you're not sure that you want to take the game to the end, you can't really start. So, a chicken and egg kind of situation to get you to the end. So, yeah, I'd say learning about marketing and convincing people to wear a chicken suit and doing an interview. When I tried to become a game dev, I didn't think I would be on a live, it's kind of cool. Yeah.
It's all the things you don't think about.
Yeah, exactly.
And are there any other things you think you've kind of learnt more on the development side?
Like technical wise or game?
Or just in general about like the process of making a game. Is it what you expected?
The game bit itself, yes, because like you're fully in control of that. You sit down, you're the one coding or you're the one drawing or you're in control. But then when you want to put it on platforms or you want to outreach to media, you're not in control anymore. Or if you want to like get into showcases, like you're really not in control. So not the core bit, no, but everything else.
Yeah, all the extra stuff that comes with.
I mean, not to downplay it. Like it's important. You've got to do it. It's hard.
Yeah, of course. Awesome. And is there any other kind of Easter eggs or secrets or like features in the game that you're really excited about? Or?
I love the beginning of the game, and it is on show here because I want to put the best foot forward. But when I do the demo, the absolute start of the game will be not in the demo because I won't tell anyone. So come play it, please. I won't do that because I think it's
gameplay
exclusive
here at TGS.
Just blur it out, put it on your feed. I want to keep that as a treat to people who get the full game.
Yeah, awesome. It's so cool seeing the development of it.
Thank you.
And you're almost getting to the end stages now, aren't you?
I can sort of see the finish line in terms of development, definitely.
Yeah.
I can't see it in terms of marketing yet, but I can see the dev end line, so yeah.
Yeah, that's so cool. All right. And is there anything else? We've still got plenty of time. So is there anything else you want to share about Reader, about... I know you also... This isn't your first game, is it?
No, yeah, true. I have a very small puzzle game that was my first dip in the toe on Steam called Asymmetric Escape, which you can find on the socials or on the website. That was a really good learning experience in like, you can finish a game, but getting it onto Steam is like another thing. And then like I always say, the marketing is another thing again. So at least I knew what that process was like. I think you might have been hinting at the batography that we were talking about.
Yeah, that was recent, wasn't it?
Yeah, so that was a game I did with my cousins in few years ago now, and then we're sort of just sitting there. And again, it's that kind of thing that you've got almost to the end. Why not like really get it to the end? So yeah, we did a bit of marketing. We we managed to get onto New and Trending, which was like a bucket list for a dev for me. We for 2 days we had it listed as overwhelmingly positive, which again like bucket list. So it's dropped down again. But yeah, all these things are like they're just like little markers in the sand that you keep progressing. But yeah, Batography, if you like cozy. Yeah, it's mostly a cozy game, not too much puzzle, 15 minutes, a bit of a story, and it's beautiful. Like, they did such a good job of the art. So, yeah, highly recommend that one.
Yeah, that's good. All right, so how can people support you in developing the rest of the game?
If you're only going to do one thing, it's wish list, please. Please wish list. Beyond that, yeah, the socials, we're doing a lot more. We have the website, we have the Steam pages, we have these interviews. Please follow along Indie Brew. Yeah, it's just really following, and then once the game comes, review and buy and review kind of thing. Yeah. And if you're at TGX, if you're in Melbourne, there's still tickets tomorrow, so
absolutely.
Say hello.
All right, are you ready for the hardest question?
I think I'm ready. I actually thought about this one. I think I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
If your game was a coffee or tea blend, what flavors would it be?
Yeah, I'm gonna go like a turmeric latte with vanilla syrup. So turmeric gets like the yellow, and then the really sweetness of the vanilla syrup.
Yeah, that's cute. I think that fits well.
Gave that a bit of thought, that one.
Fits well. Well, I know I am so excited for Reader to come out eventually when it's ready, when it's good and ready. But I love a good word game. So I'm very, very excited. I will be following this one along very closely. But thank you so much for taking some time out of your very busy schedule to chat to us. We will be back really soon with another indie game interview, so stick around for that. We're live from the Game Expo, and there are still tickets for tomorrow, so make sure to come along if you're not doing anything. And don't forget to wishlist the game. There's nothing worse than being really hyped for a game to come out, and then when it does, it's not what you're expecting. And unfortunately, that's what's happened with Call of Boba. Call of Boba has been pretty decently hyped for the past probably 6 months. I know I've had it on my wish list for a really long time, and I was really looking forward to playing it. It is a boba tea shop simulation game, at least that's how it's been marketed. And the concept is basically that you help run a boba tea shop, you make boba teas for customers, you serve them, etc, etc. Going into playing this game, I was expecting a shop management game. I was expecting some time management, some making of the boba teas and serving them to customers, being able to upgrade your shop, that kind of thing. And what we got was not really that at all. So you kick off the game playing as the main character who goes home after getting fired from his job in the big city and meets up with your old friend who has taken over running the boba tea shop for her grandpa, who has unfortunately passed away. So the game kicks off there. She gives you a place to live because you're too ashamed to go back to your parents, and you help run the tea shop basically. There is some really cool things in the tutorial where you actually get to make the tea properly with all the ingredients and you pour it in, and that part I really, really enjoyed. But from there, the actual like shop management side is very, very basic and not really challenging in any way. To make the teas, you grab a glass, you put the ingredients in, and then you hand it to the customer, and that's kind of it. There's no real challenges there, and the tutorial kind of leaves you wanting because it doesn't really clearly explain how to do anything. There is a lot of trial and error in playing through this game, and a lot of things don't really make a lot of sense. Now, aside from the tea shop side of it, you also will venture around the world, talk to different characters, and uncover kind of the story as you go. So you will uncover more about the grandpa and his secret room where he made the boba tea recipes. You'll uncover a bit more about your backstory, about your friend's backstory, about the town, and that's kind of it. There's not really a whole lot to the game. My favorite part of the game was actually the dream sequences, and it's probably the part that just does not fit with the game at all and feels really out of place. When you go to sleep, you wake up in this office, which I think is supposed to be like your old job, and you essentially, it's a dungeon crawler. So you go around, you have like a Boba tea gun that you shoot and you take down all these really weird, wacky enemies, and then you collect ingredients off of them. It's kind of really weird, but that part was actually really enjoyable, except it didn't get any progressively harder. It was kind of one lot of levels, and that was kind of as much as you got. I played through about 7 days of the game, and that was the only way I found to actually get more ingredients. The farming side of it is kind of mentioned, but then you don't actually get any seeds to plant, and there's no direction as to how to really do that either. So I can see there's a lot of potential for the farming side of it, but it's just not there at the moment. There's definitely some positive things about the game. The style is incredible. The artwork is incredible. It is definitely cute and cozy. If the mechanics were there to support the design, this game would shine. It would absolutely shine. All of the artwork and the character designs are great. I really loved seeing like the cute axolotl and the cute capybara and all of those things wandering around the town. I think that was done really great. And the music was really good too. It fit well. You felt like you were really in this world with all of these animal creatures. The vibe of the game is there. I think the mechanics just don't quite support it yet. I found a lot of the dialogue sections in particular were cutscenes, so you couldn't really interact in your own way. There was not a whole lot of choice there. You do have the option to skip them, but then by skipping them, you miss out on any of the information that is in there, and there's no kind of recap or not really enough information in the quest side of things to really, you know, give you what you need to know to be able to complete things. The controls and the user interface is very janky at the moment. It's not really clear how to navigate through a lot of the menus. There's a lot of things where you have to hold a button down or just click a button or click on the screen. So it's a little bit janky with the integration of the different controls as well as the user interface. I will say this game has launched in early access, so it's absolutely not indicative of the final version. So this very well could change, and hopefully it does. But at its current state, I would not call this game a shop management game. I would kind of call it more of like an exploration sim, if anything. I think this is one of those games that really, really has a lot of potential, and I am definitely rooting for the developers and rooting for the game itself, because I think the concept is fantastic. The art style is fantastic. The music is fantastic. What they haven't quite gotten right yet is the balance of the mechanics and the balance between the dialogue and the story and the shop management and the making of the tea. I think one of the most important things to include in these shop management games, if you want it to be a shop management game, is the ability to interact with the story at your own pace, and that's definitely missing from this game. I think story is really important, and it can definitely add a lot more atmosphere and a lot more depth to the gameplay, but there's always going to be players who really just want to play the shop management side, and so that has to stand on its own, and the story has to be interactable at your own pace, in my opinion. That's what kind of makes a shop management game successful. As it stands, Call of Boba just isn't quite there yet. It's got a ton of potential, but it's just not quite there. I would definitely recommend picking this one up if you want to get in on a lower early access price. But this is the type of early access game that I would buy and not play until it comes out in 1.0, because it does need a lot of work and a lot of extra development to get it to the point where it's really enjoyable to play. I will definitely be eagerly awaiting the updates for this one, because I really, really want to love this game. But at the moment, it's not one that I would recommend playing. Have you played Call of Boba yet? Let us know what you think in the comments below, and let us know if you felt the same. If you're looking for more indie game recommendations, click here. And until next time, stay caffeinated. Welcome to the Indie Brew, where we spill the tea on indie games.
Across our website and social media, you'll find reviews on the latest indie games, features with tons of indie recommendations, and the freshest indie game news.
Make sure you subscribe and follow across all of our different platforms to keep up with the latest in indie gaming, and so you get to hear about all of the incredible indie games we get to share.
We're so excited to be presenting this live stream event straight from the Games Expo in Melbourne. And I think it's about time for another interview.
So what are you waiting for? Grab a cup of coffee or your preferred caffeinated beverage and let's chat to another amazing indie dev. Welcome back to the Game Expo. We are live here with another amazing indie dev to chat about their game, and right now we've got Gerard and he's going to tell us all about his game. So what's the name of your game?
Hey Kath, my game is called Spelly Cat.
Spelly Cat. All right, tell us about it. What is Spelly Cat?
It's a cozy, puzzly cat spelling adjacent game. So, well, you don't need to be good at spelling. I don't know.
It
There's
helps.
words.
It
Yeah,
helps.
yeah. If you know what words are, that's a bonus.
So tell us about Spelly Cat's got a lot of different word games in there. So tell us about the gameplay of the game.
Yeah, so there's like about a dozen or so different game types of puzzle games, and each time the puzzle is generated, it's generated randomly based on like a list of words that relate to the theme of that world. So as you're going through the worlds, you'll start at home. So all the words you find in those puzzles are based around like home things you'll find at home. Well, things you'll find at a magical cat's home, maybe. So there's a little bit of that thrown into.
Yeah, and so tell us about the story of the game. Is there a story in the game?
Well, you're a magical cat. You want to be fed like most cats do. And all your spell books have been cursed. You go to open them and all the words don't make sense. They're all like, oh, weird, and you don't know what's happened. So you need to like uncurse the words by solving puzzles and making a path through grids and mazes, using those words to get to the exit and to get to the next world on your search
Next world to get
for
food.
being food. Yes.
Yeah. Food is very motivating. I have two cats.
Yep.
And literally they are so food motivated.
Yeah.
So yeah. Cats just generally are. So where did the idea for Spelly Cat come from?
Well, I'm a bit of a crossword nerd and word nerd and like one of those pun people that make terrible puns about things, and so the name Spelly Cat coming from Smelly Cat, I guess it kind of had to happen once it got into my brain. And so I love doing crosswords with friends around table and stuff, and I made a thing for Twitch that would load crosswords and let people like in chat, like from the other side of the world, collaborate and solve crosswords with me. And then I thought the black and white kind of grid looked a bit boring, so I wanted to like make it look fun and have animations and things. And then I thought, what else can I do with like these crossword files and these files of words? And it's like, can I make mazes? Can I make, can I chop up the crossword into like a jigsaw, and can people then put it back together? And it's just all of these like weird ideas of like, what if I took a bit of this puzzle and a bit of this puzzle and kind of jammed them together, and what happens? And yeah, it's been really a fun journey of discovery, and these like expos are a great way to get like actual like feedback from players. It's so good. I love coming here. So
it started from you playing crosswords on Twitch.
Yes.
Wow. So you just were doing that for fun. You were just
it's like
and then you're like, oh, why don't I just turn this into a game? That is so cool.
Yeah.
That's so cool. I didn't know that. That's awesome. So how long has it been? When were you just playing to stream? And when did it turn into a game?
So of course, that kind of happened in lockdown when, I couldn't get together with friends and do crosswords. It was like, well, I guess I need to do something about this. And that's kind of where it all started.
Did you have a background in game development?
So I've kind of dabbled, made my own little games. I've worked on like the PlayStation Vita dev kit and things like that. Ever since I had a Commodore 64 growing up, it was like, what games have to make code, and I guess my day job is kind of a code background as well. So it kind of came together a little bit like that.
It's been a lifelong journey.
Yes.
And so how did you kind of decide you wanted to take it from just something fun you did on a stream to an actual game?
I guess because I'm really bad at finishing projects, and this one felt like something that I could finish and get to a point. And, I really was happy with how it was going, and it gave me a lot of drive and momentum to do that. And, also showing it off to people and them giving such great feedback about it. It's been good. And I've been wanting to, finish a game. So
it felt achievable.
Yes.
And that was, I think one of the traps that we hear a lot about is devs going like really crazy in their scope for their first game in particular. And then they're like, oh, hold on, I don't know how to do this. But you kind of do the opposite.
No, it's still hard. It's like, I just want to have this, just more stuff. And it's like, no, finish off the stuff that you've
just
had
finish
already.
this part and
then you can have dessert. Eat your vegetables.
So Spelly Cat is out. So how was that kind of launching a game? So it's out in early access?
Yeah. So I had the demo up on Steam for a little while. Last PAX, which I didn't actually show out. I was helping a friend with their game, but I released it into early access around that time. There was also the Steam. There's a Steam festival around that time, so I thought that would be a good time to go to early access. And I'm using it as more like a Kickstarter instead of a Kickstarter. So it's like, here's a full game that you can help fund the development of, and also give real-time feedback and tell me what you want. So I can focus on the things that players want. Because if you just let me go at it by myself, and it's just like,
sometimes it's hard
just
to know
never
where
stop.
to go.
Yeah, exactly.
So you've launched in early access. Have you done any big updates since then?
There's been a few along the way. I've added some daily modes, some new puzzle types, tried to jazz up the graphics a little bit. It's still getting there. It's still progressing. Been a few life things happen recently that has made things be a bit slower. But trying to put a timeline on things can be tricky at times when you're doing a full-time job, and this is your love project a bit. So
So do you have any hints for us about what players could expect in the future? Have you got any kind of plans in the works?
Well, so the actual crossword Twitch integration isn't in the release version at the moment, but it's something that people have wanted since doing it on stream with me. So that's definitely something that I just want to make it a bit more people friendly before I say here break it so I can fix it again.
So players will be able to stream it and people will be able to play it.
So I've also had running on my Twitch channel at the moment a integration that loads up all the Twitch emotes as text. So people in chat can type in the emotes and help Spelly Cat get through the maze and be flooded with emotes all over the place, which that's been fun. I've had people jump on and help out, and the idea was to give away some Steam codes and stuff to some of the high scores and things. So that should be running most of the weekend and tomorrow, and I'll see. Yeah, I'll tally up the numbers and.
Yeah, that's so cool.
So-
I think the Twitch integration is such a cool idea.
Yeah.
Especially when you think about things like Words with Friends. And,
Yeah.
those kinds of games are quite popular for streamers
Yeah.
to have in the interludes. So being able to see Spelly Cat be one of those games would be so cool.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's been fun showing it off here today. So it's the first time. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a bit of a last minute idea and kind of bit of like 3 a.m. coding nights trying to get it all working, of course. But yeah, that's what I like doing.
That's how it goes
Yeah.
sometimes. So have you had a moment in this whole process that's really made it kind of feel worth it, all those 2 and 3 a.m. kind of starts?
Yeah, it's definitely so much fun, like seeing little kids like just smashing their game, and it's like just going, really great with it. And even like talking to like teachers and parents and stuff that are interested in the game. And the other side, like, you know, the people that just loves cute graphics and puzzles and stuff, them to be surprised that it can be challenging, that it's different to their perceptions of what they thought they thought it was going to be. So you know, that's good too.
Yeah, so it's all ages?
Yes, it's definitely like there's all ages, and trying to remove many language barriers as well, like, which is interesting for like a word game. But I would like to. Yeah, the idea is to have localization to different languages, as well as being like a hybrid of mashing up 2 different languages, so you can maybe learn or be exposed to other languages that you're learning as well. So
yeah, that's awesome. And so what do you think really makes the game unique?
I think like there's definitely that cross between the boring black and white crossword puzzle and something with a bit more story and life and fun that maybe people that think crosswords are boring might enjoy it and might get them in, and maybe they'll do a crossword or something.
I mean, I feel like word games aren't as popular as they used to be. Like, you see some of them, but I think a lot of the word games I know I've seen are like typing ones, and that's a totally different kind of mechanic.
Yeah.
So yours doesn't have that kind of.
It's not typing, and I guess it's more like logic and pattern recognition and those kind of things, where it is approachable for people that first languages aren't English, or people still learning English and things like that. That they can use like problem-solving skills to play the game. It's great to see that too.
Yeah. No, that's so cool that it's so accessible. I think, and being accessible to all ages is such a cool thing as well. Especially like, I mean, I've got kids, so knowing that there's games like that they can play that will give them some sort of educational value and can be used as a tool in your toolkit is really cool to see. Like, I think that's pretty unique. I haven't seen a whole lot of that unless you go into like the iPad kind of game world, and that's a whole other ballpark. But so that's really cool. So is there something you're like most excited about players getting to experience?
In the current game, having the new daily modes where everyone gets the same puzzle like every day, that's exciting. And if I can do some kind of like leaderboard or some kind of sharing function, that would be really fun, I think. And I'm excited at where it's going as well. And if I can get it to other platforms as well, that would be really good. I'd love to see, someone playing it on the train or something. And it is working on Steam Deck, so that's fun too. Not everyone has a Steam Deck though.
No.
So
But they are in Australia now.
Yes.
So all right. So is there any other kind of Easter eggs or like secret things that people can kind of find in the game, apart from the excellent puns, of course?
I'm not sure.
Or any,
it's a secret. Can I
Is there
say?
anything like different in the game that people don't always kind of get to? Is there anything like that? It might not be.
Well, there is unlockables that they're in the early access in a very early fashion, but there's going to be secrets for like completing each book for each world, and there's definitely some players that have to like finish the book for each world and get that 100% complete before they move on to the next one. And so I think that's kind of, that's fun to see.
Yeah. So what's the playtime sitting at the moment, roughly?
For like the playthrough of the whole game. I mean, I've had people say my demo is too long. So, which I don't think that's a bad thing.
I don't think that's like a problem.
No, I mean...
Maybe in this setting, but normally the demos are too short.
Well, when the parents can just plonk the kid down there and be like, yep, they're set. So that's good. It's definitely like a few, 3-4 hours, but then that's just like playing through like a playthrough. There's plenty of stuff to unlock. There's plenty of customization. There's daily puzzles as well. So I've had people
not really
like,
capped,
I'm seeing some play times at over 40 hours and stuff. Wow. It's like that's so good to see.
That's cool. But I think one of the things, early access in particular, that I know a lot of people can, wonder about is, well, how much of the game am I actually getting? So even 3 to 4 hours is really good for early access. That's fantastic. So, that's cool. Is there anything we've missed? Any other secret Spelly Cat things? Why did you choose a cat?
I mean, cats.
You're just a cat person? Yeah.
I think deep down I'm a cat person. I'm between cats at the moment, unfortunately, but they will be coming back into my life. So in there, while I'm without a cat, this is my my virtual cat. So I've got to give Spelly Cat all my love.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. So how can people support the development? Obviously, purchasing is a big one. But is there anything else that people can do? Where can people follow you?
I had this awesome merch thing and it didn't quite happen in time. But if you follow, Wishlist on Steam or follow the Discord or any of my socials, which is Broken Fixie, there'll probably be some news coming very soon.
Okay,
but
some news, some exciting
I'm very
things.
excited about that's top
it's always
secret.
Exciting,
Yeah.
of course. We love hints of things that are to come. And so you're obviously on Twitch. Is that a big thing that you do regularly, Twitch?
I try to do it regularly, but it's not very regular.
It depends.
I used to do it every Sunday morning, and it was a great time. So that is when I usually do it, but sometimes it's
we know
bit
life
random.
gets in the way a bit sometimes, but make sure you follow on Twitch as well to catch the streams when they do happen.
Come in and solve some puzzles.
All right. So last question: if your game was a coffee or tea blend, what flavour would it be?
Okay, so myself being like old and bitter. I think Spelly Cat is kind of the opposite of that. So, it's vanilla. It's, a little bit spicy cinnamon and maybe a bit of a chai vibe.
Vanilla chai, that seems to fit. There's a bit of magic in there. I don't know why I associate chai with magic.
Yeah.
It just fits. But awesome. Cool. Well, thank you so much
thanks,
for
Kat.
chatting, for coming on and chatting to us here from the Game Expo. You can come and play Spelly Cat yourself. Come and test it out. There's still tickets available for tomorrow. And check it out on Steam. You can play it now. You can just go and have fun. Do you have a demo out on Steam too?
Yeah, the demo's on Steam.
And
it's huge. There's so much. It's got like daily modes. It's got special like levels that I change around like every often. Yeah.
Go and buy the full game and support our devs and make sure you follow across anything. And we will be back very, very soon with our last interview for the day, live from the Game Expo. So stick around while we get to chat to another amazing indie game. If you're looking for your next tycoon game obsession, this game is just this might be for you. We were lucky enough to get an early peek into the demo of Hotel Architect, which is an upcoming hotel tycoon game where you manage hotels. Now, this is not a first-person management game like a lot of the simulations we're seeing coming out. This is a real deal tycoon game with all of the things that you would expect from a tycoon game. Hotel Architect definitely follows your typical tycoon kind of pattern where you've got your scenarios and your sandbox building. So your scenarios will see you move from location to location, completing different specific goals with specific unlocks, and the sandbox will let you build your own hotel from scratch. We did both to see what both were like, so let's kick things off with the scenario side and how that works. So in the demo, there are 2 different scenarios that you can complete at 2 different locations, and you pretty much go in and there's already a starting build for you. So the core aspects are there. You just need to build onto it or change things to be able to complete the goals. So you have a few different goals. I think there's 4 in the first one and 6 in the second one that you need to complete to be able to win the scenario. And they vary from things like how many rooms you have to having a certain customer type, to getting your customers to do specific things. I think they've really nailed the scenarios in that they teach you different aspects of the game in a more of a slow kind of way, but it's not a specific tutorial, if that makes sense. So they introduce you to a lot of the mechanics in the very first tutorial, but then they give you a bit more freedom and teach you the mechanics by getting you to complete goals. Going in with pre-built hotels is really great to set your expectations for what your hotel should look like later on. And I think they've really nailed this quirky, fun atmosphere. The scenarios don't feel really difficult. They feel pretty balanced, pretty winnable. And of course, you also have the option to continue playing with a stack of other goals that you can complete to unlock different placeable items. Each location does have its different quirks, and the second scenario in the game will see you faced with heat and needing to have aircon and that kind of thing, which I think is really cool. And the only thing I really didn't like about the scenarios is that there were only 2 and I wanted to do more. Now we also have the sandbox side, which is where things got a bit interesting. So the sandbox mode doesn't give you unlimited money or anything like that. It pretty much just means you can build your own hotel. And it was really great to get a good feel for a lot of the building mechanics. So your hotel needs to have a reception area, it needs to have a maintenance area, it needs to have a laundry to be able to clean your sheets and towels and things for your guests. You also need to have rooms for people to stay in. Your room value is probably the most key aspect to your rooms because they determine what customer base will actually stay in them. You do also need to make sure that you have certain things at your hotel before certain customer bases will stay. So they might need a room with an ensuite, or they might need a room with an exterior window, or you might need to have a gym at your hotel before you can get that type of guest to stay. So the rooms are really interesting, and it's not just a matter of copying and pasting different rooms. You do need to think about it a little bit more. You also have your facilities, which are things like your restaurant, your gym, your bar. And again, those things are needed for specific customer types. And they also increase the value of your hotel and increase your star value as well. I will say that playing sandbox is very slow burn in the game. It does take quite a while for you to build your funds up, and while you can access loans and things like that, if you go a bit too big at the start like I did, it can be really difficult to bring that balance back into the green. The whole construction system is really interesting because when you construct a building, you have to build the foundation and then your inner walls, as well as your floors, your wallpaper, and then your furniture. But you can't just build whatever you want. You actually have to hire a building crew to come in and complete all the works for you. I don't know how I feel about this system. I think it does add a bit of reality to it because it actually takes time for them to come and build things. And there are a few different sizes of crew that you can hire. So the more crew you hire, the more expensive, but also the quicker things get done. But it does take a bit of time to get all of your stuff built. The issue that I found with it is that you also have to get a construction crew to come in to deliver your furniture. So anytime you want to place an item or a bed or a coffee machine or anything, you have to call in a construction crew and get them to place it. It felt a little bit tedious to be able to have that. It also meant it wasn't instantaneous. So when you're upgrading, say your fridge or something like that with the better model, you have to wait for them to put the new fridge in before you can take the old fridge out. Otherwise your restaurant won't work. So it was a bit tedious with the furniture side. I did like it in the building side, but the furniture side I'm not sure about. So the main kind of, I guess, progression through the game is based around your customers and your customer types. As the better your rooms, the better quality your hotel is, the more customers you'll unlock, and those customers will pay more for their rooms. So you'll go from having a basic, $1,000 a night room to having rooms that are worth like $5,000 a night for your more expensive customers. I did really like that each customer base had their own particular things that they needed before they would come and stay at your hotel. So not only did you need the different facility rooms, you also needed your hotel ranking to be enough for a lot of them. And that whole system of your hotel ranking, I think, was really cool. You do have a critic that comes and stays at your hotel every couple of days, and they basically judge you on all the different aspects of your restaurant. So they judge you on your room quality, the restaurant quality, the entertainment, the snacks, the cleanliness, the bathrooms, and then they give you a ranking at the end, and that determines how many stars your hotel gets. And obviously the more exclusive customers need a 4-star hotel or a 3-star hotel, or they need the room value to be worth over $4,000. And I think that is a really interesting and a really cool way to scale. I found I was able to kind of scale up to the 4 stars relatively quickly within a couple of hours of gameplay, which I think is really great. But I worry that it might feel a bit boring or tedious in the full game if it's not challenging enough to get to those higher rankings that are more exclusive. The other main system is your staffing. So you do need to hire specific staff members for specific roles, and you will need to hire like more cleaners the bigger your hotel grows to be able to facilitate all of the cleaning that needs to go on, etc, etc. This is pretty simple, and I don't know if that is just for the demo purposes or if it will be in the full game. But the staffing is essentially you just hire staff and then they do their job. I would love to see potentially some rostering for the staff, because at the moment it's just 24/7. They're on and then they go to the staff room if they need a break. But rostering I think would be cool. The other thing I would love to be able to do is assign specific tasks. So with your cleaners, they obviously clean the floor, they clean the bathrooms. They also change sheets and towels and things, and I would really love to be able to set a cleaner to just do the sheets and one to just do the floors and one to just do the bathrooms, rather than them kind of doing everything. I think it would be cool to be able to have that task differentiation, especially if you're having trouble with one of those things. Then being able to set one cleaner to do just sheets might make the difference. So I hope that will get integrated in the full game, but we'll see. As it is, it's still a good system. It's not a broken system by any means, but I would love to be able to have a bit more control over that management side. Your customers also leave you your reviews, which adds to your customer satisfaction and lets you know what you're doing well and not so well on, which I think is a really cool system. And it really gives you a lot of information about what's working and what's not working, what you need to improve on, what the quality of your hotel is like, from your customers, not just from a critic. Overall, I really loved playing the game. I spent probably 4 or 5 hours playing in one long session, completed all the scenarios, did a whole sandbox build, and it was really fun. I really enjoyed the mechanics. I really enjoyed the tycoon feel. I love that you're able to do your staffing. I love that you're able to build your rooms however you want, and there's a lot of design in there too. This is definitely a game I will closely be watching. It does feel like it's well on its way to release, and I think it's scheduled for 2025 sometime. So hopefully we see the full game out this year. But I'm really interested to see what more they're gonna add, what new items we're gonna get, what new customers we're gonna get. And of course, I wanna play some more scenarios because they were really fun. The Hotel Architect demo is out as part of Steam Next Fest, so it is sticking around until the 3rd of March. So if you're watching this before then, make sure to go and check it out for yourself. And if not, make sure to go and add it to your wish list. We'd love to know what you think. Have you played the demo? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. If you're looking for more indie game recommendations, click here. And until next time, stay caffeinated. Welcome to the Indie Brew, where we spill the tea on indie games.
Across our website and social media, you'll find reviews on the latest indie games, features with tons of indie recommendations, and the freshest indie game news.
Make sure you subscribe and follow across all of our different platforms to keep up with the latest in indie gaming, and so you get to hear about all of the incredible indie games we get to share.
We're so excited to be presenting this live stream event straight from the Games Expo in Melbourne. And I think it's about time for another interview.
So what are you waiting for? Grab a cup of coffee or your preferred caffeinated beverage and let's chat to another amazing indie dev. All right, we are back for our lucky last interview of the day, and I have Jacob here to tell us all about his game. So tell us, what is the name of your game?
So game is called Castle Cab.
Castle Cab, and tell us about it. What is Castle Cab?
So it's sort of like a open world sandbox kind of thing, sort of inspired by Crazy Taxi, doing a bit of like a kids kind of GTA, similar to like the old Simpsons Hit and Run.
I was going to say Simpsons Hit and Run, yeah. And so Castle Cab, what is the kind of theme of it?
So it's like set in a medieval world, but very loosely, sort of more fantasy side. We got a bunch of wizards and magic and all that stuff as well. Similar to maybe like a Shrek 2 kind of style. That's what we're going for. That sort of fairy tale, far away, whatever. The Hollywood sort of, that kind of thing.
Yeah, awesome. And so what can we expect going into the game? What is the gameplay like in Castle Cab?
We've gone for like very simplified controls. We're building for Switch, so we're focused on like a simplified control scheme. We're also trying to make it so that way kids and parents can play together, so it's meant to be very accessible. But as for gameplay wise, it starts off sort of simple. We've got a few modes. We've got like your main story campaign, as well as like a whole bunch of co-op modes and competitive modes as well, a whole bunch of different mini games. Story wise though, I think you start out like you play as the horse anyway in the game. But you sort of help the villagers around the town, do little missions for them, little quests and whatnot, till eventually some wizards ask you for some help, and then you help them to overthrow the king. But that might not have been the best choice, and so that's how the gameplay unfolds. I won't give away too much of the story.
So you play as a horse?
You are a horse.
A talking horse?
No, essentially, like you're just this.
You're just a horse.
Just a horse.
Just a horse.
People will talk to you as if you could respond, but you don't.
Okay.
But yeah, the people are a bit quirky.
Yeah. All right. So where did the idea for this game come from?
So I was just trying to do like a quick demo for like a student project. So I think I was going for like a medieval Crazy Taxi.
Yeah.
And then it sort of just grew and ballooned from there.
Okay. And how many are in your team?
I think we're at 7 at the moment.
7.
Yeah.
And so how did that go from like a little, were you all in the student project together, or has it grown since then?
No, it's sort of like changed since then. So the student project was like a simple thing. Most people didn't continue on. I took the project further. I think we've been to PAX and like other things a whole bunch now. And from there we were able to get an investor. And so I was able to actually really sort of form the team, get all the pieces that we need. So we got really good artists, we got some really good tech artists, and like really good programmers as well. So.
Yeah, awesome. And so where did the horse idea come from?
Originally it wasn't meant to be a horse. It was just meant to be any animal. I think the demo started off as a donkey. But our artist like went with the horse and then just did a whole bunch of cosmetic stuff, and so we're like, okay, I guess we're sticking with a horse, so that's what we're doing now.
Yeah. And so what made you decide to go with an animal rather than like a car that you started with?
Because I think video games are like the best opportunity to just do anything. So like, I prefer to play things where you can experience something you normally wouldn't. And like, when can you be a horse? Like, why not?
There's not many games where you can actually be a horse.
So
I'm like, a horse? That's an interesting concept. So how long has it been since you started that project?
I think it's about a year and a half.
A year and a half.
Been on it, So should hopefully finish by November. Is the plan.
So probably like next November.
What we've done. So release should be November. So we need to wrap it up by July. So I'm expecting that to be later.
Yeah. So what does that development journey look like? So you mentioned a little bit. So what made you kind of decide, oh, I want to take this a bit further? Why didn't you leave it as a student project?
Well, like, I think we came, to Melbourne in 2023. I'm from Adelaide, by the way.
Yeah.
We showed off the game there, and I didn't think much of it. But kids were glued to it. They loved it. So I was like, oh, okay, there's actually something here. We came back the second year, and it was they were addicted to it. It was great. The parents had to drag the kids away. I'm like, oh, that's great. I can sell that. That's what I want. So.
Yeah, and so you just kind of ran with it?
Yeah. And we've just grown since then. That's why we've got that focus towards Switch as well, because that's a kid and family-friendly console, so that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, definitely. And so what kind of other, what have some of the highs and lows of the journey so far been?
The highs, we actually won an award.
Yeah.
The best mini game of the year, the Game Excellence Award. That was really good. So that was quite a good highlight.
Winning awards are great.
Oh yeah. And we've been to so many events. I think last year we went to 16 different events.
Wow.
We travel interstate and everything. So that's really good. As for lows, I don't know. Maybe some of the old team haven't been able to continue on. So maybe that's a bit it. But for the most part, it's actually going really well.
That's good.
So,
that's good.
Yeah.
And so, how has the game kind of changed from that original scope? Has it kind of grown a lot since then?
It has and hasn't. So I think some of that gameplay trailer stuff there is really, really old.
Yep.
So I think it's become more refined, and we've because we went to every single event with a different a different prototype. So we iterated every single time. So it was something we could sort of refine, hone in. So the controls were real tight. We figured kids can't use 2 joysticks, so just the one. So there's a lot of that iteration.
Yeah. And has there been a moment yet where you've kind of been like, oh, all of this work I've put in is so worth it?
Yeah, that's what the events are for. They're the best part. You see the kids, they love it. It's okay, good. I'm still on the right track. I'm doing the right thing.
Yeah. And so you mentioned playing parents and kids. Is it multiplayer?
Yeah. So it's multiplayer. It's co-op with a good focus, especially for the story mode. Because I've got a 4-year-old son.
Yeah.
So it actually started. We played, I think, the Bluey game.
Yeah.
And it's horrible. It's a horrible game.
But the kids love it.
Yeah, but so I wanted to play a good game with my son. So that also sort of formed how we're doing this co-op thing, this sort of shared experience as well. Because then he can play, I can play.
Yeah. And so how does the co-op work? Are you both horses?
Sorry?
Are you both horses with the co-op? Yeah. And so you can play the whole story mode co-op?
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. And is there other game modes as well?
Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of mini games, and they're all based off simple rules like chasey or tag, capture the flag. We've got one called sumo. We'll probably change the name. But you sort of fight and knock each other out of a ring, and just sort of variants on that. We've got hot potato and infected, which is sort of slight twists on the rules, you got to hold something, get more points, or the longer you hold it, you lose points. So a whole different variety there.
Yeah. So is it similar to kind of Mario Party in that you've got the main kind of board game mode, is there story mode, and then you've got all of those weird and wacky mini games?
Sort of. I'd say more GTA Online. You got your open world part, but then you go into your little side games or your races or whatever. So
cool. And so, we've touched a little bit on this, but what do you think really makes the game unique?
Oh, my favourite part's the farting. I don't think any other games here have got farts in the game.
I think Lettuce to Arala does.
Oh.
Because they've got big jiggly butts in their game.
Ooh.
Yeah.
We do have jiggle physics.
Oh, okay.
But that's just to sort of fake the animation on the head and the tail.
Yeah.
We've also got a bunch of other, I guess, different effects. So it's sort of discovering things. If you nudge a cow, they'll shoot milk out, and then if you kill a pig, they'll explode into bacon. We've got hidden little secrets and achievements around. We've got this big chicken that you can find, and if he pecks you, you get launched into space. There's a whole bunch of little things that you just sort of discover.
Yeah.
We want that sort of explore and discover in there.
Yeah. So it's really kind of open world, and you can just go around and interact. Yeah. So what's your kind of favourite part about it? Do you have a favourite part?
My favourite part, aside from the farts, because they're fun, I think it's all the killing the cow and all that stuff.
Yeah, all those little hidden things.
A little
Yeah.
thing as well, like it's probably not important to anyone else, but like I like it. On the little mini map, you've got your little arrow to sort of direct you where you're going. When you do your spin attack, like your little hurricane, your little cursor moves around. It just looks so silly. I love it. Like it's
It's the little things that like make it good. And so tell me more about the kind of, I know you touched a little bit on the story, but tell me a little bit more about like what you can expect going. You don't have a demo out yet, do you?
No, we do have a demo.
You've got a demo?
Yeah, but it's not the story mode. It's just the open world. Yeah.
So tell me a little bit more about like when you get into the game, or what can people expect out of the game?
Like out of the story. So,
Yeah.
I'm hoping for some good twists.
Yep.
But I think any adult will see it coming. It's pretty obvious what happens. You just sort of help people, and then maybe you're helping the wrong people, and sort of how you go about it might alter it.
So it's very much like a talking to people and helping them. Is there like choices and stuff in there, or is it pretty linear?
I think there's sort of false choices.
Yeah.
So I think most of the interactions also allow you to fart during the interaction. It doesn't do anything. They just give like a silly dialogue and then just continue with whatever they're saying. But like just having that option in there, I think is funny.
Yeah. So it's a lot of fun by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
So is comedy like a big theme in the game?
Yeah. So I wanted it to just be like very silly and very fun. So one thing we took from Simpsons Hit and Run, when you hit an NPC, they roll around and scream. So there isn't any like blood or anything like that.
Yeah.
They just roll and scream, and I thought that was hilarious.
Yep.
So yeah, those sort of little funny things. Also just like other little jokes. We were sort of inspired a lot by like Shrek 2 comedy, where parents might get it but the kids won't, that sort of thing. So,
yeah, that's so cool. And what are you most excited about players getting to experience?
Maybe the customization as well. Like there's a lot of customization in there.
Okay.
So I think that would be interesting to see
Yeah.
how they go about that, what sort of messed up looking horses they make.
Yeah. So tell me more about the customization.
So we've sort of gone a bit overboard and in depth with that.
Yeah.
So like you can get different like hats and stuff for your horse, but then you can change the color of each section, and it's not just the one color. It's say with the hat you've got the base color, the trim, like the little details, so you can change all those colors. So there's like a lot there to do.
Yeah, cool. And so what are some of the other inspirations? I know you've mentioned like Simpsons Hit and Run and a few other games, but what are some of the other big kind of inspirations for the game?
Well, from a side of like, I know, development and UI, I've taken a lot from Elder Scrolls Online, because like that's the game I always play. And the other programmer, like, and all the business partner, he plays a lot of Genshin Impact. So a lot of the UI stuff has come from that as well. We've sort of merged those two, how they do their layouts for different UI and stuff. So those are probably the big ones which aren't gameplay related. But we're still inspired by.
Yeah, and what about the art style? How is that kind of, because you mentioned it's changed a lot since some of the earlier footage.
The art style is relatively the same. We're going for a basic, simple color palette. That's also just to make it more cartoony and kid-friendly. But also because of the hardware limitations on the Switch, so we have that in mind. So we're not going to do any fancy graphics or anything. And keeping it as simple as possible lets us do what's essentially a silly thing to do, is an open world 4-player game on Switch. But we're getting there. And
how is that developing for Switch? Is that like a completely different ballpark?
Oh, it's a nightmare. But like it's really good though. So everything has to be optimized. So that means the game's running perfect on everything else. So the computer we got set up here is perfect.
So if it runs on Switch, it'll run on anything?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Like I've got it working on my phone. Like that's how good it is. And so just having optimized and like the limitations from the Switch is also just good to have good practice when it comes to game design. I think also like just it's given us the opportunity as well, because this game might not make us lots of money. We can hope, but we don't know. But by doing it on Switch, we can now offer that as a service. So we're actually doing porting for a whole bunch of games, including, I think there's Ren's Resurgence over there. We're porting their game at the moment, as well as a bunch of other ones back in Adelaide. So that working on that has given us other opportunities.
I have heard that porting is a nightmare and a half. I've heard that from a lot of people. So has the Switch 2 thrown you back into the works a little bit?
No. So we factored that in in our investor pitch as well, which was successful, by the way. So we got an investor, which is good. But we factored that in because the new console means the Switch will become a hand-me-down, which is to kids, and kids are our market, so it works perfect either way. As for that, we don't actually have a Switch 2 dev kit. I think they're keeping that very tight. Maybe once it's released, we might be able to get one. We're trying to keep an eye out.
See how you go. Will it play on like Steam Deck and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. If it can play on Switch, it can play on anything.
And so how did you, I know a lot of game devs are probably interested in the business kind of side. So that you've mentioned you got an investor. So how did that come about? Like, how was that process?
It was interesting. So we met, I think, in Melbourne's Games Week last year. We just bumped into them at the pub. So not even at the event, it was at the pub afterwards.
Of course.
But then we caught up during the week. Everything was fine. They kept asking lots of questions. We had plenty of answers. And then I think after that, the week after, it went silent. I thought, okay, it's not going anywhere. Then out of the blue, they just called and said, we want to follow through with this. So we've just been working towards that. Since.
I love that. Like, especially in Australia, it feels like sometimes you just bump into some person and then it just is like serendipitous. And it just happens and you're like, oh, okay, this is cool.
I think that's why we're here as well. We just bumped into someone and they're like, oh, you should come here. Like, okay,
Next minute, you're making a whole game or like having a booth at a convention. What even is that? All right, so how can people support you in the rest of the development of the game?
I think just showing interest on social media is probably the best.
You don't have a Steam page yet, do you?
Not yet. So we're going to do a huge campaign launch in June. We're part of a few showcases, so we're going to really push everything then. We've got a new social marketing team. They're doing really well. So they're going to push that. I think in June we'll have the Steam page.
Marketing's the whole thing.
It's so much. So I'm glad we could just palm that off to someone else because I didn't want to do it.
But you're on itch.io at the moment?
So there's a free demo on itch.io. And I think you can follow links on our website as well.
So, awesome. Well, I know I'm very excited to see more. I got 4 kids, so they'll be all over this.
Oh, good.
They love Little Kitty Big City.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably
similar
kind of ish vibes with the whole animal causing chaos kind of thing. All right. So, lucky last question. If your game was a coffee or tea blend, what would it be?
Since it's kid friendly, it would be a decaf mocha.
Okay. Would a decaf mocha? It would taste like a mocha, wouldn't it? It just wouldn't have the caffeine in it.
Yeah. So it still gives them that sort of little kick, I guess. But
like I'm drinking coffee, but I'm not really drinking coffee. Maybe it's got that false. You know how kids sometimes when they drink something and they're like, oh, I drank something, I'm gonna go crazy now, and it's that placebo effect. Maybe that would. It's just chaos. Just pure chaos. All right. Well, thank you so much for chatting about the game. I'm so excited to see it continue to be developed, and we'll eagerly be looking forward to hearing more about it. But that is our last interview. So we're going to be back in a minute to wrap up the day, so stick around for that. But make sure you go and check out the game on itch.io and follow on social media so you can get notified when the game goes live on Steam to wishlist and all the juicy details about the game. day.
It has been a day.
This has been jam-packed full of indie games. We've had 11 indie games that we've spoken to between us today, and oh my gosh, the quality and the talent that is on display here has been ridiculous.
The passion.
Yeah.
The best thing about it is the passion. You can hear it in their voice when they start speaking about the game, and it's straight away. The second you say, tell us about your game, it's just like a floodgate gate opens, and you can see how involved they are with it.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
My favorite thing about even getting to do this is hearing about someone's life work. It's like, basically that's what you get, and it's so cool to be able to see all of these games in the flesh and speak to all of the amazing developers behind them and find out all the little tidbits about the game. So if you're interested in a game, go back and watch the stream, because they've shared some goss with us today.
It's been good.
We got some good things.
Things like new demos coming out soon, new levels, new features. It's lots of goss and lots of exciting times to come. Because we have releases coming soon. I know a lot of them just said in general 2025. It's probably safer to do so than give an exact date, but it's been good. And it's good to see the amount of people, even now as everything's wrapping up, there's so many people still at all the booths, which is fantastic to see.
Yeah, I think if you haven't been to the Game Expo before, it is absolutely worth coming and checking it out this year. They have upped the ball. Like, they have upped the game this year, and it quite literally, because there is double the indie games this year than there was last year, and there's indie tabletop this year. There's so much. Like, there is so much to check out, and it's got a really good community kind of grassroots feel. So if you haven't come to the Game Expo before, or if you came in like the first year maybe, definitely recommend getting down here tomorrow and coming and seeing how much of this event has grown, because it really is turning into a fantastic event, especially for our homegrown indies.
Yes.
And it's so exciting to see so many games here.
I believe, do you have a code
for
tickets?
I do have a code for tickets. You can get 5% off with the code CAFCHAOS, CAFFCHAOZ. We'll post that in the chat. And you can actually get 5% off your tickets. So definitely jump on that. We will be back tomorrow from 10 a.m. sharing another lot of amazing indie games. I think we've got 8 or 9 to share with you tomorrow. And I'm really excited to chat to some more of the amazing developers. It's going to be really fun.
It's going to be fantastic. And I know all the devs are extremely excited as well.
Yeah.
I've had a chat to a couple of them, and they are so keen to showcase their game and just talk about it with us. So feel very honoured at the moment to be able to be talking from TGX as well. So very, very cool.
Definitely get down here. There is a lot of exclusive demos.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of demo gameplay that you won't get anywhere else. I know Lighthouse World has some really solid gameplay that has not been shown anywhere else, and there's a few other games that are showing special things.
Null Star Solace, they don't have a demo anywhere else.
I think Crash Zone Demolition Derby is showcasing a couple of new levels exclusive, so it is well worth the very affordable price to get down here and play some indie games.
Dolphin even has a card game that goes alongside and helps support the devs continuing their journey with the game as well. So that's very, very cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are going to wrap it up here. Thank you for tuning in to this live stream event. This is the first for us. This has been a lot of fun, and we appreciate you, whether you stopped in for a minute or an hour. We appreciate you watching, and we will be back tomorrow, so stay tuned for more.
See you guys. Bye.